Hey, everybody. How's everybody been? Welcome on back. I'm getting it ready. I'm scrubbing up, brushing my teeth, getting me some damn coffee, because everybody needs some coffee. Eat you a good breakfast, because this thing's about to hit. Hello. I hope everybody's
Morning.
doing good out there. Hi, Ember.
Howdy.
How are you, my friend?
Oh, tired.
You're you're tired. Me too. You know what I did was I went out this morning and everything and ran some errands I had to do. Hold on. And then I came back and, got a small bite to eat and everything, and it made me sleepy and I fell asleep. And I woke up and I was like, 13 minutes. So instead of finding a decent shirt, I found a decent hat.
It works.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I'm glad everybody's stopping by. I'm sure a whole bunch more people will be here in a minute. So I usually kill about the first 5 or 10 minutes because no one shows up at first. Thanks, Kyle. This is I got a compliment on it a couple days ago when I went out, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna wear a hat. I don't want to do my hair. I know, right? It's so hard. It's so hard to do my hair. Anywho, so Ember, why don't you tell us what you've been up to in the last day or so, and what you have coming up, and
Oh
then
goodness.
we'll get going.
Okay, so that's part of the reason why I'm tired is I was on 4 or 5 different streams yesterday. I started on Aaron Ra's Joseph Smith, the series about the Book of Mormon.
Oh,
After that,
I watch you guys every time. I watch you every Sunday. Go ahead.
it's such a fun freaking show. It was
It is.
fantastic.
Yeah.
And then immediately after that, I did a quick stream on my channel to lead into Bad Science Sunday on Maya's channel,
Yep.
where I got to be a guest this week. So that was really, really neat.
Right.
And then Stephanie did an after show from the Bad Science Sunday, and
Right.
I didn't quite catch Doc Dino's, because Mark Reed was in a debate yesterday, and then Doc Dino did an after show for that, and oh my goodness, I'm like, fuck it, I'll be up all night. It's fine.
I was gonna say I saw you somewhere else. What it was, Doc Dino. Yeah, that was the other one I went over to because I had just recently subscribed to them and didn't know about them a few weeks ago, and I was like, oh, good, they're live. I'd never. So somebody said you're not subscribed to Doc Dino, so I had to.
How dare you? Yeah. It's actually Doc does a Dino Bite shorts that there's no particular schedule. It's when he can get them done. I think he tries to do one regular produced video a week, but I don't know if there's a schedule. The only thing that definitely is scheduled is his weekly Creation Science Theater live stream, which is the same time as your stream right now. So it's not a super surprise that you haven't found him.
Yeah, well, this was my old streaming. Well, actually, my old streaming time was an hour later. I used to start at 7 p.m. my time, so it was 9 p.m. Eastern. I might actually be moving this a little farther earlier, depending on this job, if they ever, get the paperwork done and actually, like, I don't know, get me working. I might have a schedule. They got to hold me on Saturday, and we're like, they got to get hold of me on Saturday at like 2 p.m. on email, and they're like, oh, we need a copy of your medical certification. Fuck. Well, I lost that. It's a non-CDL position, so I didn't think they'd need it. But
right.
I guess because I have a CDL, they want it anyways.
Well, that's just inconsiderate.
Well, I'd be okay, but I can't find it.
Oh, I know where mine is, but it expired in June.
Oh, I have another year on mine. I always end up with the 2-year ones, and I just got it done last year in May, so it's good till May next year. Yeah, but I had done all that traveling with that company, and I couldn't find. I'll be damned where I put it. I've looked everywhere, everything I've traveled with, all my computer bag, my travel bags. Like I cannot for the life of me find it. So anyway, I was like, are you kidding me? If you guys would have sent this yesterday at this time, I could have ran down and got the damn thing before close of business. But yeah, so I had to run down and do that. And that was, that was fun. So I swear it's like every few days they're like, oh, you need one more piece of information. Oh, it's like every other day. What do you want? What, my fingerprints? I'll send my firstborn. I don't think he'd be very happy to travel that far, but if you want me to, like, just give me the damn
I had
job.
a bank that was like that once, where they'd say, okay, we need one more piece of paper. We need like a bank statement. So I'd send them the bank statement,
right?
And then 2 days later, they'd call me and be like, okay, we need one more thing. We need your work history from like 8.5 years ago. Like we have 8 years ago, but we need.
Too.
And then they'd call a couple days later and be like, okay, we only need one more thing. And I'm like, could you guys like maybe just give me a list of all the things instead of this one piece at a time bullshit?
Well, yeah, because if
freaking
they
ridiculous.
Just
went on
gave
for
you what they wanted to begin with, you could have had it all together in like 2 hours. Done. Just done. Everything.
Yeah. It was so crazy. It went on for over a month. My first payment was late because they hadn't finished the freaking documents. So the account wasn't fully open, so I couldn't make a payment. I'm like, come the fuck on, guys.
That just doesn't even make sense.
I know.
All right. So we're gonna keep it light tonight, you guys. Probably not, there's not gonna be any. Well, we're gonna get into a serious conversation at some point because that's what always happens here. But we're gonna start out on some lighter stuff today. I have a couple of articles that I found. They're interesting and they're not common news. It's the stuff that the mainstream media just does not get crazy with. So I thought I could talk about a little bit of that. So let me shit. I hate it when it's like this. Okay. All right, that's a little better. Okay, so apparently these astronauts get rashes in space, so they've been doing blood work on them and trying to figure out why. Here's the article. Meh. Okay. Astronauts are supposed to be in excellent health. It's part. It's part of the job description. They quarantine before blasting off to avoid getting sick and derailing a mission. Once aloft, they live and work in a sterile environment. And yet when they get to outer space, some have viral flare-ups or break out in rashes. A molecular biologist out of University of Ottawa was trying to figure out what was going on. Her colleagues suggested it could be due to reduced activity of 100 immune-related genes, which help give opportunistic infections a toehold. Knowing what causes astronauts to be more vulnerable to infections could help make future missions to space safer and may improve treatments for those who are immunocompromised back here on Earth. So she and her colleague enlisted 14 American and Canadian astronauts, all headed to the International Space Station for several months at different times. I don't know how to say that. The Ville had their blood sample before and after their missions here on Earth, but also during their time in outer space. The 10-minute procedure on land took 90 minutes in orbit. They have to be very careful. I know, isn't that crazy? You'd think they're just floating, right? Why is it so hard? They have to be very careful, pull out all of their equipment, the needles, the tubes, and they have to secure everything. We don't want any leak, not a drop of blood. Otherwise, it will float in the air and contaminate everybody. Oh, I hadn't thought.
That's
about that.
why. Yeah, it's so hard to pour anything without gravity.
Yeah, but literally, you're drawing blood. One drop comes off of that. I hadn't thought about that. That kind of blows my mind. See, Crystal says astronauts experience 3 million red blood cells destroyed per second, resulting in a loss of 54% more cells than people on Earth experience. Wow. Cool. That's interesting. Yeah, sure, perps. Come on in. I'll send you a link here in just a second. That is interesting. So the astronauts spun the blood and stored it in a super cold freezer until they returned to Earth. I was supposed to hire someone to process those, but then I said, no, they're too precious. This blood comes from space. It was my baby, and I had to take care of it myself.
Space blood.
And that is Dr. Lanyaville. Dr. L on the left. Anyways, so all told, across multiple missions to the International Space Station, it took 5 years to collect all the samples. She said one has to be patient, but it was worth waiting. So the blood revealed exactly 100 immuno-related genes get dialed down in outer space. It could be due to stress, but Dr. L thinks there's another possibility, that those genes respond to a decrease in gravitational force. This is where it gets interesting. So they say when the astronaut enters microgravity, their blood shifts from their legs to their torsos and heads. It's uncomfortable and throws things out of whack. Their body resolves the problem by reducing the fluid by up to 15%. But then now that means there are too many immune cells crammed into a smaller amount of blood. Oh, that's interesting. I'm a medical fanatic, just so you guys know. I love stuff about the body. I think it's interesting. Where was I? Okay. So Dr. L thinks the drop in gene activity helps eliminate those extra cells, and this in turn affects the way the immune system responds to the pathogens.
Makes sense. We're not calibrated for that environment, so it's going to be suboptimal performance.
Yeah. And Sumami says that space is hard on the booty. I don't really know. Is that because you don't really sit down ever? And when you get back, you sit down and your ass is like, God damn it, what the fuck is this weight on me? I mean, I don't know. I just want to know. Really have to know.
Well, that would make gravity hard on the booty.
Right? Guess it would, wouldn't it? It wouldn't really make space hard on the booty, because when you come back, it gets you. That's when it gets your booty. Go ahead.
Yep. I think it's the deformity thing. You know how whenever you see the astronauts on video, their face, at least the first 90 days or so, their face is all puffed up from the extra fluid because it's not draining downward like we're adapted to. Possibly the same thing. Without gravity, the booty just kind of like floats around and starts to change shape to get used to space.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the booty, right?
Anyway. I mean, there's a reason they call it gluteus maximus. It is the most important.
Yeah, but it's not the strongest. Do you know what the strongest muscle in your body is?
I should imagine the heart.
Nope, your jaw muscle. That is literally
for certain values of strength. Okay, for pure power, because it can probably
it's got such a crush power. It's considered one of the strongest. It's such a small muscle, but does all that crush, so it's considered one of the strongest muscles in the body. Yeah. I've always thought that was interesting. Sorry.
I wonder.
And if you guys don't like medical stuff, you better ditch now. No, I'm kidding. We're going to do something else in a minute. This is just one of the things. Let me
warm up to get your brain floating in the cosmos.
Right. Come on. I'm trying to get purple this message. Apparently, I'm not as good at multitasking as I thought. So
it happens.
Okay. All right. So anyway, so it says, and this would allow the viral and bacterial infections normally held at bay to rise up, infecting the astronauts. But once they step foot on land again, the whole thing reverses as the genes are dialed back and fluid levels return to normal. This reversal takes no longer than a year, but for many genes, it's only a matter of a few weeks. Down the road, the study may have something to say about those with compromised immune systems right here on Earth. Think about a transplant patient. There are a lot of ties between astronauts and terrestrial medicine. That's what they say.
That's not unfounded. We have made a lot of breakthroughs in virtually every science due to our continued presence in space and all the cool stuff we come up with up there. But I don't know if gravity-sensitive genes is going to be something that we can apply here on Earth, like maybe a low-gravity therapy chamber. But I think that would make immunodeficiencies worse. I don't know.
No, it's actually it exacerbates them. So yes, it would. I don't know. Maybe they can use more gravity to make something happen that won't happen. I don't know. I'm sure they could find some way.
I don't know how we generate more gravity. Well, I guess you could put somebody in a centrifuge for an extended period of time. For a long time, I've been trying to figure out how to create a time dilation field here on Earth so I can get more hours out of the day. Maybe I should just hang out in a centrifuge.
We had a centrifuge when I worked over at my ex's office, and I had to. They made me like check it and make sure it's working and all that. And there's like little tester tubes you have to put in there to check it and stuff. And I never really put anything in it, but I tested it several times. It worked fine. We never used it for a fucking thing. But the picky ass boss made me dust it off every few months and try it out. The booty becomes a flutie because it is now floating. Oh, is that what it does to the booty? It's a flutie. Fucking love you, Tobin. I'm so glad you're here today.
I thought the flutie was on the other side.
I'm not saying a word. Anyway,
I'm a bad influence, I know.
So Tobin said, I think Verizon's recently sent civilians into space. I wonder if they are considering this. I don't know. That's a good thing. Now, Virgin, do you mean Virgin and not Verizon? Because Virgin is the ones that sent the 3 civilians into space. One of them paid for it a long time ago, and the other 2 won it or whatever.
It's a Richard Branson's space company.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it sure is. Anyways, I think that's what he meant. Virgin Galactic and SpaceX. Oh, SpaceX also sent civilians. That's interesting. Huh.
I
thought hyperbaric chambers were used in treatment.
I knew they were.
Oh no, they were just straight off the street civilians. Just took them up there. The old man that was on there was like fucking 80, 75 at least, had to be.
Well, I mean, it's safer than diving to the Titanic.
Hey, diving to the Titanic is perfectly safe if you listen to the experts and build your fucking ship correctly. And don't use it 9 times after they said 1 trip and no more. That would be a good idea. Anyways, so why am my nose so sneezy, Ember? What'd you do to me?
I'm infectious like the astronauts.
Is that what it is? You make me sneezy? Okay, I'll remember that when we meet in person. People who spend long periods of time in America may also benefit from this research. With these individuals, you can run them through difficult trial to a profoundly extreme environment. You can put them in a base for a year. They experience 24-hour darkness, 24-hour light. So you've got almost everything but microgravity and radiation in the Antarctica. Wait a minute. How do we get to the Antarctica?
Yeah, but the gravity is the key part of... Whatever.
Oh.
And in fact, in space, they don't get 24-hour darkness, 24-hour light. They go around in 90 minutes.
No. They said in Alaska, because it's like that, they can do it. They're talking about doing it in the... I don't know how they got to Alaska. I missed that. They just they just jumped right to Alaska.
Yeah.
Anyways, so they're saying
terrestrial medicine, and then people who spend long periods of time in Antarctica may also benefit. Because with these individuals, you run them through difficult travel and a profoundly extreme environment.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I see.
I don't think gravity-sensitive genes equals extreme environment, though. Like, that is an extreme environment, but it's a specific kind. It's like saying this person froze to death, so we're going to throw you in an oven because it's also an extreme environment.
I'd fight you for it. I'm not letting you put me in that oven, bro. I mean, I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
I just have it to say that. You ain't throwing me in no oven, Ember. Damn it.
Watch out for Godwin's law.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Tobin. I thought I'd lost my mind and Verizon was doing something I didn't know about. I'm like, I just want them to give us good phone service. That's all I want from those guys. 10 minutes to a couple of days wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but then after you get past that initial point of being up there, yeah, you're up there. Just don't go down in a 400 feet in a sub rated for less than 1,000. Check. Thank you, Mage.
I just generally advise don't go down in subs below a distance you can swim back up from.
Exactly, Sumami. There's only
penguins. Penguins live there.
There are penguins there. Yes, there are penguins.
Yeah.
I believe there are some polar bears and such. Yes.
Nope.
Absolutely.
Nope. Actually, Antarctica is named that because it means land of no bears.
So they're not that far
up?
The whole
Arctic thing. People think Arctic means cold, but it actually means land of bears.
I didn't know what
so the Antarctic has no bears. Yeah.
Okay.
It's true.
See, guys, this is why we hang out with Ember. Everybody see this? Huh? We learn shit. That's what I'm saying. No, I did not know that. Yeah, no, that's exactly, yes. Your mommy's right. Who lives there? Nobody lives there.
Penguins are people.
Brainless said there's some Jewish ninja penguins, and I'm going to have to trust Brainless on that because I've never seen a Jewish ninja penguin before in my life. Okay, so
the fact you've never seen them just proves they are ninjas.
Dum 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 dum. Okay, so as we send astronauts farther and farther out, I think they missed an R, to the moon and even Mars, experts say it will be harder to get them back to the Earth for recovery or expedient treatment. The feasibility of extraditing compromised astronauts back to the Earth is just not there anymore. And hence, we need to develop these new countermeasures to cater to these space travel issues on the immune system. Which makes sense because, I never thought about that. They don't have any kind of
extraditing. They want to go through a legal procedure to force the ISS to turn over astronauts. I think he meant extracting or maybe evacuating.
He did say extradite. Well, I mean, depends on how you want to look at it, right? No, it doesn't work. I'm trying.
This article was written by a professional author. Are we sure it wasn't an AI? ChatGPT just doesn't dictionary or something.
Sumami, this is on the borderline of did they have a big nose? I'm just saying. That's really close to insulting Jewish people. Really close. Did you guys hear about that movie they came out with about the Jewish guy? And was it Bradley Cooper or somebody? It was Bradley Cooper played him. And they gave him a giant prosthetic nose, and it was so obvious it was exaggerated. And then they showed an actual picture of this guy, and he didn't even have a big nose. And some of the Jewish people are pissed off right now, and I don't fucking blame them. Just saying. Yeah, it's like horribly huge nose that they gave him in that movie.
Leonard Bernstein.
Who?
Interesting.
Is that who the movie's about?
Yeah, it's a Netflix biopic named Maestro about the life of Leonard Bernstein. Apparently, Leonard Bernstein's children say that was actually accurate for their father.
Well, that's conflicting from what I heard. They what I heard was Well, what I heard was the family didn't care. They were just so happy that someone talked about their father that they didn't give a shit. But other people, because there's always a shit stirrer somewhere. Come on, folks. We all know.
Yeah,
There's shit stirrers.
It's a New York
So
Times
someone
article.
somewhere started bitching about it, and it got into a big thing. And the family is not insulted, but some of the other Jewish people are. So,
well, that makes me curious. Is it actually Jewish people? Because WASPs in the United States, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, absolutely love to get offended on someone else's behalf instead of asking that someone else how they feel about it.
No, we don't want to do that. What? Are you crazy, Amber? You know what it's exactly like? It's like people thinking because I'm trans that I'm going to get mad if you use the wrong pronoun or whatever. Well, unless you're being malicious, I ain't going to get mad. So it's kind of the same thing, right? They didn't see it as malicious, so they're not upset about it. And this is great, by the way, too, being teenage Jewish ninja penguins, Hebrews in tuxedos, penguin power. That's fucking great.
Oh, now it needs to be set to music.
Oh, I agree with you, Sumami. If I had the money to get mine put on, I would want it circumcised, yes. But, that's also cultural. Like, people have asked me, why would you want it circumcised? And I'm like, I guess that's because what I grew up around. I don't know. I just think it looks more normal to me. Because I never saw any uncircumcised penis until I got on YouTube and, found Pornhub. Anyways, not the point. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so here is
the real dude.
Yeah, but you see, his nose was not that big, man. Like, that is a complete exaggeration. That
it's
is
not
really
that bad of an exaggeration, though.
I mean, it's kind of exaggerated.
It's a little bit of a honker, but yeah, the left is the actual Bernstein, and the right is Cooper with the prosthetic.
Cooper with the prosthetic, yeah, Maestro. That's it.
Yeah.
I've actually heard it's a really good movie. Yeah, the family's fine with it. Yeah, you're probably right.
Honestly, I think the chin is a bigger issue. Because Cooper's chin sticks way the fuck out, and Bernstein's chin is like kind of backwards.
I think that
like
makes
underneath
I think that makes the nose look worse. I think it's his chin.
Could be.
You just nailed something. Yeah, Cooper's chin being bigger makes the nose look bigger. It's almost like it enhances the stick-outedness. But yeah, that's a good point.
Technical terms.
Yeah. That's how the scientists came out with it. They made it up, not me. Don't look at me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's an exceptionally handsome photo.
It's got to be fun being one kind of. Yeah. Oh yeah, Bernstein.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Very
like
dashing dude.
Yeah, he was a good-looking guy. The chin. Yeah, I think the chin is actually. Like, that's what I'm saying is on Bradley Cooper, the chin makes that nose look worse, is what I think.
Yeah, it makes the whole face
his chin with
look fake because it's like the Green Goblin or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's putting that prosthetic on, they had to put the prosthesis shit all the way out to here and up on his forehead. So where his face is really smooth, so that's what it is.
Fucked up his cheekbone. Made his eyes,
and it makes
weird. His eyes look deeper, which makes the nose look even bigger.
Yes, you're right. I think it's a combination of all of it in the photo.
This is just horrible face design. Somebody
really is.
Somebody,
damn it, God,
the manufacturer.
Damn it, God, why did you do that? Hi, Purple.
Hello.
Yeah, that's true, Brainless. The pics are from different angles, and that does affect it. That's true. And Sumami said that's a really exceptionally handsome photo of Bernstein. So maybe they just picked the best one of him for this article. And also, when people talk about things, they're going to look for the article where his nose looks the smallest, right?
Maybe.
We know they're going to do that.
I think they wanted more. Partly they wanted dashing, but also they wanted that profile so you could see his real nose for comparison.
No, I agree.
Yeah, again, this
This
question
one.
of who was complaining about it if his family didn't have a problem with it.
I heard it was Jewish people, but like Ember said, it could have been the Wasps. We don't know. Nobody that is Jewish might, somebody might not even be somebody that's Jewish who bitched about it. Is the point?
In a way, it's actually
don't really
kind of
know.
doubly racist because, like, the fact that Bernstein was Jewish means the person making the accusation is being racist about the Jewishness, because if you did that to a non-Jewish person, nobody would fucking care. But they would say, oh, well, this person was Jewish, therefore you gave him a big no. So it's like the person is telling on themselves about their own racism when accusing the other person of doing something racist. It's pretty fucked up.
I agree. Sumami said, plus, I don't get why people are mad at the actor. He's not the one who chooses his makeup. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? They like everybody thinks that whoever's the face of whatever is the one responsible for it. You know?
Well, that's what
it would be like.
People still get mad at like the actress who played Dolores Umbridge.
I didn't hear about that
play
one.
Villains in movies a lot of time get a lot of heat.
Yeah. Americans especially have a really, really hard time separating fact from fiction.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, well, if people didn't have that problem, remember, we wouldn't have like conspiracy theorists and flat earthers that don't believe NASA is real and,
fundamentalist Christianity, little cults.
I really wouldn't doubt if it was random people on Twitter that started all this. Because, here's one of the problems we have. And this is I feel like a earth-wide thing. Like, everybody has this fucking problem on this planet. Is that people are bored, and these bored people love drama. And because they love drama, they go out and they look for it. And if there's none, they will create it.
Yeah.
And that's the fun part. So
that sounds about right.
Yeah. So that's a fact. I forgot to send Mage a link because I'm a horrible, horrible person. Okay, so let's
a terrible
kill that.
Host anyway.
Oh, I know. I'm just, oh my God, just horrible, horrible, horrible person. Okay, so the next one I have is an article about a nuclear powered ship. And I found this really interesting. So this was built, they started built in 1959. And then they finished it in 62. It was used from 62 to 65 and had passengers on it. And it's so retro 1950, 60. It's really cool. So now this is what I find interesting. The only reason they didn't continue to use this ship. Oh, I guess I could like bring up a picture or something, huh? The only reason they didn't continue to use this ship was because powering it up and changing out the nuclear cores was nearly impossible, and there wasn't stations at the different ports for them to do that at. So they had to like pull it out and dry dock it and blah 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 to do all this stuff. So
are you telling me that's that plutonium is not available at every corner 7-Eleven?
I know,
because I was promised plutonium being available at every corner 7-Eleven.
That's so funny. All right, let's.
Well, building the ship, they saved a bundle. They didn't have to install interior lights since the passengers would glow in the dark.
No, it was actually that was the only reason they killed this thing. And at the bottom of the article, they're going to show you a block of wood, and inside the front where you will first walk into the ship, there's a table there, and it's got this block of wood on it. And that block of wood was all the plutonium they needed to power that ship and go to like 15 different ports. But we'll find out the exact numbers. So deep inside the port of Baltimore, past stacks of shipping containers and a plant that makes wallboard, sits the world's first and only nuclear-powered cruise ship, the NS Savannah. The Savannah is the only nuclear-powered merchant ship the U.S. ever built, and the only nuclear vessel in the world designed with passengers in mind. So, it's another shot of the ship right there. It, it looks pretty much like a basic ship from that day. And then as we go along, you'll see more pictures of how they, had it decorated and all the furniture and everything. So,
no Titanic or anything, but
no,
looks cruise
it's
ship
just
shape.
a good size. Yeah, but back then cruise ships weren't they were. Like this is a typical cruise ship back then. It wasn't meant to hold 1 million fucking people. Now they're just greedy and they keep adding in rooms and squishing in little corner rooms and shit just to make an extra dime.
Yeah, the super hotels.
Yeah. Well, cruise ships weren't really a thing back then. So in order to make them profitable, they usually had to, be able to carry some cargo as well as the passengers.
Right. Now they take the cargo off and they just charge so much that, well, they're rich. Yeah. But good point, Purple. I didn't even think about that. Savannah's origin story began in the darkest day of the Cold War in December of 1953. The very future of the world seemed to be in question. The Soviet Union had just detonated its first thermonuclear weapon, and a year before, the United States had tested its own 10-megaton device on a remote Pacific island. The blast was so powerful, it wiped the island from the face of the earth. I didn't know about that.
That's just rude.
I mean, really? That poor island. What did it ever do? In his speech before the United Nations, the then President Dwight D. Eisenhower acknowledged the peril facing the world, but he refused to accept that the atom's only purpose was to vaporize mankind. The United States knows that peaceful power from atomic energy is no dream of the future. The capability already proved is here today. So here's where you first walk in to the area. Cool thing about this ship is it actually has a huge galley. So when they were in port, they would open it up kind of like a diner, and people from on the port would come in and eat. It was pretty popular thing there for a little bit. This was launched in 1959, and its 74 megawatt nuclear reactor was powered up in 1961.
So what did it do for the 2 years when it was launched? Did it just sit there? Oops, we can't go anywhere. No power.
No.
Well, they were probably trying to build the fucking power for it. I don't know.
Actually, that's pretty common, even with military ships, that there can be like 2 years between when they're launched and when they're commissioned, and the time in between is they're still finishing the interior.
Right. Hey, look, people, there's something you don't see these days. You see that handrail and that's all metal like it should be. Not made of cheap materials. You're not going to fall off the stairs.
Well, that doesn't violate OSHA guidelines. Are we sure this is a capitalist ship?
Hey, this is right around the time they were setting up OSHA, isn't it? Went the late 60s, early 70s that they really started enforcing OSHA. I can't remember now. Okay, so said anybody could buy a ticket. Says that, well, that's it. That's all you said in that entire. Okay, anyway,
that's all he had to say.
Transportation, Maritime Administration, which owns the ship. That's what he said. Anybody could buy a ticket. That was the entire interview, just so you guys know.
In fairness, I've talked to a number of reporters promoting the Comic-Con that I do in Watertown and such, and very often you'll give them a whole fucking, speech, like a full page, 4 or 5 paragraph speech, and they'll take one sentence and publish that. And I'm like, why did I even bother? Come on now.
He said he likes his job. Moving on from Ember. That's people have literally done that to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
All the damn time. And the bitch of it is, like, if you do it the other way and you send them a press release, because they are desperate to fill column inches in newspapers and content time on actual news broadcasts. So if you send them a press release, they will read the shit out of it. They won't even fact check it. They just go the whole thing, boom, right into press. But if you talk to them, well, that means they have to write things down. So that's just not happening.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Okay.
I'd go on a nuclear ship. That sounds fun.
It does sound fun, and you know, it's like supposed to be quiet and all that, because there's you don't have that all the noise, you know.
Yeah.
So it says this ship was more of a proof of concept than an actual cruise ship. It could carry just 60 passengers, and it also held cargo holds for transporting goods. Purple totally called that one. So this is one of the common areas. You'll also know that there's an ashtray built into that trash can right there. Because back then,
it look like that floor is flooded.
I know. I thought that too. I'm like, I hate the floor design from that era.
I hate to tell you guys, but you know what that is on that floor? Those are those old asbestos tiles that they quit putting in places. But
doesn't a room looking like it's flooded? Isn't that the last thing you want on a cruise ship?
They just buffed the floor for the picture, Purple. Come on.
Because if it did flood, you wouldn't panic because the floor always looks like that.
Oh, now everybody wants to be the captain. Okay, Sumami said, I am the captain now. Tobin said, Arr, Mayday.
I'd let Sumami be captain of a nuclear ship.
I don't know. She could be vicious. I don't know if I would give her that much destruction power.
Well, think about it this way. If you don't make her captain,
somebody else is gonna get blamed when we run into the dock.
If you don't make her captain, no doubt, she'll mutiny. Nobody wants to see that.
Tobin said, just jump on the deck and flop like a fish. I know, Sumami. That's what I'm saying. They buffed the shit out of that floor. They really did.
It's not even level anymore.
Those actually were not slippery back in the day. If you had basic tennis shoes, your shoes would not, because those are the kind of floors we had in school. Your shoes would not slide on that. It would just stop, and you get the little chirp. Yeah, like you're not sliding on that floor unless you have now if you have business shoes on, you'll slip on that floor or high heels or something. But if you have any kind of shoe with a sole on it, you will not slide on that floor. That's why everybody loved those floors. Like the kids didn't just slide on them if they had sneakers on. You know, they are like you couldn't get your foot to slide on them.
Oh, yeah, because in 1959, the people who could actually afford a cruise ship wouldn't be wearing formal clothes.
They'd be in golf outfits and whatnot.
Yeah,
that's true.
The guys would be wearing a three-piece suit and those black patent leather shoes, and they'd be all over there. Especially if the ship's pitching a little bit in the waves.
Thank you, Brainless. Have a good night.
Night, Brainless.
Sumami says, I actually come from a long line of captains, but I'm stupid. Oh, honey, you are not stupid. You just come and see Beck. I'll make you feel better. Yeah, I'm not going to stop flirting with her. Nope. Anyways.
I couldn't tell.
She's funny and brilliant and, well, she's hot. So, I mean, I'm just saying. I think she's beautiful. Let's see. Where were we in the chat here? Fair, and I come from a long line of fuck-ups. Same. Actually, the only thing that my family ever did good was every war, as far back as I can find my family being alive, we were in the war. So, Civil War 2, 1, overseas, you name it. So yeah, I come from a long line of military people who were alcoholics on my father's side. That's what I come from. I'm sure that furniture would slide across the floor if listed even a little. Yeah, now the furniture will slide. That actually would be fun. I want to get an old floor like that with the old metal chairs with the ends like the desk chairs have, and we just push each other around. We
put
can get
the
like
little furniture mover felt things.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we could get a 4-wheeler and tie a rope to it and just have the 4-wheeler do circles in the middle of the floor. What do you think?
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll tie the rope tight. Don't worry about it.
I got one of the 4-wheelers in the trunk of my car.
Oh yeah, you can do a risky business slide for an hour on that floor. Yes, Brainless. Absolutely. Anyways, moving on. We really concentrate on the floor of the ship. There's so many other cool things in here. Yeah, those are little ashtrays built into the table right there. No, I don't know. I think they might be cup holders, honestly, or something. But
1959, more likely ashtrays.
That's what I was thinking, because I already the top of that trash can had a.
Well, that's what I mean. You said ashtrays first, and it's like I don't even think they invented cup holders back then.
No, they did. It was when you pulled the ashtray out, removed the ashtray part, and shoved your cup into there. If I'm not even kidding. If you look back, you'll see sometime in the 60s, McDonald's came out with fountain drink cups that had a rectangular bottom, so you could jam them into ashtrays.
Really? Huh. Didn't know that. Why did McDonald's just start selling their own cup holders?
Every car had an ashtray.
Yeah, but not every car had a cup holder back then.
I think they thought that far ahead. No.
Yeah.
They were too busy building places and making more numbers for their 18 million burgers sold sign and shit.
Right. Anyways, just a shot of them touring the ship. This is one of the rooms. Look, you can see the springs popping up in that mattress. I guarantee you that was a horrible sleep. Anyways, and these have been.
I mean, it is kind of old though.
For multiple years.
Maybe when it was new.
Yeah, it was used for a long time. Like you can see the floor and stuff is old, but as far as I know, they're not renovating. They're keeping it original. They have removed the nuclear, all that shit, and they moved it to
I wonder
port.
why.
Yeah, they moved it to
that
that
imagine?
port. So you can go tour it and everything. And I think if they're smart, they would start up that fucking dining thing there again and sell food while they have it open for a tour, because people would fucking buy the food.
Well, that would make sense.
People love
open it as a restaurant.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before you came in, Purple. One of the things cool about this ship is when it was in port, the galley is it was so big. Yeah, they would serve people from outside. So yeah, I guess they had good food and stuff too. Look at that old carpet. I remember that carpet.
Yeah. Can you imagine being in the middle of the ocean and the freaking engine goes into a meltdown? Like, fuck.
But I do have to wonder if part of the reason, they decommissioned it, if it didn't have something to do with one of the nuclear treaties.
Aaron.
Oh yeah, what if terrorists got their hands on it and just stole the engine fuel to make their horrible things with?
Hey,
well,
Aaron, go ahead, Perps. Sorry.
No, I was just thinking more to the effect of it may have been in one of the nuclear treaties that, we couldn't have more nuclear powered ships than Russia had. So this would have counted as one of them against the Navy.
Damn, I forgot where it was docked at.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I'm just
Sometimes
guessing
those treaties get weird.
Yeah.
Port of Baltimore is where it is, you guys, if you guys want to go check it out. Port of Baltimore.
Yeah, well, it just says U.S. built. It didn't say, who built it or owned it.
Oh,
yeah. It was privately owned, but.
Yeah, it was owned by a corporation.
Well, I figured it was some private corporation, but still.
Yeah. Well, they were wanting to scrap it, and the guys were like, no, man, we should keep this. This is part of history. And it really is. It's the only nuclear ship we have ever built that was like that. So yeah, it's part of history. I think we should leave it alone and keep it.
Well, yeah, it's the only one that was really built for civilian service that wasn't a warship.
Exactly.
Wait till Elon Musk figures out how to make nuclear powered rockets.
And you guys, you have to remember too that back in the 50s and 60s, they didn't like luxury out everything like they do these days. We are fucking spoiled rotten. Like everything is nice and pretty and done. I mean, it's built less well because underneath is cheaper materials. But yeah, it looks really nice. But you know, you can see back then how people were a lot less frivolous than they are now. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, there's some silly things in that room, like that board. I guess it's to block the light from the porthole, but I don't know why they went with that arrangement. Maybe there's some meaning to it. Maybe it's modern art. But yeah, in the middle of the century, things got shitty. They're less shitty now, but they weren't that shitty before. Like the peak of elegance was the mid to late Victorian age, when even in a peasant's room like this, the bed foot there would be freaking hand carved with like stags and deer and wolves and shit. Everything would be fucking gorgeous.
Or dogs or foxes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, also one of the big differences, you know, is the 60s are when it became really cheap to produce plastics.
Oh yeah.
You know, in the 60s,
well, it wasn't
everything wound up being made out of plastic all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, it wasn't long before that plastic was invented. And by the way, you guys, it was originally invented to stop people's houses catching on fire. It was for wire protection. So that's the person who originally invented it for that. People got crazy. There's plastic everywhere. His grandchildren feel horrible. And they walk around all the time picking up trash they find because they feel so bad that he invented plastic. I'm not kidding you. To this day, his grandkids, they see trash, they go and stop and pick it up because they're like, plastic. It's our grandfather's fault. He fucked up all this stuff just trying to be a good guy. So they feel bad because they know it's destroying our environment, and it has been for a long time. Anyways, moving on. So this is the bridge. Yeah, this is the bridge. I love the old sonar
Adirondack deck chair there.
It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Jason,
the captain's gonna fucking lounge.
Want to heist it, we have to put an engine in order to steal it.
Yeah, you guys would need to
see those big fucking radio towers? The biggest radio towers on deck. We'll just rig them with some sails and fucking windjammer that fucker out of port.
Wait, we can get special made sails made. Steph.
That's
there
right.
You go. There's a plan.
Avast me hearties.
Now see, and here I was thinking that we're gonna have to go and steal a tugboat first.
I mean, we could do that too. I mean, if you're gonna steal one ship, why not steal another?
I mean, this one's way more expensive than the tugboat. You might as well go all in. I'm just saying. Tugboat ain't shit compared to how much that thing's probably worth. And being that it's like antique and all that shit.
Still,
Figure out what the hell is on that ceiling. Anyways, okay. Yes, all work and no play makes. So you're saying that Jack has to lean back and Jack. Never mind.
Wow. Okay, so piracy laws are still on the books in the U.S. Participating in piracy is a maximum of 10 years in prison, but an overt act of piracy still carries a mandatory minimum of life in prison. Minimum.
Oh! Never mind, we ain't doing that anymore. Okay, let's move on. We ain't doing that anymore.
Only if you get caught.
That's right.
Yeah, Farrah and I have said this for a long time. Ever since I was like, I don't know, 14. I've been like, the Earth goes through phases. And eventually, the next phase is going to be get rid of these fucking humans that are destroying my planet. Or me. And so it's going to get rid of us. And
well, yeah.
If you look back in history of the Earth, it's kind of what it does.
Well, we're doing that ourselves.
Because we're exacerbating it. Yeah.
Well,
we're helping.
We can't wipe out all the life on the planet, but we can definitely change the atmosphere to the point that it's unsuitable for our species to live here. So yeah, we're just going to change the atmosphere and change the food supply to the point that it can't support us anymore.
Yep, we're even more rude to ourselves than the Earth is. But yeah, every few 100 million years, it gets bored and just etch-a-sketches.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, a whole bunch of new animals will evolve from that point.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so I'm just going to go through these. This is the engine room, which I think is the coolest fucking photo in the whole thing.
Yeah.
That is the fucking motor that makes that ship go. You can also see down here there's
room.
I know, you
like
see the control room?
Windows.
That's we're gonna see
exactly what you'd picture from a fucking 1960s nuclear reactor.
Yeah, literally. When they do that in the movies, it literally looks like that. And then the guy that was doing the tour and the interview with him said, "Wait, there's no chairs." And he said the engineers didn't sit down back in the day; they stood up on their entire shift. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could see places renting this out as movie sets.
Now that's an idea.
The
they totally should do that
for doing trying to do movies that are supposed to take place in the 60s.
No, you know what? They won't do it unless under one condition. Because normally when you have a movie set, the movies come in and paint and do whatever they want. They can't do anything to this ship.
Yeah.
So it could only be used so many times. I wonder if it's ever been used in a movie. Somebody Google that for me. I wonder if anybody's ever used this ship in a movie. Yeah, they'd have to leave everything original though, because that is the point of them saving the ship and docking it in Baltimore, is because they want to try to keep it as a piece of history. So the crews and stuff in there would destroy it. So they probably would never let them do it. They destroy everything, and they can't fix that because you can't put it back. So just stealing a whole vessel with no one on it, I don't know. You have to find out and let me know.
If they're trying to make it original from 1959, I mean, where would you ever find enough lead paint to redo it?
The NS Savannah has been in at least 2 films, a 1964 documentary called The Nuclear Ship Savannah, and another one, I'm not sure about year yet, I'm still looking, but it's called Once Upon a Nuclear Ship, Stories of the NS Savannah.
Okay, so both movies were about the ship itself, though.
Yeah.
So they made 2 movies about it, but it's never been used for a movie set.
Yeah, it's not like they used it as a scene for a fictional movie.
So here it is. Back in the ship's main lobby, Kohler shows me a small wooden cube. It represents the volume of uranium fuel needed to let the Savannah travel 454,000 nautical miles. That's this.
Yeah.
This is all they used. Just that.
Yeah.
Enough to circumnavigate the world well over a dozen times. Traveling the same distance with conventional fuel would have required approximately 28 million gallons of fuel. 28 million gallons of fuel versus that little cube right there of uranium. You know what? With the way it destroys the environment, I understand why we still use petroleum. Yep. I got it all figured out now. Absolutely does not make sense. I mean, makes sense.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
just think how much coal that would translate into.
In the 70s and 80s, the fossil fuel industries really went on a big disinformation campaign to make everybody scared of nuclear fuel. A lot of the stuff
Not
you were
they had
told
to try that hard
about nuclear power plants was bullshit from the oil company.
Well, it's just... Yeah. It goes right back to my marijuana thing, just like the guy that wanted a spot and he had nothing to run on. So he's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to tell him that marijuana is a gateway drug. And here we are. People still believe it.
Well, we can't reefer madness. We can't make being Mexican illegal, but what we can do is make having the drugs the Mexicans have illegal.
There's a book called After Man. It's a speculation about what life forms would evolve into if humans weren't around anymore. Very interesting, Tubian. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Tubian, that's the first of a series of 3 or 4 books. I think I've got 3 of them here. Yeah, about what species humans would evolve into if our society just collapsed.
I'm interested in what critters would come after us if we do wipe ourselves out. My bet is on octopuses. I think Mark Reed said raccoons. because they already have thumbs and they're clever little fuckers.
Oh, he thinks they'll become top of the food chain almost.
Yeah.
I could see raccoons as, they've got some crudely grasping hands already. I can see them, being fairly up there for the next ones to develop tools.
Yeah, because I mean, you have to have some way to manipulate, because like otherwise you end up like the whales. They have brains that are capable of doing calculus or even more advanced math than we're aware of, but they can't do anything with it. But then there's also, the tapir, who has an articulated appendage that's capable of grasping tools.
Well, the problems the whales and the cephalopods have is, have you ever tried to build a fire underwater?
Yeah, that's a tricky one too. I mean, SpongeBob figured it out, but nobody else has. Yeah, Hellbound, that's absolutely correct. Crab people is all right.
Let me finish off this article and we will move on, because now we're talking about crabs. So since it was decommissioned in 1965, it has never sailed again. In the 80s and 90s, it was berthed at the Patriots Point Naval and Maritime Museum in South Carolina before being put in storage. Decommissioning of the ship's nuclear components began in 2017. In November of last year, its reactor was removed and taken to Utah for disposal. Kohler says full decommissioning of the ship's nuclear components will take another 2 years or so. At that point, the Maritime Administration could dispose of the Savannah, Kohler says, but he hopes it will be protected. Our objective is not to scrap the ship. Our objective is to see the ship preserved somehow. So that's what they're trying to do, which I think is a good cause, because what?
It still had a reactor up to 2017.
Yeah, 6 years ago, it still had a nuclear reactor on board.
And
it was just chilling in storage with a nuclear reactor.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Yes.
Oh, this country's amazing.
Oh.
Good stuff. Get your third arm off me, you damn dirty taper. That's not an arm. Anyways. Okay, so this article I think is really funny. I should have invited Claire on. This is an otter article. It's otter mischief. Hold on.
Hey. I'm into otters. Sloth Girl is my otter half.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's right. She is your otter half. So an otter in Santa Cruz has been hassling surfers and stealing their surfboards.
I saw the story.
This is utterly ridiculous.
Look at them. Look at them trying to hold on to their surfboard away from the otter. Hey, otter, get off. Nah, bro, it's mine.
Yeah,
an aggressive
bloody pirates.
I actually saw a little video clip of that the guy is trying to tip the otter off, and the otter is just going after him. It's like, no way, man, it's mine now.
So funny. Hello, everybody just came in. I think we got Steph in here, and I think that's the only one that just came in. Yeah, so here goes the article. An aggressive sea otter, here I'll say it like I'm in the news. An aggressive sea otter in California is hassling, look, I got bifocals, can you tell? Is hassling locals by riding boards she stole from surfers at the lineup. Steamer Lane is a legendary point break nestled along the rocky shores of Santa Cruz, home to swaths of experienced surfers as well as a 5-year-old female sea otter with a growing reputation for repeatedly confronting surfers and kayakers. The videos across social media show the otter hoisting itself out of the ocean onto the boards while surfers sit back in awe. At times, she's chewed on the boards or forced surfers to surrender their boards altogether. Onlookers in the video could be heard laughing and jest at the surfer's misfortune, but officials with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service say the otter poses a public safety risk. While there have been no confirmed reports of the injury due to the highly unusual behavior of the otter, kayakers, surfers, and others recreating in the area, should not approach the end. Wait a minute. Oh, I read that totally wrong. Anyways, don't approach the damn otter. That's what it's trying to say. Jesus, that was a mess up. 60-year-old Santa Cruz native and photographer Mark Woodward said he has photographed hundreds of otters over the years, but has never seen something like this. I saw the first incident on June 18th, and I didn't know what was happening. It was quite astounding. The USFWS said the otter's behavior is concerning and unusual and thought the exact cause is unknown. Officials said it could be associated with hormonal surges or being fed by humans. Also, it could be rabbit or something. We don't know, which is why they want you to not fucking touch it. The animal officially known as Otter 841 was born in captivity because its mother had also been too friendly with humans and then successfully released into the wild in June 2020. It wasn't until September 2022 she started exhibiting her bizarre behavior at Steamer Lane. Steamer Lane. I'm not touching that. That does not sound like a surf spot.
Okay, so she was basically raised by humans, is what they're saying.
And this is what, Otter 842?
Well, when she was a baby, she was released. So she is not her mother was adapted to humans, and hence why she's in captivity.
Well, they didn't say how old she was when she was released. So to me, it was like she was in captivity for a couple of years at least.
Well, she's only 5 years old, and they released her in 20. She was 2 years old then.
Okay.
When they released her. So yeah, I guess she was not a baby anymore. You're right. She is cute though. Chilling.
Yeah, like sea otters are a lot bigger than river otters. So adult sea otters can get up close to 100 pounds.
Oh, fuck that. No wonder they don't want to mess with it. That's a heavy ass animal. So here's a warning sign at the beach, which, by the way, if you look beyond the sign, that is beautiful. It says, aggressive sea otter in this area, enter the water at your own risk. Keep away from marine wildlife. I just thought it was funny that it's stealing surfboards.
Okay, the Navy wildlife is safe, though?
The what?
Just not the marine wildlife?
Yes. Yeah, screw those jarheads.
Man. I don't know if you want to screw with them. I'm not saying a word. Oh, goodness. Let's see what the chat has to say. She's familiar with humans enough to interact with them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I didn't catch that part when I read the article before. So that definitely changes everything with her being released at 2 years old. Mage says, I saw a story of a buck acting odd and not displaying fear of humans. After it was shot, they found it was blind and had hair growing out of its eyes. What?
How?
That's weird as fuck.
What? I can't even stand a hair on my face that's loose. I can't imagine having hairy eyes.
Maybe it was approaching humans because it wanted help. And they freaking shot it. How rude.
Yeah, they fucking shot it. Well, you know, white people. Let's see. Sloth is my spirit animal. Cindy said, "Sloth is my spirit animal. I'm lazy." You better talk to Sloth Girl about that. I think she's already claimed that. So Mommy says, "I'm telling you all, don't ever look up what male sea otters do to baby seals." Oh yeah, no, you don't want to see that for sure. Yeah, that's not something I think that little shit is going for the assholes in Steamer Lane. See, that's what I was trying not to. I really wanted to say something like, is there like people just walk down there and shit? Steamer Lane? What the fuck is that? Farron said, challenge accepted. All right. So that was a fun one. So this one, I find this kind of interesting here. Yet it's something we can laugh at. Out-of-body experiences. So.
Okay, we already got sausage in the title, so where are we going with this?
Blame the sausage-shaped piece of your brain. I guess it is actually possible. Anyways, Dr. Parvizi remembers meeting a man with epilepsy whose seizures were causing some very unusual symptoms. He came to my clinic and said, "My sense of self is changing." The man told Parvizi that he felt like an observer to conversations that are happening in my mind, and that I just feel like I'm floating in space. Parvizi and a team of researchers would eventually trace the man's symptoms to a sausage-looking piece of the brain called the anterior precuneus. Sure, precuneus, that's it. This area nestled between the brain's two hemispheres appears critical to a person's sense of inhabiting their own body or bodily self. Which I guess is the feeling of the out-of-body thing. The finding could help researchers develop forms of anesthesia that use electrical stimulation instead of drugs. It could also help explain the antidepressant effects of mind-altering drugs like ketamine. Finding the seat of the physical self. It took Parvizi's team years of research to discover the importance of this obscure bit of brain tissue. In 2019, when the man first came to Sanford's comprehensive epilepsy program, Parvizi thought his symptoms would be caused by seizures in the posteromedial cortex, an area toward the back of the brain. This area includes a brain network involved in the narrative self, a sort of internal autobiography that helps us define who we are. Parvizi's team figured that the same network must be responsible for the bodily self too. Let's see here. Where am I? This area. Okay. Everybody thought, well, maybe all kind of selves are being decoded by the same system. A series of experiments on the initial patient and 8 other volunteers pointed toward a different explanation. All the patients had severe epilepsy and were in the hospital as part of an effort to locate the source of their seizures. The process requires placing electrodes in the brain and then waiting for the seizure to occur. These electrodes can also be used to deliver pulses of electricity, so Parvizi's team was able to stimulate different areas of the brain to see whether they affected a person's sense of self. When the team stimulated the anterior precuneus, lo and behold, everybody has changes in their sense of what we call the bodily or physical self. Parvizi says. In other words, the stimulation produced an out-of-body experience. People felt detached from their own thoughts and no longer anchored in their own bodies. The finding was surprising because the anterior precuneus is separate from the brain system for maintaining a narrative self. Instead, it appears devoted to the sense that something is happening to me, not another person. We think this could be a way for the brain to tag every experience in the environment as mine. That role for the anterior precuneus makes sense, says Christophe Lopez, a researcher of the National Center for Scientific Research in France. When they stimulate the anterior precuneus, you can evoke that the body is floating or the body is falling. That means the brain has to make sense of conflicting information. For example, signals from the inner ear may say the body is falling, while signals from the eye says it's stationary. Yeah, that's called vertigo. I have that, and it is not cool. Sometimes the best solution, which is found by the brain, is to think that you are somewhere else out of the body. The brain may face a similar conundrum when people take drugs like ketamine, which affect the anterior precuneus. Ketamine seemingly is producing this artificial rhythm in the brain that is disrupting function of the area. The slow rhythm is similar to one that Parvizi's team saw when it stimulated the brain of epilepsy patients. That could mean it will someday be possible to use electrical pulses in place of anesthetic drugs like ketamine. You could get the specific brain areas that you want without having to cause a brain-wide and system-wide effect that may carry with it a lot of side effects. So, like, some people don't wake up. So I find that interesting that mainly that not only do we have an explanation for out-of-body experiences, which people have been saying they've been having for I don't know how long now, the brain does make you think that's happening. So that explains that. And also I find it very interesting that we might be able to get away from the use of anesthesia, because there's some people who cannot have anesthesia because of the medication they're on, and yet either they get the anesthesia so they live, or if they stay on the medication that keeps them alive, and then they die anyways. So I think it would be amazing. It's just like the Swedish scientists experimenting with oxygenating a pig through its anus. And yes, they're actually doing it. Look it up. It does work. And so what they're trying to do is make it so they can use that to oxygen. Like, let's say you have someone that has a severe trauma to their throat, and if you go to work on it, you're going to kill them because they can't breathe, right? But you can't tube them; it's in their throat, so they can oxygenate them through their anus and go ahead and do the surgery. So I think that's pretty cool. What say you?
Yeah, but well, if they're saying that they're going to stimulate this area instead of anesthetic, so what, during the surgery, the patient's going to be awake but have the sensation they're floating out of their body and watching the surgery?
It seems kind of weird, but it does remind me of lots of times with neurosurgery, you have to be awake because they need to poke and prod and make sure they don't chop up certain areas of your brain. So they use a local anesthetic instead. And that's so freaky to me, the idea of having the top of your head off and your brain exposed and you're still conscious. So fucked up.
Oh yeah, I mean, they were talking about that. Aram was saying on Blasphemer's Bible that anytime he gets a surgery done, if he can, he tells them leave him awake. He doesn't like to go under, so they do. They local anesthesia him and keep him awake, and yeah.
Bionic which has to be had that done. That
it's got to be kind of weird though, huh, Perps? Because you can't. Okay, so when they numb you, for anybody who's never had a part of their body numbed. I'm just going to say this. So when they numb you, you don't feel pain, but you still feel pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be really weird to me to be awake and they're like digging in your intestine or something. Fuck that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, just
I don't like that at all.
Bionic Dance had that done. That they did a surgery to cure her seizures, and she was describing that she was actually awake while they had a hole in the back of her head and they were poking at her brain.
Yes, that's how they have to do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. I forgot she had that done. Good memory, Perp. I'm imagining a plankton piloting a man. Oh. Yeah, I know, Hellbound Hillbilly. When I first heard it, I thought it was a joke. And so I went and investigated myself, and I found several articles on it by, like, esteemed medical places, so it is real. I thought, no, there's no way. But, the bottom line is we're always playing with the human body and trying to learn more things and discover more things and cure more things or, slow down aging or whatever we're trying to do.
Yep.
So we're bound to come up with some really strange shit. If you guys are interested in medical stuff, look up James Tour with his rat experiment.
James
and
Tour
if you haven't heard of
useful?
It, oh yeah, I think it's James Tour. I think that's who it is. It's got to be the same guy. Well, he was manufacturing stuff with carbon fiber. Decided, hell with it, we'll make our own carbon fiber because it's so expensive. Like a block this big is like thousands of dollars or something. So he brought in his own carbon and everything, was going to make his own. They started playing with it. What they did was they mixed it with some kind of a glue. And then they took a rat and cut its spinal cord with a scalpel and glued it back together with carbon glue. And in 14 days, he was walking again. Pretty fucking cool. Can you imagine how many people... Can you imagine how many? Yeah, well, no, but he's fine now. At the 14-day mark, he had relearned all of his muscles, what nerves control what muscles, and he was walking around, and one of his little paws was a little crooked. He hadn't figured out how to straighten it out all the way. But could you imagine if you have people with severed spinal cords, what kind of lives we could save?
Yeah.
I mean, dude.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people are in wheelchairs and is sitting in, back to almost perfect function in 2 weeks for a rat? Now, whether he knows what else he's talking about, I don't fucking know. But by God, that's fucking brilliant. That motherfucker's getting rich off that shit. All we have to now here's the problem: is getting the
amazing
FDA
if somebody else can duplicate his experiments. Although I think there are ethical questions in trying to duplicate that experiment.
Yeah, with any new medical technology, you've got to do extensive animal testing before you can even offer it to volunteer humans.
Yeah.
But I mean,
so that was the last I heard was they had done the rat experiment. And
yeah, we're living in a new age of miracles. We got Mr. Beast running around, curing the blind and the sick, and apparently James Tour is figuring out how to do the faith healer thing for real and cure paralysis. This is trippy as hell.
And I like you that way. I'm swear to God, you're probably like 25 and I'm hitting on someone half my age and it's probably horrible. I don't even know. How old are you, Sumami? Should I stop hitting on you? Like even joking? It's probably like sick at this point, isn't it? Anyways,
Beck, a gentleman never asks.
Hey, a gentleman always asks. Hellbound Hillbilly said, we're always playing with the human body. The anus is quite often involved. They have got a whole section for that on Pornhub. Go ahead, Purple. What were you going to say? Oh, Junie. That's what you said.
Yeah. I just saw Junie came in.
Hello, beautiful person. How are you? Miracles rocketed after Photoshop and deep fakes were invented, right? Oh my God. Don't get me started on that.
Well, we keep asking for evidence. Where are the photos? So now they're bringing us some. Never mind, they have to fake them. They are trying to do as we ask.
I have been wondering for some time. That
Go ahead.
Well, way back in the 80s, they said that they couldn't accept tape recordings as evidence in court because it was too easy to edit them. So when are we going to reach the point that they're not going to accept photographs as evidence in court?
Yeah, well, there's a forensic analyst for both audio and I've actually done some of this myself. When a photo's edited, it always leaves telltale marks. And you can find like lines of pixels that don't belong in various things. So it takes time because you have to go through a few different processes to see which way they edited it and what they did. But you can figure out that a photo's been fucked with.
Oh yeah, you can almost always tell because they'll like if they stretch something out, it'll blur some of the color and stuff. You can tell when they do it usually. Okay, so hello, Holy Spackle, my friend. How are you? If you would like to come on, let me know. This is an open panel. We're just doing fun stories. I just put a link in the chat. You guys don't go watch it now. You wait until after my stream's over at fucking 10 p.m. No, I'm kidding. So anyways, that link, you know what? Hold on. We'll just watch it real quick. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, according to the Houston Chronicle, it was that James Tour, professor at Rice and a chemistry student, graduate student, William Sakima, were the ones who, mostly William Sakima, but yeah, Tour was his graduate studies advisor.
Okay, well, here you go. I have the video. Hold on.
Holy Spackle should just get in here. I mean, it'll be more entertaining if it doesn't wait until she gets unstoned.
Oh, she's stoned? Oh, no, we want her in here now. Here. Emergency.
There they are.
Emergency copy and paste. No, we want you in here now high. I'll get high with you. Just come on in. I have the video, though, too, Ember, but go ahead and go over this article real quick. It's all yours, buddy.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We can see, we recognize that's the James Tour we know and love to throw tomatoes at. And this head chopped off person is William Sakima. I don't know why they couldn't frame the photo correctly.
That's called bad editing. Click the right hand. Yeah, let's see what else if they got any.
Oh, there's the drama shot of Tour.
What's he trying to be, Trump now?
Ads.
That's him.
Let's see.
These
are other
Rice
other
University
students.
Researchers. I need you to fill me in here. What is James Tour known for here?
I'm going to show you in just a minute.
He's a legit biochemist.
He really
he's
is.
Infamous because he's also a creationist and like keeps trying to tear down other branches of science he doesn't understand in order to try to make the Bible be true. But he is actually really, really gifted in biochem. Let's see. Stuff about spinal cord injury. There we go. William Sakima. Nice graphene nanoribbons.
Oh, I went to pull that up and it just knocked yours out. I'm sorry. Let's switch those.
Oh, it's all right.
Go ahead. Will Sakima customized graphene nanoribbons for medical use and is the co-lead author on research paper published September 13th in the Journal of Surgical Neurology International. As described in the paper, the researchers cut the cervical spinal cord on lab rats and then later applied PEG on the separate part. The results showed electrophysiological recovery of the reconstructed cervical spine cord at 24 hours after surgery within the experimental group, but no recovery in the control group. In a separate study performed at Konkuk University in South Korea, Texas, PEG succeeded in restoring function in a rodent with a severed spinal cord. Tor said the material reliably allowed motor and sensory signals to cross the gap 24 hours after the complete transection of the spinal cord. Oh, you moved it.
Freaking ads popping in.
Oh,
not an extra ad loaded.
That's okay. We'll just go over to this one here and we'll
that's pretty much it. It's just tour bragging, trying to take credit for what a student did.
Right.
As one does.
Okay, so let me
But yeah, it's cool they got confirmation that a Korean lab was able to duplicate the results.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Okay.
Cut in half. Then we put one drop of a 1% solution.
Okay.
This rat has had its spinal cord cut in two at C5, totally cut in half. Then we put one drop of a 1% solution of graphene nanoribbons and polyethylene glycol in that gap, and the rat starts walking again after 2 weeks. In the first 2 weeks, her brain was remapping the connections. And then after that, the rat can get up and walk, scored an 18 out of 21 on a mobility scale. And now you see the rat after 3 weeks and scores a 19 out of 21 on a mobility scale, 21 being the optimal mobility. And this rat can do quite well. And you see how this rat even tries to run away.
That's fantastic. It's even better than just the freaking miracle of restoring a completely severed spinal cord. It's also the fact they were able to gather data during the delay and establish that the brain was remapping connections. That's fucking cool.
So the extended version of that, right after they did it, you saw the rat kind of just laying there. They bottle fed it, and it laid there, and it just kind of like, it was just acting twitchy because the brain was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, my left paw's over here on this nerve now. Yeah. And my right paw's over. Yeah. So it literally had to remap it. But you see what brains are capable of in mammals? It remapped that in 2 fucking weeks while it was healing.
It may take humans a little bit longer. Our brains are a little more complicated, but I'm reminded of another experiment where
we're also hard-headed too, and we have our own ideas and think we know everything, and that really fucks up some shit. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's all prefrontal cortex bullshit, though. Who the fuck was it? They did an experiment, had a person wear a blindfold and put a sensor on their tongue, and that sensor, it was an actuated thingamabob. And it was connected to a light sensor. And so it would put little pinpricks into the tongue based on the intensity of the light that the light sensor's pixels received, just like a digital camera. And after, I think it took 2 hours, the person was starting to get images in their mind the same way you do from your much low resolution, but they were seeing with their damn tongue. Once the brain figured out it was visual signals, it just routed that information into the visual cortex and started processing it. Trippy as fuck, right?
I can see the shape of my food. That's fucking amazing, though. You know, the brain's an amazing thing. Like, it really is. It truly is. Until something goes wrong, and then it's not okay. But
Sorts data like a crazy person. Sometimes it is a crazy person, but details.
Junie, do you have a Blue Sky? We're all switching to Blue Sky. We're trying to get everybody over there. Oh, and by the way, if anybody wants on Blue Sky, I've been there long enough now. I have, like all of us have, invite codes. So if anybody needs one, let us know.
Well, that's what I had. That's what I had DM'd Junie on Twitter about. Was I was saving a Blue Sky code I had and wanted to give her first choice if she wanted it before I offer it to anyone else.
I've already given out 2, and I think I have another one already. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, I don't have any right now. There was a couple of people that were trying to get away from Twitter and stay in contact, and they were being harassed. Yep. So one of them was one of Peter's friends going to go for it. So I gave them a link to get the hell off of Twitter.
Yeah, unfortunately, the biggest problem with Blue Sky is that it does not let you send private messages. Everything there is public.
Well, they're still in beta.
Yeah. No, I mean, if they could fill that in, that would be, it's the only reason I still log into Twitter is for the private groups.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, no worries, though. We'll all get there eventually. It's just taking a minute.
Yeah,
it's almost like freaking digital heaven,
Elon
right?
Completely destroys Twitter.
Yeah,
it's like digital heaven. We'll all get there eventually.
Liam says the Rat Project began when Sekema read about work by Italian Sekema. Okay, read about work by Italian neurosurgeon Sergio Canavero. Sekema thought nanoribbons might enhance research that depended on PEG's ability to promote the fusion of cell membranes by adding electrical conductivity and directional control for neurons as they span the gap between sections of the spinal cord. Contact with the doctor led to a collaboration with the South Korean researchers. Thank you for that, Liam.
Sweet.
Always awesome.
Yeah, that's the critical bit, is getting the directionality. Otherwise, you don't have cohesive nerve signals connecting one neuron to another. You just have a bundle of electrical activity in between the gap.
Blue Sky is a Twitter with no video access right now. I don't know if they're going to change that later in the future. But it's just a ripped down version, plain version of Twitter is basically all it is. You can repost stuff. You can post stuff. You just, for right now, we cannot. Here you go, Kyle.
Twitter without the birds.
Just for right now, you can't do videos, I guess.
Well, isn't Twitter now Twitter without the birds?
That's true, too. Yeah. Twitter's gone to hell.
There's a big X across it, like, do not enter. That's what I heard.
It's like a porn movie.
Yeah, it's one of the founders of Twitter is in on Blue Sky. He was like, well, this has gone to shit. We need to start over.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of the founders of Twitter who worked on that.
That's great that Elon got it to the point where even the execs are like, fuck this shit and getting the fuck out. And welcome, Mage. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. Glad to hear it. Cosmic Kyle, how are you?
I'm spacey tonight. How are you?
You're hanging out with the crickets.
Yeah, I'm on my back porch, and I'm in like the middle of nowhere.
Hold on, this is great. This is great. We're gonna do it like this. Hold on. I love the crickets.
Oh man.
Someone told a bad joke.
But the crickets are so much fun. Amber, I know that was you. Yeah.
Y'all are hilarious.
Actually, Junie, I'm on Threads too. I just did both because I didn't know where everybody was going.
Yeah, Threads seems kind of. They're still missing a couple features also, but it's pretty nifty. The only real bitch is that you have to do it through your Instagram account. You can't do it on its own. There's no computer version. It's phone only.
I didn't like that part.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no computer version at all?
Yeah, it's just all
no.
Yeah, if you wanna do it, you have to have an account with Instagram. It takes your Instagram info, and if you want to change the name or anything, guess what? You have to change it on. It's all just they're just using it's a sub app of Instagram is all it is. So I wasn't very impressed with that. Yeah.
No, but I mean, if I can't just use it through a regular web browser on my desktop computer, I'm not going to use it. I don't do that
I think
stuff
they
on my
don't realize
phone.
how many people do.
Yeah,
it's a Peter.
It is a Peter. I just mentioned you. How are you, friend?
You've been
Who
summoned.
woke me up? Who set my name on YouTube? You can't say my name on YouTube because I get a notification when someone does that.
Sorry. Sorry, buddy. I didn't.
Do you get royalties if someone says your name?
Okay, everybody. Kyle, hold on. Wait for just a second. Kyle, quit muting yourself, and everybody just be quiet for a second. That's how I felt about Threads. Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah.
Happy to be of service.
We should do a sound cap because those are perfect crickets, right? They're nice
really
and loud and nice crisp sound. We should record that, and then when somebody tells a joke and no one laughs, just play that sound effect.
Okay, Kyle, record it for me real quick. Okay, somebody click that.
I can screen record. Hold on.
Okay, everybody be quiet. Shh.
All right, where's the screen record button? There it is. All right, and 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody.
Never mind.
Okay, that's enough. You only need like 3 seconds of it.
Yeah.
You really only need 2 chirps because that gives you the timing so you can just sequence them out.
Okay, now somebody clip that part for me and send it to me. Thanks, guys. You're great. No, I'm just kidding. I'll just have Kyle send me the screen record. Hello, Clockwork Rex. How are you, friend?
How are you, Uncle Beck? I am
I'm
trying not to burn the hell up. I'm trying not to burn the hell up. I had to go work in the cabbage patches today. That was fun.
Oh, that sucks. But you know, I'd give like a toe for a job right now. Fuck, man. This shit is taking forever. I got a job lined up with FedEx Ground to just do regular like in-city deliveries, which is so fucking easy anyways. So I have that all set up, and then they were like, we'll do a background check, and that's going to take like 2 weeks, and then we're going to, now we got to send you for your analysis. Now that's going to take another 5. Now they didn't do all this. Amber and I were talking about this earlier. They didn't set it all up at once and say, here, this is everything we're going to need from you. They didn't do that. Little pieces at a time. Every other day I get another email. Oh, we need this. Oh, we need this. Or, they're not answering that phone number from your previous position. We need another phone number. We need another email. So I just gave out my old boss's cell phones. Here, they'll fucking answer that shit. Fuck the business line. I gave them their cell phone number. And then they were like, we have all the information. I was like, yeah, I know you do, right? So that I had to wait on. Now I'm waiting on the urinalysis, and then on Saturday they emailed me and say we need a copy of your medical certification, which I could not find all weekend. So I had to run down to the place I got it done at, get a copy made. Thankfully, they didn't fucking charge me because I don't have any money. I would have been like, "Can I take a picture of it and you can keep it?" Because I can't pay for that. And I really thought, because usually you walk in someplace and ask for something to be copied off from your medical record, they charge you like $7 or $10 or something. So they didn't charge me a dime, so that worked out good.
Yeah.
So I sent that in first thing this morning. I'm just waiting again.
Well, that's, hurry up and wait. That's the game we play now.
I know. I don't know if they think I got a job or something, but I don't. That's why I applied for one. Anyways, so. Oh, that's such a good idea. Kyle, you see that? Tobin said, turn the crickets into a beat.
Oh, yeah.
I can write. I don't know how to make beats. That I would need somebody who's like proficient
Tobin?
with. Yeah.
It's already a beat. Just extend it.
Like the musician in the slide chat. Would that be a good idea?
How convenient.
Tobin, set that up for him, buddy. Yeah, we don't do the music. We just do the talking. You don't want to hand me like a guitar or something. I used to be able to play the Stray Cats song, which is like 5 chords.
Well, I mean, Yeah, and you could give that cricket beat to Tobin and his old lady. They would make a song out of it. Needed a drummer to use the crickets as the beat.
Actually, that cricket noise would be good because I like to write poetry about like different seasonal like scenarios. I have one for winter. I could use the crickets for like a summertime poem.
Yeah, you could. You could. Or even a spring.
I know what I'll be doing after the stream on TikTok. Yep.
What did I do, Liam? What was a disaster? Oh man, did I fuck something up again and I don't know it?
Not that.
That's how I answer the door. If somebody was knocking at the door, I'm like, "What the fuck did I do now?"
What'd you say, Rex?
Sometimes I don't. I said, what I say when I answer the door is, "What the fuck did I do now?" Unless it's like old people, then I leave out the fuck part.
What did I do
what
now?
I do now?
Open it real fast. What did I do? It scared the shit out of people. Ah, fuck. That's what I would do. If people came to my front door, I'd scare the hell out. But my front door opens out. I can't do that. I'm going to hit somebody.
Oh, okay.
Knock them off
mine
the
opens
steps.
in, and I live. Well, mine opens in, and I live so far off the road that you get. I didn't call and say, "Hey, come over here and let's have some beers and take a little toke here and there," then you don't need to be pulling up my goddamn driveway. Yeah. You don't need.
Oh yeah,
to
you got a
here.
driveway. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I live in an area where she rents out to other people, so on my landlord's property.
Oh, okay.
So I am not solo here, and I have a tiny home, and unless you have like a customized built wooden home on a trailer, they all open out because you don't want to use the space for it to open into your home. You don't want to do that. Not in a tiny home.
That is true.
But Liam said they're chirping at about 115 beats a minute.
I think I can rap over that. That's not too fast.
Okay, Beck, I can see that as being an issue in climates like this where you need to have a storm door.
Storm door?
Yeah.
Huh?
To keep the bugs out. Keep the bugs out.
No. I had. Oh, you're talking about a screen door.
Well, up here, no, you got storm doors to keep the snow out in the winter.
Well, yeah, that's true too.
No, honey, I got a canopy over my house. I don't have to worry about that. I have a 10 by 20 carport canopy over top of my house that will now be there constantly from here on out. I just put it up. What was that? 3 months ago or something. Like right at the beginning of the summer, I was like, I need a hand, and I got everybody that lives here to come over and set it up on top of my house, and then I was like, you can leave now. I got it. Claire, we did a thing on otters. You missed it. I was talking about you. And I said, we should have Claire in here. And Purple said, hey, I like otters too, damn it.
Oh, hey, y'all were talking about, I was listening to y'all talk about the sea otter. Do you know that they have a special rock that they find to crack open sea urchins with, and they keep it with them all their life? That is not bullshit.
Safe.
Yeah, that is not bullshit.
Huh. Oh, no, not the taper with the ghost. Come on, Ember. What are you doing?
Got to keep your tools safe.
Yes, I have, Purple. Yes, I have. You have to remember, I drove truck for 8 years over the road in the entire United States.
Yeah,
I have been in the middle of the desert during a 20-minute lightning striking thunderstorm that was amazing. Oh my God, it was amazing. I've seen everything from that to driving through Asheville, North Carolina, right after a blizzard, and the snow on the right lane being almost as tall as my eye level of my truck. And I was driving along and I saw something dark in the snow, and I was like, what the fuck is that? It was a car. Somebody left their car on the side of the road on the highway. I guess they broke down in the blizzard. And the snow plow just right down the side of the car.
I hate when that
So
happens.
eventually, when their car got pulled out, it was destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah, the snow was so deep that the guy with the plow didn't even know the car was there. He couldn't even see it. What was the point? So no, it does get crazy up there. The lake effect snow up there goes sideways, like seriously. It's like Forrest Gump snow.
Forrest Gump snow?
Well, you remember in the movie, he was talking about the rain that comes up from underneath you, sideways rain. Yeah. It's sideways snow.
One
it's Forrest
time,
Gump snow.
One time it started raining and didn't quit for 6 months.
One time it started raining. It didn't quit. There was all kinds of different rain. The
Big
light
old
rain that
fat
come up from
rain.
down above you, and the sideways rain, and then the rain that comes up from underneath of you. And when he said that, I was like, "What?" And then they showed him in the river, and I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess that is a kind of rain for him."
from down above you.
From up underneath you.
From up under.
It's raining so hard it's bouncing off the ground.
Yeah. Okay.
No, they were walking through the water. They were walking through water, and the water was up to like their waist, and it was raining so hard the water was bouncing up into his face. That's what.
Yeah, that can happen underground though if the rain is intense enough.
Heck, you woke me up. Give me at least a little bit of time to wake up to this thing and start comprehending what the fuck is going on. Because for now, my brain is just. That's what my brain is doing.
If we want everybody's brains to work, then we're going to take a smoke pause.
I was already there. That's really funny you said that.
But so the reason I joined is because you mentioned me and what happened. So I wanted to thank you at least once in person. This was a woman who was severely harassed on Twitter, and getting her off Twitter. That was a really good thing. So now she can at least stay in touch with people.
Wasn't meaning to like brag or anything. You know, I help anybody I can.
Well, it just you were in time at the right time, and you immediately helped out. So I'm really happy that happened because this is a longtime friend of mine, and so there's this guy who keeps sending her dick pics, and she just needed to be left alone. But she didn't want to
make new accounts and shit. Is he doing that crap?
Yes.
Oh no! What? Is she? Wait a minute. Hold on. First of all, if she's that amazing, can I have her number? No, I'm kidding. Like if that guy's making multiple accounts to try to get her in bed, she must be pretty amazing.
You're the only one who knows who she is because she thanked you. So
yeah, I wouldn't say anything.
And I can say that because that tweet is gone now because the Twitter account is gone. So, but she did thank you, and she's been a long time friend, and she doesn't deserve this kind of shit.
Now, what was he doing to her? I missed that. It broke up on me. What was he doing to her on Twitter?
Sending dick pics, and then when she blocked him, made a new account, kept sending more dick pics, saying, "Hey, if you see this picture, you know who I am." Shit like that. So we're in the process. We're in the process of not only helping him off of Twitter, but helping him off of public life because he's in the UK, and there's a law against sending unsolicited dick pics. You can go to jail for that. So we're now seeing that we can have that happen.
Yes.
Well,
yes, please. I would like that.
Well, yeah, but not helping him out of life, just helping him out of freedom.
Public life.
Yeah, well, that'll work.
If we can get him in jail, we're going to get him in jail. And he's not only doing this to her. There's at least 2 friends of mine on Twitter who are getting pics from him. So
sure.
It's rarely only one person for these people.
Yeah. Is his name Godless Sewing? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Honestly,
I'm sorry, he wouldn't do that. He doesn't want anybody to know how small it is. Never mind.
I enjoyed that video where he came up in this guy who features Karen videos. That was just where he was harassing his neighbor.
You know what? Here's the funny thing: is he came at me and said you doxed me, and I said no, bro.
I saw that.
I said no, bro. Your neighbor doxed you because he was your friend for like a decade, and you turned on him and was physically like coming at him. So he recorded it. He doxed you. I didn't have to.
He seems to have a habit
he was on
doing
his
that.
He was on his socks. So I mean, everyone who's outside on their socks.
He's all badass. Whatever. He lives in the garage of his mother's house. Like, fuck off. You're not that great.
In the Netherlands, there is a saying that if you're a coward, you're a hero on socks. So I mean, for me, it might be slightly different, but
that's weird. Okay, but okay.
Hero on socks. I love it. Like, you're not gonna fight anything wearing socks. What are you gonna do with socks?
Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do?
I love it. That's fucking amazing. That's great.
But yeah, I saw
you know
that.
What?
It's what happened with you was incredibly weird. I mean, how the fuck does someone get to the point to where they start doing that kind of bullshit? I don't get it.
You know, after he attacked me on Twitter and kept changing everything I was saying, we had this big conversation, and he hung out with me for months on my channel. We were buddies. He turned on me like unexpectedly. It was really weird. I don't know if he felt like our friendship was going downhill and he was just going to end it, or I don't know what happened there. I left it alone. I mean, I told a couple people like, man, he just like really just turned on me. So there were some people in the community immediately close to me that knew about it. But when he started the whole, I'm going to cut trans people's heads off with a sword.
Nope.
I was done. And a matter of fact, somebody in the chat just recently contacted me about this person, which is why it was in my brain, and said, hey, what's up with this guy? And I said, blah, 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 blah. And they said, oh, screw him. And I said, yes, I've been trying to get him canceled on YouTube and out of this community for a long time. So if you guys see him like, on somebody's panel, could you tell him that he's a piece of shit fucking hater that wants to kill people? Because I'm not okay with that. You don't say I'm going to cut their heads off with a sword because a trans woman broke up with you because you were being harassing. So fuck you.
Well, that's what happened. I didn't know why they broke up, but yeah, that
he was being a jerk, and she's trying to take care of her. Well, anyways, that's not my story to tell. Point is, it did not go well between them. She split it off. He became instantly hateful of everybody that was like trans. And I don't care if you want to say that shit in your head, but when you come online and say it in front of everybody, I have a problem with that. Because now you're encouraging hate. You're encouraging people to go and hurt other people. Yeah. I'm not okay with that. You don't stay like me and Purple were saying. You don't stay in this community saying shit like that that's hurtful. It's not okay.
Well, I have not seen him around for quite a while. I didn't. No. If he's in contact with anybody in the community anymore, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, every time I see him, I just contact the person and go, hey, he said this, right? And they go, oh. And they ditch him.
Yeah.
And he hates me for it, but I'm going to keep doing it. I don't give a shit. I never said I want to go around killing Hispanic, black, bisexual men. I never said that. And if I did, my God, I wouldn't be here, would I? So why the fuck should he be?
Yeah.
So that's how
I mean,
anyways, moving on from that.
I'm the lucky person. I met him on the channel of the mutual friends of ours, and he hated me from the get-go and kept picking fights. So for me, it wasn't that easy.
If you
that
are
difficult to get away from this person.
If you are a confident man and you know who you are and you have that confidence instilled in you, he will eventually hate you. Wait a minute, who did I lose?
Lost Kyle.
Oh shit.
No,
okay.
No more crickets.
He'll come back. Honestly, Mac. Oh, you behave. Honestly, Mac, if somebody came after me with a sword, they would probably kill me. And I'll tell you why. I can't hurt anybody. My brother was just throwing me around a room a month and a half ago and tossing me around with my bad kidney, trying to kill me. But you know what? I couldn't hit him because when I was 15, I almost choked a girl to death. And I got a little PTSD from that. And I can't hurt anybody now. So unless, I don't know, like you'd have to punch me in the face, I think, is the only thing that would do it. Then I lose my shit and I black out. But I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to take anybody's life. It's not worth it to me.
Yeah.
So I will just walk away or let them hit me. I can't do it. I cannot force myself to just punch somebody. It has to be somebody I mean, you better have, like, I don't know, done worse than raped me, because I couldn't even punch people that did that to me. So I just can't do it.
Well, see, I was going to make
I'm a big softie.
You just killed it. No.
What, Rex?
We used to watch, what was it called back in the day? Wrestling back in the day. ACW or something like that. WWF.
WCW. I think.
There you go, WCW. And I would just wrestle people to the ground and put them in the figure four. And then they kind of gave up pretty quick. Unless they could reverse it. If you could reverse it, then, I was fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, here you go. That is the link to the video of him being a Karen. Just so okay. That's it. Anyways, moving on from there, I was really trying to get everybody to stop for a minute because I kind of said hi to everybody except for Stephanie. Stephanie, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm fine.
Hi, Stephanie.
We started out bullshitting, and then, it's just how my streams go. We went off onto a different tangent.
Yeah,
by the time we get done, we'll be back around
here hanging
otters.
out.
Okay. I was going to say, if you give us enough time, we'll be back to the otters stealing the surfboards in a minute. So.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was fucking hilarious, seeing that otter on
I
that
thought it
surfboard.
was great, man. Right? Could you imagine you're like sitting in line waiting to do your shit for the surfing competition, and a fucking 70-pound otter hops up on your surfboard?
Well, yeah, I have a hypothesis.
And it's like mine. I like that better.
I have a hypothesis.
Rembrandt of you.
The otter thought it was a great big shiny rock, and he was going to keep that motherfucker to crack his sea urchin something with.
I said that damn thing was like biting the ends of them and tearing them up and shit and all kinds of crap.
Have the surfboard. That's what you want. Have it.
Who here wonders if they think it's a seal? It thinks it's a seal or something.
That looks like
it's confused.
No, I think it's more like they just, they figure it's safe if they're on top of the board. Then, nothing can come up underneath them and grab them.
That's true. I mean, I'd like to have my own surfboard, but I really think they should teach the otter how to tie it up. Maybe strap it to its leg so it can keep the surfboard. Doesn't need more of them.
How did Stephanie get to Australia?
I'd like to get my own otter.
Getting around,
I don't know. When she was sideways, she looked a little Rembrandt-esque to me. I don't know. Stephanie has a multi-python.
Checking out different. I've got the Kama Sutra by my side, so I'm sort of checking out different positions.
But wait,
you're right, Al. It's the Monty Python thing. That's what she reminded me of when she was sideways. I couldn't place my head where I'd seen it before.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Max said, "Watch out! The blood will rush to your head."
Yeah. Well, I've had enough of this.
Hey, Jason, if someone's shining a light in your window, you know what I would do if I was you? Just drop your drawers and just make sure the light's right on your crotch and just start jerking it. I guarantee you they either hang out or they leave very quickly. Very quickly they will leave. Or you could get laid and get your dick sucked. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying there's possibilities.
I have
the scenario, yeah.
I haven't gone that far, but I did something similar to Jehovah's Witnesses who rang the doorbell every Sunday. So I made sure that I had my soggiest underwear on, a t-shirt saying I'm the son of the devil, And I opened the door with my right hand in my underwear, asking if there was anything they could help me with. And then,
it's like, yes, actually, I have this problem right here.
The good thing is, in the Netherlands, they will track you if you move. So, never rang my doorbell ever again.
Oh, that's awesome.
When I lived in St. Paul, we were about a half a mile from the Jehovah's Witness Hall. So they were coming around every weekend. But at the time, I was pagan. So for the winter solstice, I put a 5-foot lighted pentacle on the side of the house. I wasn't even thinking about them. They never rang our doorbell again. So I guess those really do ward off evil.
There's so many farmers that hang up freaking Christmas lit pentacles because they're just like, oh, it's just a Christmas 5-pointed star.
Yeah. Right.
Mikey,
you want to come in, buddy? Got room for you. With my right hand, I jack at thee. Man, I love you sometimes. I mean,
how old are you? Hey, man, not everybody's right-handed. I'm just telling you.
I was going to say, I was born left-handed and forced by the backwoods people in West Virginia to use my right hand. So now I'm ambidextrous, so I can get strange any night of the week. So
there you go. You're 2 at a time.
Hell yeah. Myself, I've wondered if I was supposed to be left-handed and got trained out of it.
Well, that's
I'm
what
going to tell
happened
you. Let me ask you a question, Purple. Do you have sloppy handwriting?
Yeah, my handwriting's illegible no matter which hand I use.
Okay, yeah, and
I'm pretty much ambidextrous with all my other tools.
Yeah, but when you do stuff predominantly with your right hand, do you notice that you hurt yourself more?
Yeah,
that's what I noticed.
Now you bring it up, yeah.
That's what I noticed. That was one of the things I noticed about myself was there's I can circular saws and all that. I can do it with both hands. It's great. If I have a weird cut and it's a weird angle, I just switch hands. Like some people are like, oh, let me stand over here and twist my arm funny. Yeah, not me. I just switch hands. It's great. But certain things that I do, like sometimes when I'm cutting up vegetables and I'll be like, and then randomly my hand just goes sideways. And I'm like, God, I swear that's because I was born left-handed. Because my left hand doesn't do that shit, but my right hand does. Anyways, I was just wondering if stuff like that happened to you.
Yep. We'll see.
You're
when
working,
I was growing
Mikey?
Up.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Rex.
Oh, no, I was just going to say when I was growing up, we used to lift weights. We used to lift those metal weights with the metal bars. And I found that if I wanted to be more accurate, if I had to attack somebody, I would use my right hand. But if I needed more power to, just knock somebody the fuck down, I would use my left hand. And so it was weird. I can do just about...
I've never punched anything with my left hand in my life.
No, I've found that too with using a lot of tools, like if I've got bolts that are really stuck or something, that, I've got a little more dexterity with my right hand, but if I need a lot of power on a wrench, I use my left hand.
Yep.
Oh my God, I never thought about that.
Yep. I mean,
now you got me thinking, and yes, I do that. When I open jars and stuff, I open it with my left hand.
My left
hand's stronger, yeah. How weird.
You can put more twist on it with your right hand, but you're holding it with your left. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do the main. Well, no, I grab the lid with my left hand and hold it with my right, and I do all the work with my left arm.
Oh, okay.
My right hand's just holding it in place for me. It's not really doing any twisting or anything.
Truth be told,
it does make a lot of sense.
Ways. I try to twist both ways, but sometimes I hurt my wrist when I do that.
Well, you're not supposed to twist with your wrist. You rotate your entire forearm.
Oh, that's always lift with your back. Okay.
Well,
exactly.
It depends on
when I think about it.
That also depends on how you're doing it and what the circle, because sometimes you have to do both. But yeah, I mean, the main objective there is to hold your wrist straight, use your arms for the motion.
Am I the
no,
only
I use both. I use my hand.
I'm the only one in this panel who uses a teaspoon and just flips it under the lid so the pressure
I've
can
done
get
that.
out, and then you can open it with 2 fingers. You don't need any strength at all.
Well, I have a
No,
can
but
opener.
I will smack it on my wooden counter.
Yeah, that works too.
Bam,
But
bam,
I have
bam.
a
Opens
a
right up.
can opener with like a bottle opener on the top, and I use that if it's going to be a real bitch to get off. So.
But I don't even know the last time I did that. I think I just do it. I don't use anything. I just
if it's
open
a jar that you need to put the lid back on, you can damage the lid that way.
Not the way I do it on the wooden
Yes,
counter.
Mom.
It doesn't hurt the lid at all.
Yes, Mom.
That's what atheists do.
If you tap the side of it, on that
They split hairs
edge,
about everything.
Don't do it too hard. You don't want to break the glass. But yeah, you tap that. My mom used to do it with the end of a knife. She'd turn a butter knife around and tap it.
That's the way I do it, with the butter knife backwards and tap around the edge.
I have a rubber grip thing that will grip the jar lid and open it for me.
Yeah, actually,
I just use my skin grip.
I keep a strap wrench in my kitchen drawer for ones that are particularly stubborn.
Yeah, basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's just a rubber strap with a handle that goes around the lid.
Well, yeah, Al, you don't
I
have
keep a rubber strap with a handle too.
Meat
I mean,
claws.
never mind.
Those aren't hands, my friend. Those are meat claws. I used to have this is funny because Al reminds me of my old boss, Al. I used to have a boss named Al McDougal, and in Ohio, and big dude, like 6'3", 6'4", built like a country boy. You know, his forearms are like this. His fingers are like, I'm not kidding you, like his fingers were huge. This guy was so strong. I swear he could probably just grab your face and just crush it. Like he was so incredibly strong. And the guys would be working on stuff and they'd be like, oh, and Al would be like, get out of there, give me that. And he'd grab it. And, there you go. And he'd walk away and they'd all just look at him. Like, this guy's like 65, you know, at the time. And these are 25-year-old strong, young, strapping men. And they just couldn't touch him. But
So
it just
these are my
reminds me
giant
of,
sausage
we used to
fingers.
call them, we'd say, see, yeah, exactly. And your hands are small compared to what some of the ones I've seen. But we used to call them
I can
sausage.
I can crush clams with these. Just one handed, just crush.
Oh yeah,
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, I bet.
So
I
yeah,
bet
it's
that's a
believable
miniature
somebody could
keyboard,
just.
Ember.
What's that?
I said I bet that's a miniature keyboard.
Yes.
It's a miniature. Just remember, you guys. Just remember, you guys. It's not true what they say about the size of the hands. So everybody, calm down. Don't get excited about Ember.
Nope.
Right. It's the size of the feet.
Honestly, I've got a campaign
why you can't
that
show feet online.
I've got a campaign
That's
that
why
would
we
get
charge
the US
for
to
it.
go metric, no problem. Because what guy wouldn't rather say that he's 15 instead of 6?
Right. Right. I know.
You know, and what woman wouldn't want to say that her weight is under 100?
You know,
I would like to have a role play.
You know, I really misunderstood things growing up, Purple. You know, all those times I thought the guys were lying to me. Really, they were just using centimeters, and I didn't know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it turns out that they were still lying, but that's not the point.
Well, it wasn't their fault. They were just too dumb to know which side of the ruler they were measuring with.
I'm going to give a hint to anybody here that is, I don't even think there's any women in the chat anymore. Anyways, pass this on to your younger female friends. Oh shit, what was I going to say?
You were going to say, like, share, subscribe, hit buttons.
It was
invite
something
your
about
friends.
how guys measure.
I read part of the chat and forgot. I was looking at names. I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. So I was going to say something of, you know, women. Oh, young women or anybody, actually, anybody that is interested in getting a hold of a guy, right? Oh my God, how did I forget again? I'm smoking pot. That's it. I give up. I'm eating myself.
All right, I need a beer. And I need a hit too. I'll be back.
Everybody got to take 5. Recollect their thoughts.
Oh, it's time for intermission. I'll play my music.
So ADD. I got to quit looking at the chat when I'm going to say something, because I look and I start reading it and my brain goes down another road and I forget what the hell I was.
The street lights lit this town like a fire. Just playing the music.
Oh no.
What, you don't like my intermission music?
Oh,
why are you acting like a snot-nosed 16-year-old?
Oh, that's what it is. If a guy never ever brags about his shit being big, it's because it is and he knows it. And if he says it's big all the time, it's fucking small and he's trying to convince everybody. That's my warning to anybody going after somebody with a penis. Just saying. Younger guys.
Just like anything else, 15, if they have to brag.
15 to 25.
What do you think of that, Otangelo?
I would like to have a role play.
Oh, no, don't you dare. Hey, actually, the only good conversation he ever had in this entire community and people weren't mad at him when he walked away was on my channel. And that's the truth.
You got to give kudos to Otangelo because he does a great acting job.
I love to be spanked by you there.
I love hearing you squeal, Otangelo.
What are you doing with it? You have chopped his shit. That is fucking hilarious. No, but here was the key to it. He wanted to come on and talk, and I said, you can't talk about religion. We're not talking about religion. You got to talk about the topic. And actually, Will was on that. Godless Sewing was on that stream with me, and we brought him in, and we were talking about sailing. He wants to live on a boat, and he loves the sea. He is wants to be he basically wants to be Steph, but live on the boat.
Hey, houseboats are cool.
I have many friends, and I have spent long enough on boats to can say I've lived on a boat.
My uncle wanted to live on a boat.
It's just, you got to be very organized to live on a boat and not make a hash of it. It's
because it's a tiny house. I know you have to. That's why my house is
an extremely tiny house.
I would suggest if you're ADD, do not get a tiny house. That was my only mistake, was being ADD and getting a tiny house, because you lose things when you're ADD. Now, if you're in a regular house, you can just leave stuff laying out and you have more room, right? You have more surface area. The things that are important you need all the time. You can't do that in a tiny home. Well, you can, and I do, and that's why I have no room.
They go like that. They burrow themselves in.
Nothing stays put away because I'm ADD. So things are constantly dug through. Like every other day, I'm digging out things, going, "Where is that? Where is that little thing I needed?" So
Mississippi River in St. Paul. There's a little harbor there that is actually effectively a floating trailer park. That it's just a couple dozen boats that people live in.
Mm-hmm. There's people that do that. There's a guy that has him and his wife made an island with trash of milk jugs and 2-liter bottles.
Oh yeah, I've seen somebody
may have created their own. Yeah, they just kept making it bigger and bigger, and now they have a house on it and everything, and they just are hooked to the edge of the water. And if they want to move it, they can release it and go float and move their house.
I didn't know it was him and his wife, though. I thought it was just him alone.
There's two different ones. There's one that's just a dude, and then there's another one that a guy is with his wife, and she does a lot of the gardening and stuff. So yeah, there's two of them. One is the guy's weird as fuck, and he's all by himself, and his setup is weird. But the man and wife, they have a really nice Purple. You said you've seen that one?
I've seen one of them. I don't know which one it was I saw.
Okay, because there's one is a guy and his wife, and they have like a really nice house, and they're growing vegetables everywhere. They're almost self-sustained, and they're on fresh water. So if they wanted to, they could just filter the water underneath of them, suck it up with a pump, and have fresh water, as long as they're not in this seawater area.
Yeah, well, you'd need to decontaminate it, but yeah, that's not that hard to deal with there.
No, it's not hard to filter.
Decontaminate it? You're just gonna build up your immune system. I grew up drinking out of the water out of wherever. Just filter it out.
I did too, but when I was a kid, you could drink out of Lake Michigan and it wouldn't kill you.
You know what? You're right, Purple. When we were younger, it was a lot different than now. You're right. You probably shouldn't do that anymore.
No, but actually, I meant more like like a chlorine treatment or something, just to kill the microbes.
Boil it.
Well, I mean, most of the time, you're either showering, washing your hands, or cooking with it. So if you bring it to a boil, it's not gonna what's gonna live through that anyways, right?
You filter it and then boil it, and you're good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Filter the bugs out and just boil it. That's all you have to do.
Well, just boiling it takes a lot of energy.
You could also put it in a jar, a glass jar, and leave it out in the sun for like 2 days, and it would cook itself, and you wouldn't have to do a damn thing.
All depends on the quantity.
Set it down, go to the front of the line, and grab the first jar that you already left sitting out for a few days, and everything would be dead inside of it.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I would trust that. I've done that with jars before, and for something else, and that didn't turn out too good.
You're right. There are variables about
work, right?
There are variables about where you live and how intense the sun is.
Yeah.
Like where I live, I literally put a container outside with water in it. This is so weird. I put a container outside with water in it, and I'm not going to tell the whole story. But anyways, it had been peed in before. I had used that jug to pee in it before, right? So I'd rinsed it out and everything, and I was going to throw it out, but I put some water in it for something. I don't know. I think I was burning a fire or something, and I needed some water. So I put water in, and I set it outside. 2 days later, I open it up and go, I didn't use it. Let me just dump the water out. And the water just smells like chlorine. No hint of urine in it at all. 2 days sitting in this sun out here. This sun is so fucking hot.
Beck.
And it was clean. Like that water, I swear to God, I could have fucking drank. I probably could have drank that water.
No, someone has to explain homeopathy to you, because water has memory. So that's how homeopathy works.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
you can't get rid of anything.
Which molecule is the memory cell?
Well, no, haven't you watched? I think the famous wizard magician. I forgot his name. Randy.
Amazing
made a video
Randy.
about it.
Amazing
Randy made a
Randy.
video about it.
He
You
debunked
can
all
actually you can transfer the memory through a telephone line if you do it correctly. It's amazing.
There's always a
Water
catch.
has memory,
There's
so
always a catch.
I want to know how long a memory water has, because for millions of years
Forever.
we've been recycling the same water on this planet over and over. So every glass of water you drink at some point was dinosaur piss.
Well,
That's right.
with homeopathy, the more diluted it becomes, the stronger it is. So
yes.
Yeah,
So
that is true.
What
That
we're
is true.
drinking is extremely strong dinosaur piss.
yes.
That explains it.
Yeah.
Not sure why, but explains something.
Yeah, something like
Oh.
that.
And Dino Tears.
Yeah, that too, Majestic P-back. That's also in there.
Yep. Water remembers all the fish poop. Liam
Actually,
said.
there's a song I found on YouTube called "The Skeptic in the Room," and one of the verses is about the homeopathy, and that's one of the lines in the song.
Yeah, that's one of my.
is
I love that song.
Yeah, that the water has to remember the good, but not the shit that ever was dissolved in it.
Oh, that's horseshit.
Hillbilly.
Why do you think the sea is so salty? The oceans and the seas are so salty. Whale piss. Whale piss. I'm telling you. I got Beck just
I ain't
checking.
saying nothing. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting it out, Rex.
Well,
I thought that the sea was so salty because of all the Christian tears from the
I was saying, I
persecution.
thought it was she was so salty because of all the men she dated. Oh,
yeah,
anyways.
well, quite honestly, if you go swimming in the ocean, that sometimes you see that white froth, and it's entirely possible that what you are seeing is a pool of whale sperm floating on the surface.
How did I know you go there? Oh, bravo.
Another
Bravo.
reason not to swim in the ocean.
And sometimes it's a coral reef splooge.
Yep. Yeah, when a coral reef, when these,
And sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Release their spores at the same time.
Yellow River.
Yeah. It's time to go, boys.
Whale
I explored the Yellow River in Indiana. It did smell a little odd, but
yeah, thanks, Mage.
Also, the guy who does the Skeptic Room, I recommend his Buzzword song as well.
Yeah, he's got a few good ones on there, but it looks like his channel's been inactive for like over 10 years.
Yeah, last one was 5 years ago, so.
It's a shame, you know. I would like to talk to the guy because.
Oh shit! Now I remember what I wanted to talk to y'all about. Y'all were talking about localized anesthesia earlier.
Oh yeah.
Okay, me and my sister. Well, my sister and me were sitting there watching something on the Discovery Channel or something. It was about they were doing eye surgery because the gel inside someone's eye had gotten hard, so they were doing surgery. And when they got done, the person had been laying there awake the whole fucking time. I shit you not. They said they didn't feel anything. I don't know what the hell they saw. Who the fuck knows? But I mean, but they had been awake the whole time.
What surgery was it?
It was on their eye. What's the gel part of your eye called? The inside.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember the word right now for it. It's not the retina or the cornea or any of that shit. It's the gel on the inside of your eye.
But I know what you're talking. So they were
the
cut
vitreous
into her eye and
fluid.
she was awake.
Yes. They were using like this little, I don't know. It didn't look like a drill and it didn't look like a saw, but it was like a little thing that they went back and forth inside of that fluid in her eye with. And
Vitreous gel.
Yeah.
Vitreous humor, or is it aqueous humor? And then Liam said vitreous. You guys are confusing me.
Yeah,
Which one is
it's vitreous.
I didn't think any of it was fucking funny. It's just what I'm saying. Because when they stopped, pulled the thing out of her eye, she was like, yeah, I'm fine. And me and my sister looked at each other and we was like, what the actual fuck did we just watch? Because she was awake the whole time, conscious.
That's me right there, Beck. I probably would have woke up during the surgery and got up to go smoke a bowl or something. He said I woke up during open heart surgery and tried to get up with my heart and lungs out on my chest. How'd that work out for you?
I just need a minute. I'll be right back.
Actually, when I was in to have my adenoids removed, I woke up in the emergency room that apparently they hadn't given me a big enough dose of the anesthetic. So they hadn't quite started yet, but they were just getting the tools ready. And I started talking to them and freaked them out.
Yeah, you think? The patient's not supposed to talk from the OR table. Ox said I had double... Hold on. Ox said I had double cataract surgery, was awake through it. They twilight you don't feel shit.
Yeah, when my mom had cataract surgery, that she said that too, that she was awake through it.
Yeah, so I guess surgery on eyes, it's common for them to do that then.
Well, I guess the eye doesn't actually have any nerves in it, so you're only going to feel a bit of pressure.
Well, that's what they say about the brain too.
They don't knock you all the way. They don't knock you all the way out for brain surgery because they want to.
Well, they can't.
Actually,
yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah. What?
I'm telling you what.
You want a treat? Yeah, I know you do. Okay, fine. You're cute. You can have one. Hold on. Cats first.
I was horrible human today.
Oh,
Sammy,
what'd you do to Sammy
Sam? And I didn't notice it.
I have a big feeder water for my cats. I got them because I was gone so much, and I was having people come in and check on them every other day and just clean the cat box out, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it's just in this humidity, I'm afraid the cat food will go stale if I put too much out at one time.
Oh,
So I don't
that's
wanna put
right.
more
You have
than
to
a cut
deal with
out at a time.
humidity.
Yeah, I don't want to
you're
put
right.
more than a cup out at a time because the humidity's been like 60 to 70% the last couple of days.
If I left food out like that, I'd have ants and all sorts of bugs crawling in it.
That can be a hazard too. Fortunately, in this building, I haven't had any problem with bugs. I've occasionally saw a silverfish in my shower. Although
I hate
pretty
those
much if
things.
there is any bug or spider on the floor, Sammy will probably eat it before I see it.
Yeah, my cats love eating bugs. Last thing, and we'll get into the rabbits.
Yeah,
Cute
well,
little story.
like I said,
Ooh.
I found like a couple of, like months apart, I saw a single silverfish in my shower. So now Sammy goes in there every day to check if there's one in there that he can play with.
Hey, they are fun in a slick bathtub. I'm just saying, they are really fun.
They do move fast for their size.
So, oh goodness gracious, we have a wild Jenny in her natural habitat. Hi, Jenny.
Yay!
Good evening. Yes, I am in my natural habitat. I'm in bed, naked.
Hey, Jenny.
There you go. That's where we like you. I mean,
Hello
anyways,
there.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Have a role play.
So I found a cute article for you guys, gals or non-binary or whatever you are. So this is about a article about rabbits have overrun a suburban Florida community. Volunteers hop to the rescue. Of course, they had to put something corny in there, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Dozen of domesticated bunnies have overrun parts of Wilton Manors, a suburb of Fort Lauderdale, 2 years after a resident let loose lionhead rabbits from their backyard, according to local lore. The number of rabbits now outnumber the 81 homes in the Janata Isle neighborhood. The furry invasion has divided the neighborhood's residents. Some have allegedly threatened to shoot the animals or feed them to their snakes. Some want to let the bunnies roam free. Others concerned about the rabbits' safety are racing to raise money to save them.
Wait, what?
East Coast rabbit.
Okay, first off, I've got two questions. First one,
Okay.
Did you say Jim Cotta? Because that was a movie. What was the name of the place?
I don't think that was it.
Wilton
Jim
Manors.
Cotta was a shitty ass karate movie back in the day.
Wilton Manors, a suburb of Fort Lauderdale. Janata, Jenada,
Janata
Isle neighborhood.
Discount Granada.
So the
Can
group managed to
you-
rescue 19 rabbits on Friday, three of which are pregnant. The volunteer-run outfit began rounding up the rabbits after partnering with the city police to complete the mission. The big challenge in trapping the rabbits has been the residents. Our hope was to rescue up to 45. That was our goal yesterday, but unfortunately we encountered lots of issues there because the residents were so hostile. Some residents didn't want us to take the bunnies.
You know
it's
what?
nice to get up in the morning and look out in the field and see adorable bunnies.
I think they should leave the bunnies and watch them absolutely decimate their landscaping. They'll change their mind.
Yep. Once they eat
Well, because
grandma's rose bushes.
eventually it's not going to be 30 of them. It's going to be 150, and then it's going to be 300 of them. Like
If
they said,
have-
the ones they captured, 3 of them were pregnant. Each one can have up to 6 or 8 fucking babies.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, around
And
there.
there's
Yeah.
45 of them.
Look.
Which is 22 times 6. Yeah, they'll have problems starting a
I'm
month
not
from now.
a rabbit.
My second question that I
need
wanted
my
to
West.
ask.
Why are you
They have to
acting
partner-
like a snot-nosed 16-year-old?
They have to partner with the police, though, because remember, in Florida, if you're on somebody's property, they can just fucking shoot you.
Yeah, even the rabbits have guns.
That's true.
So that's true. So the person said that the city needs to approach the residents in a different way and say, hey, you guys need to allow the rescue to come and get the rest of the bunnies, and they haven't done that. The lionhead rabbits, a fluffier species noted for their thick mane or double mane or full mane circling the head, aren't built for suburban Florida. Which is like true. That's not their natural habitat.
Yeah.
The
animals don't belong there. Just mammals don't belong there.
Oh.
Double
so
thick.
These are critters
Nobody.
that are evolved for living in the snow down in Florida. That's not good.
No.
Nobody should live in Florida. It's a horrible place. Anyways, besides the handful of people that are amazing that live there, the rest of the place sucks. The animals, which are prone to heat stroke, she says, have been digging holes in the ground to escape the oppressive heat to the irritation of some residents. Lacking a proper source of clean water or food, the rabbits have been grazing on lawns that could be treated with toxic pesticides. The rabbits are also at the mercy of the area's predators and cars. The West Palm Beach-based group says it will need at least 40,000 to be able to capture, neuter, and spay, vaccinate, microchip the over 100 rabbits and counting. So far, it's raised over half that. Yeah, we don't need to fucking microchip them. Just spray them and vaccinate them, or spay and neuter, vaccinate and kick them out. The WMP
You don't even need to do that. Just fucking take where they live and drop them off.
Well, you don't want them around.
Well, no, they're trying to spay and neuter them so it doesn't become more of a problem.
Right, but if you drop them in their natural habitat, it doesn't matter because the wild rabbits there will just be doing what they do anyway.
Yeah, they're not. Them. Yeah, they're not.
Eat the rabbits.
Yep.
Eat them.
That too. Nom nom nom.
They're tasty. That is.
No,
true.
I wouldn't eat them. They've been eating the lawns with the pesticides on them. I wouldn't eat them. Anyways,
Wait a minute.
For each rabbit. What?
You've got the python problem in Florida, right? Now you've got this rabbit problem in Florida. Well, the rabbits are poisonous.
Pythons.
Yeah, the rabbits are poisonous, so let the pythons eat the rabbits.
Not a bad
Problem
idea.
solved.
Actually, you might as well go ahead and give them a disease that would kill us. What I would do is give them a disease that would kill a snake, but not a rabbit. Give them all the disease and let them loose after you spay and neuter them. And then if they get eaten by a python, you're just going to kill a python.
Well,
there are things that you could probably give them that would kill a snake and not hurt a rabbit. I'm sure.
Yeah. My favorite line in the article. My favorite line in the article is when it says that the rabbits are digging holes and the neighbors are upset. Well, that's what rabbits do.
Yeah.
Well, that's why some of them want them gone and some of them want to keep them, Jenny. Some of them are like, I'll kill them and feed them my snakes. And then the other people are like, no,
let's don't go down that rabbit hole. Jeez.
We're not going down that rabbit hole. So
it's like
the rabbits
ever seen a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Oh, here's part of the problem. Because these are rare bunnies, they need special care from an exotic veterinarian. So it's more expensive to get them spayed and neutered. Sometimes the vet is willing to or capable to do the surgery is like 3 to 4 hours away from us. Naturally, they've since reproduced, multiplying like rabbits. No shit. Please contact us. Wait a minute. Here's the most important part. If you're in the West Palm Beach area and you can foster some bunnies, get on this page right here for the ECRR, and they will bring the bunnies to you, and you can foster bunnies in your home in Florida if you wish.
When they say foster, they mean eat, right?
No, Jenny, not defrost.
Oh,
foster. I may eventually set up a rabbit hutch.
I came up with that pretty quick.
Collect their droppings for fertilizer.
or
yeah, but there's still an invasive species that needs to be eliminated, or it's going to throw the environment into imbalance.
You don't want them running around.
The Florida environment's already pretty fucked with what humans have done to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of invasive species around here.
No.
The neighbors should ask Australia what happens when you have introduced bunnies somewhere.
Shit, you got to build a fence. Yeah, that's perfect. A fence along the border of Florida. Boom. Problem solved.
That is awesome, Beck. We weren't that smart. We went and did hard work for the money for beer when we were teenagers. So
I did not.
So isn't the easiest way to get in touch with Alex Jones and see if we can figure out what happened to the frogs and then make an equivalent thing for the rabbits?
Made the rabbits gay. Wait a minute. Who said that?
Well, that would take care of the problem, at least over time.
Alex Jones said that.
Yeah.
That the water is turning the frogs gay.
Yes, but not the rabbits. He didn't say anything about rabbits, did he?
Well, no, he didn't know about the rabbits yet.
Okay. Well, you know, rabbits.
Let's just have Alex Jones bring water to Florida to see whether it works on rabbits too. Then this is a double-edged sword because we might get rid of the rabbits and we get rid of Alex Jones because he's busy bringing water to Florida.
So you're saying you want me to poison the rabbits and then feed them to Alex Jones? I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand something?
I'm not saying that I'm entirely against that, Beck, but we have to be careful with what we say and what we do.
Oh, I would never hurt a soul unless you're a fucking Trumper. Anyways,
I think we need to convince Alex Jones that he can be the next Steve Irwin and send him down to Florida.
Oh, so he can get stung in the heart by a stingray?
Well, no, I was figuring he could just go down there in the swamp and try to catch crocodiles with his bare hands. Or
the skunk ape.
There.
The skunk ape would get it.
If you're going to go down and try and catch alligators with your bare hands, make sure the ones with the babies.
Liam, I should not have said rare. They are not rare. They are considered exotic, not rare. They're exotic animals.
Which obviously rare. If they were well done, they wouldn't still be hopping.
Which means they're not indigenous to. They're not indigenous to here, since they're an exotic animal. That's all that means.
They're exotic. Do they dance?
I don't know. I don't even see any lingerie or pasties. I mean, unless they got pasties, I ain't fucking watching those rabbits dance. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Got to have something on all those little nipples.
Okay, I'm lost again.
No, it's okay. I'm getting high over here. This is gonna be fun in a minute.
Well, so am I.
Yeah, I was reading the side chat, and I only half heard that something about pasties. So we've got the rabbits on stripper pole now.
Yep.
Well, how many is that?
They're exotic because they're considered exotic animals. And Peter asked if they danced. So there must be exotic dancing rabbits. So they've got to have.
There's a reason that we call them Playboy bunnies.
Yeah. That's
and there it is.
That's probably how they got to Florida because some idiot there confused them. These aren't the Playboy bunnies I was looking for.
No, the rabbits got to Florida because they didn't take the left turn at Albuquerque.
That's right.
Beck, I think if they could mate, that we'd already have weird-looking cat rabbits running around out there. I don't know.
Yeah, my
cats
grandmother
rabbits
used to tell
mate?
me that.
Cats and we've got cats and rats are actually related genetically.
So they could.
And we have
genetically.
No, they're not going to reproduce and do a hybrid.
No. Okay, thank you. That's what I was thinking. So even if they did, we wouldn't know it.
Like way too different chromosomes.
Yeah, but I know what Majestic was talking about there. I've seen the picture too. That and this was before the internet. That like back in the 80s, some of those were running pictures about a hybrid cat and rabbit. It was the kind of thing that they used to fill a page in the National Enquirer every now and then.
Yeah, it's like jackalopes and shit. It was
that's
old school trolling memes.
Except jackalopes are real.
Jackalope is a thing. I saw one once. I wasn't fast enough, but I saw one once.
I have to say this. I got to repeat this. So Hellbound Hillbilly said, "It's Alex Jones. Just call him a wuss if he won't pick up that coral snake." You're right. He'll grab the thing just to prove he has a large penis, and then he'll die. You're right. He'll get bit. Absolutely.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, let's do it with Trump. Trump wouldn't even know it. Trump wouldn't know a fucking coral snake. You know what? Get a black mamba. He would probably think it's just a black snake and just grab it because he's stupid and totally unknowledgeable.
He's a
only
pussy.
if you
He'd
tell
never
him
even touch
not
it.
to.
That's what
Trump,
I'm saying. You ain't a man. You wouldn't pick up that black snake right there. Yes, I will. Oh, I didn't say that was the name of the snake. I just said it was black.
Yeah,
Trump,
you just
have to play. Trump, you just have to play to his ego. You just have to bring him a highly poisonous snake and ask him to autograph it.
I don't think that's going to work. And I think that guy's such a coward.
He charges too
nothing
much.
you could do to make him. Yeah, there would be nothing you could do to make.
Yeah,
him
you
pick up a
can't. You
snake.
can't dare him.
Yeah,
the only
right.
thing you can do is tell him that Dr. Fauci said it's dangerous to handle this snake. Then he'll do it. The same reason he looks at solar eclipses.
It'll never happen. Didn't you see that video with him and the eagle? It flapped its wings and he went to duck under the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And might I point out that doesn't happen to me because I've got the picture to prove it right there.
Yeah, Beck
What
said he
picture?
looked, and it is they are too far apart. To
My
me.
profile
You are
picture.
correct.
Share the picture. Share the picture. Some of us can't see it.
I am sharing the picture.
I can't
Everyone
see you.
Beck will have to make it bigger.
On a phone, when the pictures are over on the side there, they're about 4 or 5 millimeters wide. And
Yeah,
about
can you put Beck in solo? Or put Peter in solo?
Oh, sure.
Hi, Steph.
Yeah, so that Jenny can
Hi,
see
Jenny.
the picture. There you go.
Hold on. I got a better one.
Of course.
There.
I was going to say
that's the original.
There is an actual picture for that. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, there
that's
you
a great
go.
picture. I
Yes.
love that.
We have
and the bird and the bird has the same name as I do. The bird's called Tucker, and I'm Peter
No
the Tucker.
shit.
So
Yeah.
yes, no
well,
shit.
there you are.
And for anybody that doesn't know, the short story is that Peter's friend works with bald eagles, and he gets to play with them sometimes because he's a lucky fucker.
No. The short story is, and I don't know if
Did I say
any
that
of
wrong?
you know. No, I don't know if any of you know Johnny Drive-By.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a YouTube channel. If you haven't checked it out, Johnny Drive-By, great guy, great friend of mine. He came up with this idea, which sadly never came to fruition. He wanted everyone to read out. He wanted everyone to read out a few sentences and promote some kind of scientific institution. So I thought, because I knew this guy who had this eagle among several other raptors, and he's got two bald eagles right now. He's got some vultures, owls, whatever you want. He's got it. So I thought it would be cool for me to take a video of myself with an eagle on my arm, let it fly off, then do my sentences and have the eagle land on my arm again. So that's when I contacted my friend and I said, "Hey, this is my idea." He said, "Great, come on over. We'll make it work." And then the whole thing that for never happened. But I every summer still go out and play with this particular eagle because it's just fun. I mean, it's incredible when he comes up to you before he lands on your arm. That is, I mean, he's as wide as I'm tall.
I know.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I was going with it.
Here.
The swoop of the wings and the wind coming off and the sound. Oh my God, I'd probably almost come in my pants. I fucking love eagles. Like I have a tattoo on my leg. I love eagles. They are my creature.
Hold on. Beck. Make me full screen just a second. Just a second.
Okay.
You should come. Beck, you should come to my place.
Hold on. Oh, wait on. So Beck, if you're gonna come in your pants, then we need to do something different. So there we are. Now go ahead. Now we're on Pornhub. Now you can.
Fuck off, bro.
Now we're on Pornhub. Now you can come in your pants.
I didn't say I was gonna do it on
Holy
like,
fuck!
live.
What am I doing on
just
Pornhub?
Hey, Rex.
No, they put it on OnlyFans.
Man, come on! What the actual?
Fuck.
Damn!
Well.
Holy damn!
You're an ass. I love you.
And we have to be careful because I shared my magic with Ember, so he's probably going to come up with similar things.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah. See, Ember,
I
what
am
you can
so
do
glad.
with all this stuff?
Oh yeah, that's a much cooler framing system than what I was plotting and scheming for my first try.
Yes. You know, Tobin, I used to check on him all the time back in the day. He was one of the first like 15 or no, let's not go that small. First 30 or 40 channels. He was one of the first set I subscribed to. I can't remember where I found him at though. Might have been over on Math Pigs or something to do with Peter. One of those two. But yeah, I haven't checked on him in a long time. Has he been putting out content or anything? I haven't seen anything.
Every once in a while, yeah, he still makes content.
Yeah, he was going to come up here when Prophet Azad came to meet us, but he didn't make it that day.
Sure. That's how I type it, so I wanted to say it like that.
Beck, I was going to say back then, but until I got walked on all the time.
Oh, sorry.
You should come to my neighborhood. We have eagles here all the time, everywhere. A day can't go by and not run into an eagle.
Oh my God.
We have so many eagles, they get killed on the road.
What?
I used to live in an area like that. I lived in Narrowsburg, New York, which is right across the river from the top northeast corner of PA. You literally drive up to the corner of PA and hop over a bridge, and you're in Narrowsburg, New York, like a little tiny bridge. And I lived up there, and on the Pennsylvania side, there was a state forest we drove through to get to the closest area, which was like Scranton-ish, right? So we were driving through there one day in my ex's RAV4, and I'm driving, and the kids are in the back seat, and I see this eagle go across the road. And I was like, dude, did you see that? And Jen was like, was that an eagle? And I was like, fuck yeah, it was. And he went sideways. He was big. You could see his full wingspan. He went right across the road. And I was like, dude, oh man, where'd he go? So I'm driving and I'm doing this, right? And I'm trying to see him again. And it's a 2-lane road with like no traffic, by the way. This is out in the middle of nowhere. And I'm trying to find him, and all of a sudden he comes right over top of the truck. Whew. Now, mind you, it's a 55 zone. I'm doing like 60-ish. You know, I always do 5 over. He just went right over top of us, and all I saw was that he was, I swear to God, his wingspan was wider than the fucking RAV4.
They're 12-foot wingspan.
Or Pathfinder.
The females.
It was like the width of the fucking lane. It was huge. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, ugh. And I looked in the mirror, in the rearview mirror, and the kids were in the back seat. And Jen's like, and we're all just staring. Because, like, what the fuck was that? Why did he do that? But it was the coolest thing that ever happened. It's like literally the closest I've gotten to an eagle, like, in flight in my life. It was amazing.
Cool.
We get to see eagle nests hatch out live, like just down the road.
Yeah, there was a lady that was our neighbor that worked with the conservation whatever society, and she had rescued like alligators, crocodiles, snapping turtles. She rescued anything. She had crows in her house and everything. So there was a local freshly born eagle who wasn't eating right, and she volunteered. She got to go down and feed it.
My uncle had
How fucking lucky. He was still gray and fluffy. She showed me pictures. He was beautiful. He was a baby, and she got to go feed him pieces of meat and shit.
My uncle had a eagle nesting in his tree in his property.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I would love to come visit and see
and
that.
remember,
Jimmy.
with eagles, the females are bigger and stronger than the males.
Yep.
Kind of like with
They
spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
They're related.
tarantulas. Yeah. The male tarantulas usually get eaten. Or killed, rather. And not eaten. They get killed, and then the babies get put in the body, and then when they hatch, they have daddy food.
Well,
How fun is
most
that?
animals, the female tends to be bigger.
Yeah, so why do we think as humans that women aren't smarter and better than men? Because we know damn well they're smarter and better than
Well, at least in chess, you know.
Yeah, you've never heard these.
Definitely in chess.
Yeah. Hey, look.
Fuck,
Let's
what is
set
that
up
shit?
Let's set up the shot chess set, and we'll see who can make it till the end.
You know, it blows my mind. Like, how far does your white male privilege go and white female privilege in this fucking nation go that you're complaining about chess? Grow the fuck up. Find a new cause. There's people out there on the street starving. We have veterans that are crazy and have PTSD running around the streets and nobody's helping them. Like, find a better cause. Jesus, man. Sorry.
Are you really mad, or are you just fucking
about that topic? I'm just passionate about it. Obviously, for some weird reason.
Well, I mean, I had a friend. He was one of my best friends growing up, and he had a shot glass chess set, and that's what we would do: play chess and take shots. And I can't remember a game we finished. I really can't.
Oh,
can't
that
remember
kills me. No,
We'll pick
just
your poison.
statement. My friend's
What?
dad had a set of eagle wings, 6 feet wide. Talons were bigger than my hand. Taken when it was legal to hunt back in the day. Ow! Somebody hunted an eagle. Oh, that kills me. They're just, I don't know. I just love them. I think they're just the most beautiful fucking creatures, and they're like majestic, and they're vicious, but yet they're calm. You know what I mean? Like, they're just amazing. And I want to be able to fly. Because God, who wouldn't want to be able to fly?
Yeah, who don't?
Hey
want
guys,
to
I'm going to be gone for the weekend. Yeah, I'm taking my backpack. I'm going for a flight. Just take
Have
off.
you seen the video that someone posted on Twitter and YouTube? I've seen it a couple of times, where they put a camera on the back of a bald eagle and then let it fly.
Yeah,
that is. And so I used to fly. I don't know what they're called in the U.S. What's an airplane without an engine?
Glider?
How do you?
Glider.
Yeah. I used to fly gliders, and so what you need to do is you need to find a spot where there's thermal, so it'll take you up. But you end up going to the exact same spots where raptors go. So you would be circling in order to gain elevation, and then you would be joined by a raptor looking at, what the fuck is this thing? It's larger than I am. That is really, really cool, because they would just stick around wondering what it is they were competing with.
You're talking about. I get it. I was like raptor. Are you talking about a dinosaur? Wait a minute. Oh no, you mean like a hawk or an eagle or a vulture?
Well, that's
those
those
are dinosaurs, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I know it's chicken, but it's delicious. Chickens are dinosaurs.
It's like sailing around way offshore, and dolphins come up and start playing in the wake of the boat. It's really kind of cool.
That's something that I would.
Well, okay, Steph. I warned
one day.
Well, Steph, I wanted to ask you this: do you ever churn up like a wake of algae, glowing algae behind you?
Oh yeah. That's at night. That's really cool too. Just to look at your stern wake, and it's all the sparkly shit behind you.
Oh, the blue glowing algae. That's so cool.
Yeah,
one thing.
Phosphorescent plankton.
One thing though, Stephanie, don't go sailing your boat somewhere off of the coast of Spain because you might get your boat demolished by killer whales.
Yeah, the orcas are kind of.
They're teaching each other to take down boats, which.
Don't worry, they're only
What?
going off yachts.
Yeah, is there an overabundance of like seal meat?
I think someone told them about this particular Trump rally from a few years back. The one that was all on yachts.
Oh, well, there was this motorboat rally that they fucked each other over so bad they threw up so much of a wake that the boats themselves were capsizing. It was a perfect analogy to these idiots.
I mean, apparently this started because of one of the killer whales was hit by the screw of one of the boats. So and they're now taking revenge, taking it out on the boats.
Well, they're speculating.
I think
that's one of the speculations.
It's still cool. I don't care what the explanation is.
Yeah.
Killer whales
that's how
taking
smart
down
they are.
yachts.
Yeah, they're like, okay, you want
smart.
to fuck around? You want to play? We're gonna play now.
Oh,
We've left you alone this whole time.
Well,
and we destroyed every single ship you bring into this ocean. And now you're being an asshole.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, those fuckers are huge, man. They could take out. Give me a ship out there that fucking a whale can't take out.
An oil tanker.
I mean, they can literally capsize anything they want to.
You're not going
and
to
they have
capsize
left
a fully
us alone.
loaded oil tanker.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. They are not going to overturn a fully loaded oil tanker.
I'm not. It depends. It depends on how many there are. If they team up, I mean, this is how they hunt seals. They will make a wake that big that they're knocking them off of icebergs. So they can do that, and they figured it out.
Yeah, they will
Once
work
they
in
figure
groups
out
that several of them will hit the bottom of an ice float at the same time to try and tip it over and get the seals off.
Yes. Once they figure out they can do that with boats too.
That's what I'm saying. If you got two or three of them and they came from one side and hit one of those, you can't tell me it's not going to fucking capsize. Bullshit. They could do it if they wanted to. They are such huge, powerful. How big are what's the average size of those? Anybody know?
Of what?
I mean, length of a blue whale.
A blue whale. Oh, I thought
you were talking about
killer whales.
About the killer whales.
Yeah, you're talking about Moby Dick now.
Oh,
well,
you're
that's
talking
a sperm
about
whale.
Oh, I just heard whale.
Moby Dick was a sperm whale.
Was it a sperm whale? Okay.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Oh, you want to watch some fucked up shit? Okay, you want to watch some fucked up shit? Watch orcas hunting seals and great white sharks hunting seals.
Yo, it's
you
gross.
Want to see some fucked up shit? I'm just
the orcas.
I'm
the orcas
warning.
will come up on the ice if they can and just grab them and there's blood everywhere.
No, they will group and create a wave and tip over the iceberg. They don't have to get up.
I'm sure. No, I'm saying that I've seen
over.
them do that with the lower ones. I've seen them just
pop up there
and grab them.
They have been observed where the young orcas are watching in order to learn how to do this. So they're teaching their young how to tip over an iceberg.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Once they start figuring out that they can do this with fairly sized yachts, then we're fucked.
Yeah. Well,
no, I'm not. I don't go out in the middle of the ocean.
Well, wait until you and your tiny home get flooded, Beck. Then we'll talk. Because
she comes to the
mountain. I'm at 7,500 feet above sea level in northern New Mexico. You ain't flooding me out, bro.
Hold on. We used to have a global flood that covered all the mountains, so you're not safe. I mean, if the big guy decides to do that again.
Here we go.
I don't know about a global flood, but at one time there was water up here. And I know there was because we have seashells everywhere. Yeah, 7,500 feet. We have seashells around here. So there was seawater here at one point. Now, I don't think it was
at one point.
I don't think it was a. I don't think it was a. I don't think it was a global flood. I think that the climate was changing because that's what fucking happens on the Earth.
Oh no,
that
was from when up there was still down here.
Down
that's
there.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
It's called
what
tectonics. Yeah, it's called plate tectonics. That's how it.
There was water here. There was water. There was water above this land at one point. There was not from a fucking global flood, though. Yeah,
yes, but the land itself was
much lower,
below sea level.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Speaking about below
also,
sea level,
whales
half
swim in
my
circles
country
to
is.
trap fish in a vortex to feast. Oh, how interesting!
And dolphins do that as well.
Yeah, actually, when they're swimming
so
in circles, they let out air as they're swimming underwater to form a bubble net.
And what was mentioned earlier, so when you have these bioluminescent algae, dolphins will use that to light up their prey while hunting at night.
Oh, I hadn't heard
And
that one.
if you see the footage of that, that is pretty cool to watch.
How do they do it again?
And the bioluminescence, the dolphins create the bioluminescence with their own wake, just as the boat does. You disturb the water.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
But it's really cool to see.
And that's really amazing because you see the bioluminescence, and if you're lucky, you have some dolphins surfing your bow wave, and you can see the bioluminescence off the dolphins too. It's really neat.
They've also seen the dolphins passing pufferfish around because they get high on its toxins.
I have heard that somewhere. Yes.
Pass.
Actually, it might have been on your stream when you were talking about that, Purple.
Yeah. But a pod of dolphins will pass it around between them like they're passing a ball, like when you're playing basketball and you're passing the ball back and forth.
Yeah.
But they're snorting the toxins from it.
That's great.
Don't bogart that pufferfish.
And
right.
And
it's
what
amazing,
is weird
but kind
is
of gross when you look. I bet it is. Yeah.
We have all this shit on video, and yet still creationists keep telling us that animals aren't intelligent. They don't have a mind.
That's why when people act like we are the most amazing fucking creature in the world, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know what some of the animals and things out there that there's things that are amazing. Like so many, like look at raccoons, the way they get into shit because they have thumbs, or how crows and ravens and the like can figure out puzzles to get food and shit. They'll go like get a stick and pull food out of a jar or something. Like who does that? Oh, we do with tools.
Corvids.
Isn't that funny?
You got to remember when
you're talking about so smart.
When you're talking about animal intelligence, yes, animals are very, very intelligent. For animals, you take something like a chimpanzee, our closest relatives, and they will never get beyond the skill level of about a 3 or 4 year old.
Well, yeah, no, I understand.
You are aware that chimpanzees and bonobos are currently in the Stone Age compared to humans.
Yeah,
they're
build
creating
stuff,
their own tools.
Yeah, they make tools
over time, they will catch up.
Yeah,
it's
in a
just
million
a matter
years
of time.
Million years or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason there isn't anything closer is because our ancestors killed all those guys.
Yes.
They were tasty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we did mate with some of them because that's how we ended up with Neanderthal DNA.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like I mean, that's the human way.
Bird DNA too.
If you can fuck it, you fuck it. If you can't fuck it, you see if you can eat it. If you can't eat it, then you just get rid of it.
What about goats? What about goats? You fuck them and eat them. It's.
That's why they're some of our most precious livestock.
Fuck them, but I'll eat them.
Yeah, we crossed with at least 2 other species of humans as well that we know of through genetic remnants.
What's up with your Grammarly bullshit, bro? You need to ditch that program. It gives you fits all the time.
Grammarly sucks.
I don't have it. I've never tried
Following dolphins under the influence of Satan. That's it. That's the way.
Oh, I thought those were the ones that were jerking off and humping each other.
Dolphins use pufferfish to get high.
Yeah, we're talking about that already.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. I had to get up and go get a beer, and
Well, you missed the whole conversation while you were pissing, man, because that's exactly what Purple just said.
Fair enough.
Like 5
hey,
minutes
but
no, you're right.
It takes me a minute.
You're right, though.
It takes me a few minutes. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Brian Stevens, you're correct. In fact, crows are known to have a generational education with their offspring to teach them about their local environment and various features of certain humans and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, crows recognize individual people, so they know which ones have been nice to them and which ones have been mean to them.
Yeah, I always try to be nice to the crows and ravens.
I'm nice to everything until it treats me like shit. Like, snake comes at me, it's going to die. If it leaves me alone, I leave it alone.
Snakes and spiders eat the shit that bug the hell out of me.
Yeah.
That's why I don't bother them. I have little spiders all throughout my house, and I know I do. I don't care. I don't have little bugs that can give me weird shit or stuff like that. I also don't have bed bugs, so I'm just saying.
Well, if you didn't have bugs, you wouldn't have spiders.
Yeah, I keep telling people.
And if things get too big, my cats eat them, so I don't care.
I keep telling people, don't try to get rid of the spiders in your house. If you manage to get rid of all the spiders, you're just going to have more bugs.
You will. You'll have little bugs that you can't see that get into shit, and then you like your food and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't have that problem.
I also leave
not with the cats and the spiders.
I will leave certain cobwebs in my house in place because they get large from the spiders, and they pick up all kinds of little creatures that you never see.
Yep.
Yeah. They also will catch dust that's flying through the air too.
Oh yeah.
So if you think about it, they're actually a dust filter if they get big enough.
I've got a spider that's been living in my shower ever since I moved in here. He's up on the ceiling. Nice. I just leave him alone.
I'm watching you.
I have to read this just in case you guys can't see it. Beck number 2 said, "Raven. We have a raven here who hoots like an owl and drops pebbles on my tin roof just to fuck with me." I believe it.
Yeah.
What'd you do to piss him off? What'd you do to piss him off? That's what I want to know.
What you need to do is leave out some tributes, like some shinies, maybe some buttons or something.
Well, I was reading in National Geographic that a little girl did that for a family of crows, and they brought her shit back. She would leave shit for them, and they would bring shit back to her. Yeah. I was like, no fucking way. Yep. Guess what?
Yeah, I saw the girl with the collection of things they brought to her. There was one time when I was putting a new roof on the house in St. Paul that I realized, every time I took a couple whacks with the hammer, the woodpecker up in the tree was echoing back the same rhythm to me every time.
Yeah, I had this as either a crow or a raven, and I had this bird bath and it was empty. The crow flew up onto the roof of my house and looked down at me and called at me, and looked over at the bird bath and looked back at me, and I filled up the bird bath and he went over to the bird bath and played around the water.
Yeah.
He wanted me to fill up the water.
Well, that's when I was hammering on the roof. I think the woodpecker was trying to talk to me.
Hey, Liam, I know I'm like kind of crazy and shit, and I say weird things, but why didn't you guys try to put it back in the nest? Was the nest too high? Was it
crows build their nests way at the top of the pine trees?
Okay, well that's what I was going to ask, is if it was unreachable. Yeah, okay. Also some birds could try. I don't know. Can any of those birds pick up their young and take them back up?
Some will.
Because
maybe
I thought
the raptors could, but most of them I don't think could pick up something that large.
Okay.
But also remember, sometimes they'll kick little ones out of the nest if they're defective.
Yeah, that too.
Well,
that's true. Some do.
Either they will, or also, there are some birds that will put their nest in another species, put their egg in another species nest.
The
and
cuckoo.
Sometimes they will throw out the other hatchlings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You just got him strong enough to be on his own, and you released him, and then the parents left your wife alone. That's insane.
Eagles will have usually 1, maybe 2 eggs. If they have 2 eggs or maybe 3 eggs, you can guarantee one of the chicks is going out the edge of the nest.
Really?
The eagles just can't feed them enough.
Wow.
No soup for you.
It makes me wonder, that lady I was telling you guys about, Jenny, I'm wondering if that's what happened with that baby eagle.
Could have been, yeah.
Because I think it was something happened and it didn't have parents to feed it, is all I remember. But that would make sense why. He could have been an extra.
That's a possibility.
But by the time I moved out of there, all of his fledgling, whatever they call it, feathers, the baby feathers were all gone. And he was full color and he was beautiful. And he was right there at that river, and he would just fly up and down that river all the time. It was his spot. So I know he ended up being okay.
The word you were looking for there, Beck, was down. That white shit that the little chicks have on them, or the yellow shit.
Down. Thank you. Yes.
Shit.
Yes. Down. That's right.
And then it turned into feathers. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, his
they
down was
call
gone.
it down because if they step out of the nest at that point, that's the direction they're going.
Fair enough. That's
I had to go on YouTube because of something that Stephanie said. It's actually fucking cool. What I'm showing right now, that's not
awesome.
CGI. That's just a guy.
Oh, hold on.
With a camera.
Yeah,
bring that up.
That's it. That's it.
Here, let me bring that up so Jenny can see it too. There you go.
I can see it.
That's it.
It's awesome.
It's fucking cool, man. It is really cool.
So that's just from them storing up the algae.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually,
I've
they're
never
stirring
seen
it up.
that in person.
Yeah, they've stirred it up with their fins. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where a lot of old legends come from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mermaids.
Probably.
All
That's
the
I don't know the
spirits and shit.
I could
Well,
stare at
I
that
mean-
for
Incredibly
hours,
cool.
man.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
The
It's beautiful.
Get high and stare at that, huh?
that is
What's
that
that,
is
Mage?
Get high and stare at that.
mesmerizing.
I am high. What are you talking about? Get high and stare at it.
Oh, I have some
I've
news.
been high. What? Hey, is he just showing up? Did Major just show up? But yeah,
Mage?
that's
No,
mesmerizing.
Mage has been here the whole time. Just Mage is
And he's
very
just
quiet.
now catching up. Okay, fair.
Beck, I got some news for you.
Go for it, Jenny.
I hold in my hand my my pot pipe from years and years ago, and it's filled with pot because I got some of my first legal pot in Minnesota. Yay!
Did you manage to find that?
Minnesota.
Yeah, it was at my friend's house.
Awesome.
She found it.
Okay, good.
I'm glad you found it,
Now-
and yay for the legal pot. I love it here. That's one of the reasons I like it, man. You could be driving down the road and go, "Oh man, I need some more pot," and there's dispensaries everywhere. It's amazing here.
I still
Like
want it to
you
leave
can just be
legal
like,
here.
you know what? That one's kind of packed. I'll drive 2 minutes down the road to another one, and you could just do that through the whole city. Every 2 minutes, there's a fucking dispensary, and there's warehouses everywhere here where they're growing pot. And so you're driving down the road, and you're like, you're at work, right? And you can't smoke, and you're like, fuck, god damn it. By God, you leave work, man. You're ready for a fucking hit.
By God, I will tell you so.
I have to ask you, Beck.
GAWD.
Since when are you clairvoyant?
What do you mean?
Well, I just
Use
noticed your overlay on StreamYard, how it lines up perfectly with the video
color.
of the dolphins. So
I know it does.
You have to be clairvoyant in order to do that.
I love blue flames. Blue flames are beautiful, but that is so similar to it. Yeah, it's literally it's coming off as that one color on the screen. That's funny.
Unfortunately, while the state legalized the marijuana here, since the building I'm in gets federal funding, possessing it within the building is still grounds for eviction.
Well, then go
Fuck
like
that
that.
shit.
Since the building I'm in gives rent subsidies to some of the residents, so they get federal funding.
Okay, Biden, if you want to earn points, make it legal.
Thank
hey,
you,
a lot of
Tobin.
a lot of states are just doing it, man, which is great. Because I mean, the honest God, if a state doesn't do it, they're stupid. It's such an economical advancement for every state. Like you go through Colorado. When I drove through there last year, I was driving through there all the time. They are constantly redoing roads, rebuilding bridges. Their infrastructure is going to be great here in a few years because they sell pot and the taxes off of it.
Yeah, well,
33% tax on fucking marijuana in any common state that sells it. That's huge, man. People come from all states around and drive to Colorado and drive here now to buy it.
He is exactly right.
Yep.
They did the same thing in Virginia. They come from North Carolina. Hell, they will come from South Carolina and Tennessee and Kentucky to Virginia to get it legally. Now, they busted when they went home. That's not on us.
That's
not
on them.
Everybody.
That's on them.
Yeah,
Whether they made it over the border or not. Hey, people do it all the time, man. People do it all the time.
Colorado, the second year they had it legal, because once they had all the numbers from the first year final and they could see it, their biggest problem was figuring out what to throw the money at, because the revenues turned out to be 8 times what they anticipated them to be.
It is. It's a huge, huge revenue. I mean, you have to think about all the people local. You'll get like the medical people that don't pay taxes, but everybody else that's buying it recreational, which is the mass of the population, they're paying 33%. Like here, when they made it recreational last April, when they made it recreational here, they put a 21% tax on it. It's only 21% for now. And they're doing the same model that Colorado did. They're going to have 21%, then they'll bump it up to like 24, then 29, and then eventually it'll be around 33%. And they're going to be fucking raking 33% tax. So for every $100, that's a lot of freaking money at the end of the day. They are raking it in. And this state's going to do the same thing. They have bridges and shit that are old, and they're going to do the same thing. They're just going to rebuild the state with it.
Here in Minnesota, as they were working on passing the bill, they had hearings about the overcharging for taxes and product, and how if they should regulate it and how.
That's bullshit, Brian. Brian says it's legal here unless you have any. Then they will bust you for possession. You can buy CBD oil at the gas station, but if you get caught with it, you go to jail. Florida sucks. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Now, I will say here, if you are caught smoking it while driving, they will give you an driving under the influence. You will get a DUI. That is totally legal. So you cannot, I drive around smoking it all the fucking time. I don't give a fuck. But they could bust me for that. And they don't bother anybody here because there's so many people that have medical marijuana cards. They're like, what the fuck's the point in busting them? You know what I mean? It's recreational, but
you should not be driving and smoking.
No, I do it all the time, but no, you really don't do that. P.S.
No, don't do that. Take a tip from your Uncle Beck. Don't do that.
Right. Don't do that.
Especially
there you
not
go.
When your house
Reservation.
Is behind you.
We go down to the reservation sometimes. They have they own a Valero right on the side of one of the main state roads here, and you can drive 15 minutes out of Santa Fe and go up there and go buy your cigarettes and get it tax free. So a lot of people go and buy cigarettes up there and whatever, gas or whatever, so they don't have to pay the tax on it.
Yeah, well, that's when I was in Michigan. They had made a big deal that they had legalized possession of marijuana. But that's all they had done was legalize possession. It was still illegal to buy or sell it. And it was illegal to buy or sell the seeds.
Hi, Jay.
So it's like you were allowed to have it if it mysteriously appeared in your house without any explanation.
See, and that's fucked up.
Perfect.
And Brian's down there where you could buy it, but you can't possess it. And you can't buy it, but you can have it.
Well, just like 2 years ago, they finally corrected that, and they finally made it legal to sell it, and places start opening up.
Could you imagine, like, the cop comes up to your house for something else, sees the pot? Where'd that come from? Oh, the pot fairy. Just dropped it off in the middle of the night.
The
This
literal.
unicorn
Oh, yeah, it was
charged in
magic.
Here, dropped it on the table, and left.
Yeah, it was a miracle. I swear it was a miracle. Didn't
I don't
see
know.
it
It was
coming.
really strange. Like, this guy walked in my house, dropped it on the table, walked outside, took the envelope out from underneath my windshield wiper, and left. So I don't know how it got here. I didn't bring it in.
But yeah, there's no question that weed is definitely going to slow down your reflexes. So that would be very bad for driving.
Hey, Tobin, that's probably true in Texas, and it's going to be true in every state. They have to generate funds to fix the roads and keep them in shape. That's where the money comes from. In most states, by state law, they can only use taxation money and registration money from cars to build roads. That's how they divide it up and make sure that you're spending your taxes on the right thing.
Right.
But if everything goes away because they're not paying gas tax, they have to replace that somehow, and that's what they're doing. A lot of states have arguments all the time about whether it should be taxed or should it be a flat fee, or various things. If you get wind of your state doing it, get involved, talk to them.
Well, people have complained about it because in Illinois, if you have an electric vehicle, they have a higher tax on the plates for electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And people are complaining about that, but that's to compensate for the fact that they're not buying gas, so it pays the road tax.
Right. That's exactly what Tobin was talking about. They have a surcharge on your registration and license that covers electric vehicles not using gas.
Now, the funny thing about that is this. They're still using petroleum because you still gotta create the fucking electricity that they're charging their damn car off of. So they're either using petroleum or coal or something to do it anyway.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with building roads.
No, you're right. Although I think that there should be some trickle down from that.
And that's not always the case either.
What do you mean?
Well, it depends where you live.
You're not always using. It depends on.
Well,
it depends on
a huge percentage of the United States. That's how you're getting, the energy created.
Yeah, the vast majority of the U.S. the electricity is generated either by coal or natural gas.
Yeah.
There are some areas that are doing better things. Actually, where I live, we've got a nuclear power plant about 40 miles from where I live, so that's what's doing the power for this city.
Right, and some places have that, but that's also I think that's becoming more common though than it used to be. I think when I drove around, there was a lot of just coal. It was just coal everywhere.
Yeah, this is an older one that was built in the 70s, still running.
Oh, good. Yeah, there's one. I remember seeing one out in the middle of Indiana. It was weird. There was nothing out there, and then boom, there was a nuclear power plant. I was like, they just stuck in the middle, which I would prefer rather than it being in a city. I think it should be in the middle of nowhere. I was gonna hit the brakes, but I was high.
Yeah.
I didn't stop in time. Then I died. Yeah, there you go, Beck.
Well, that was in the 70s. They built this one in what they thought was the middle of nowhere, but everything's kind of grown up around it now.
Well, people got to live and work there. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's what happens.
Yeah, well...
That's how Vegas started.
Yeah, it's just that the middle of nowhere where the power plant is quickly becoming the suburbs of the city. And yeah, not too many people want to buy a house around a nuclear power plant.
I don't imagine why.
I don't want to live anywhere near anything industrial. That's one of the things, like, if I go to leave this place, I'm really going to miss the lack of industrial in this city and how clean the air is. And there's not trucks everywhere spewing out shit.
Did y'all notice we're getting lectured about drugs?
Uh-huh. I know, from a guy that smokes pot.
Yeah, but it's tappy. I mean, when you want.
Come on in, Weasel. I know you want
physicist.
About 2005, I moved into one of the towns that was even closer to the nuclear plant, and they delivered a little greeting package to us. That apparently, by law, they're required to deliver to anyone who moves within 25 miles of the plant.
Was it kryptonite?
No, but it did contain iodine tablets that you were supposed to take if they.
Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, that's always good. Yeah,
that's lovely. I love it when they just hand out iodine tablets. That's when you know you've really hit it big, or could hit it big.
Doesn't it taste like keys?
Copper. Yeah, it tastes like copper.
Keys?
I don't know. I didn't actually try one. I assumed that they just tasted like salt, but I didn't try.
So I put some in my when I went backpacking. We were supposed to do that. We put like this iodine stuff to purify the water, and you shake it up in your Nalgene bottle, and you let it sit for a half an hour. But if you don't have the second tablet or Kool-Aid, it tastes like keys in your mouth, and it's like, ugh.
Oh, like you're sucking on a penny.
Yeah.
It's like copper. It's supposed to protect you from aliens and shit. Yeah. I've heard of
I just took an eyedropper bottle full of chlorine bleach.
Yeah,
and you just put like 2 drops in a gallon jug, and if you let it sit a couple hours, the bleach completely gases out.
I try to have even if you drink it with that little bit,
that little bit's not going to hurt you.
Well, they tell you in California to do that because we are always preparing for the big one. So yeah, they tell you to have bleach on hand and water on hand, and be able to boil. If something goes wrong.
It takes less than a teaspoon of bleach to disinfect one gallon of water.
Iodine is what my grandmother would use on cuts.
Yeah, iodine on cuts. Yeah, trust me, I remember all that methylate and all that shit.
Yeah, Jenny, it's not even anywhere near a teaspoon. It's just a couple of drops.
Yeah.
They put iodine on me before surgery too, don't they? Still, like they had something on me like that. It was like orange.
Oh.
It was orange.
Betadine.
To kill anything in the water that would hurt you only takes 10 parts per million.
There used to be.
So here's a fun.
There used to be a soap that they used for the in place of iodine. Excuse me. It was called the Physohex, and it was also colored that they intentionally colored that way because people were used to the iodine color. And Physohex was really good, but it turned out to be quite toxic. And you had all these medical people using it dozens of times a day, and there were medical people dropping from cancer, like my mom. And after that, they came out with the betadine that they have today, which I'm sure they'll find something wrong with it at some point.
So, fun fact: in one of my management positions, we had food and soda fountains and stuff in there, and the health inspector came through. And what he told me to do was put a splash of bleach in a container about 2 quarts, about a 2-quart container. He said, take the things off the soda fountain, throw them in there overnight, and then just put them back on in the morning. And I said, well, do I have to wash them or anything? He's like, no. So bleach will dissipate out of an open container within 6 hours.
Yep.
So you could throw a bleach tablet or a splash of bleach into a gallon container, leave it open, do not close it up, leave it open and let it sit for 6 hours and then drink it. It will not hurt you. All the toxins
that's what I was saying. It'll just gas off.
Yes. That's what I was trying to back you up and say I've actually talked to a health inspector about that. So I know that's a fact.
Yeah, chlorine will gas off as well.
I'd still rather boil it.
Well, like I was saying, boiling takes a lot of energy. So if you have to be concerned about, providing the fuel for the heat,
if I need
to be expensive.
If I need to boil off, I just Never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
I was waiting. Go ahead.
All right. I'll gas off on my own.
I gas off on my own all the time, Jenny. I understand. My uncle's house on Lake Erie was next door to Bessie, the nuclear plant. You couldn't hop his back fence because it was Bessie property. No glowing uncle that I observed. They just sold the lake house.
Did you look at night in his pants?
I don't know if I'd want to do that. I mean, it's his uncle, man. It ain't that kind of uncle.
Yeah.
That's the other uncle.
I like that. That's pretty good.
I like people that share drugs. Don't we all? I mean, really, we do. I mean, as long as they're, not going to kill you drugs. If somebody came up to me with heroin, I wouldn't take it. But, yeah. But if somebody wanted to smoke a bowl with me, I would say, sure, put some in this pipe. I don't share with anybody. That's what I would say.
Oh, so you would say puff, puff, don't pass?
Puff, puff, get your own.
You got to be really good friends with me for me to share a bowl with you.
Okay.
Joints are even worse because people fucking get the joint wet and they hand it to you.
Oh, Jesus.
I just ate a gummy earlier this afternoon. I don't smoke. My lungs can't take it.
I wanted to get some real pot just to try, actual edible stuff just to make magic brownies. I've never tried that.
Magic brownies.
I'm just wondering if it would hit me better eating it than it does smoking it, because smoking it usually does nothing.
Just go to your local pot distributor and buy some stuff with the baked goods with pot.
Edibles.
They sell them.
Yes, gummy bears.
Oh, so good. Mine's a little gummy cube that I had. It's really good. It's pineapple flavored. It was so good. And it doesn't have to be nasty anymore. Like you can just put it in whatever.
If you're just trying it for the first time, do not eat the whole thing at once. Cut it in quarters.
God.
Yes.
You don't know what happened to me. Oh my God.
Yeah,
so it was my first time trying an edible. My friend gives me a chocolate bar, right? And I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. She didn't tell me. So I was like, oh, I'll just eat half of this. Which was like each, you know how it's divided into little tiny squares, and each square was 10 milligrams?
Right? 10
so
milligrams.
I think I took about 40 or something.
Yeah.
And I was like,
you're right.
And I went from 0 to that, and I was like, I'm gonna die. I just was saying that on and then I was like, I'm not gonna die. and then I felt like my skin was separating from my bones, but it wasn't painful. I don't know how to describe this weird feeling I had. And I was like, don't panic. This is paranoia. I'm trying to self-talk myself down. You know what this is.
But it's better than nothing, right? Because it's legit highly distressing when you get into a stage of a nasty weed high can in that moment be extremely unpleasant. It ain't got nothing on other stuff, I would imagine, but yeah.
I felt like I was gonna be sick, so I was just leaning over a bucket and just waiting it out. It took a good 2-3 hours for it to stop.
It's okay. This is just paranoia. That's what they want you to think.
My lovely.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My lovely friends back home when I was a kid, and I wanted to do acid. They said, "Okay, well, we'll start you off with a real low dose," and they did. It was like a half or a quarter dose of what's usual. You take a window pane and just cut it up into 4 pieces. And then the second time they said, "Oh, we're going to give you a full strength one if you want to do that." And so I said, "Sure, let's give it a try." And it turned out to be a 4-way hit of window pane, which is 4 doses, not 1.
Oh dear.
Oh man, I was sitting there for 12 hours waiting for God to show up.
Jeez. I've always been scared of mushrooms for that. Can you imagine just you're
Yeah, just a 4-way window pane thing. It's that really rings a bell because it was 1,200 micrograms. each. You say 250 is a really, reasonable dose. You can get a pretty nice trip out of that. But 1,000, well, whoa!
I'm not sure. That is a huge amount.
I'm not sure who's trying to come in, but the room is full, so you have to wait for someone to leave. So I am sorry.
I can assist with that. I need to go get some food, so I'm gonna scoot.
Me too. But I had one thing. So
yeah, buddy.
A lot of people have been moving to Blue Sky.
Yeah.
So my question is, how are you guys posting shit on Blue Sky? Do you do that separately from any other platform you're on, or do you have a thing where you can just post it once and it goes out everywhere?
Oh, you're saying, is it linked? I don't think Blue Sky is linked into everything yet.
No,
but I have.
It is.
But I haven't tried to do it myself yet, so I don't know.
Well,
it's federated, but I'm not sure where the federation is.
And the thing is, you can't schedule a post on Blue Sky, but you can if you have the app. So I would like to share that with everyone because it's been a lifesaver.
That would
me.
be marvelous.
Oh, I have the Blue Sky
this
app.
one,
it's easy.
I'm using this. I'm using this for Twitter, Facebook, and Blue Sky. But let me see. So you can use it with Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Mastodon, and Blue Sky. So if you have one post, it'll go out there and you can schedule it. I'll put the link in the private chat. If you can give me a wrench, Beck, I could put it in the public one too.
Well, just throw it in the private chat for now. I'll copy and paste it for you. I got it.
It's in the private chat.
I got it.
Good.
It is free. It has some other functions so you can track your own social media shit as well.
Thanks.
It'll tell you who unfollowed and followed you on Twitter. One of the things that I've been missing lately. But it's a really nice tool to have.
Great.
Wow, this is great.
Especially if you're doing YouTube. And what I usually do is I send out a tweet an hour before I go live, wherever that may be, and then I'll send out a tweet the moment we go live, and I schedule those so I don't have to look, and it's just going out, and people will be notified that there's a live show going on, and it usually helps with.
I normally. Did you mean to leave? I normally. Shit. See, I'm so ADD. That's really cool, Ember.
Story of my life.
That is really cool, Ember. All right. Well, thank you, Ember, for stopping by. Love you, and see you soon, and all that stuff. And have a great night.
Yeah, you too. Doodles.
Thanks.
Good night, Ember.
See you later, Ember. Okay, and then I've got another thing that I really would like to share. I posted a conversation with Melissa Locke, which is titled the interview Greg Locke doesn't want you to see. She talks about all. Yes, it's the one that he shipped out of state because he thought that fucking his secretary was better than his own wife.
That's so great.
So if you wanna, well, this is hard to listen to because she talks about all the abuse that she's been going through all over the years, and especially the shit she went through when when Greg wanted her to leave. I would like as many people as possible to download that video and post it on their own channel. Use the same title, the interview Greg Locke didn't want you to hear, so it gets as much traction as possible. And if you can download it and you want it, and you want the thumbnail too with the Jesus Circus in the back, contact me and I'll send you a copy.
Who is
people need to hear this.
Who's the publisher of this? Is that your channel?
It's on my backup channel. Gonna go for some more. And
so, like, if I was
to
review that, like, would that be okay?
That's what I was going to ask because I wanted to do it.
Sure, anytime, anytime. Give it as much publicity as you possibly can.
Oh, he's one of my favorites to bash on. Like, frankly, he's ridiculous.
Hey, HS, you know what we could do? We can co-stream that.
We could.
There you go.
The thing is, so McKinnon Mitchell made a documentary about Greg Locke and was about to publish it. I was helping him with some stuff that he could use. I have a lot of the text messages between Melissa and Greg Locke from back when they split up. And then McKinnon Mitchell started getting death threats to his home address, and he's got a few small kids. But these were Greg's followers telling him that if that documentary was going to come out, they were to come visit him. And so McKinnon backed down on publishing the documentary. It's shelved. So it might come out at some point in a different form on a different channel. But
no, I think it's what it's going to be is when he feels safe, he'll let it go. I bet you he's going to move and shit. I bet you once his family's safe, he'll do it.
Yeah, and so one of the things in the documentary that was part of the documentary, not all of it, because this is an hour long, was the interview with Melissa, and so he gave that interview to me. He gave it to Jail Warren. Jail Warren contacted McKinnon and said, "Hey, can I publish this?" And McKinnon said, "Go ahead." And then Jail Warren came back to me and said, "Hey, can you make a visualization for this thing?" So that's where I came up with the cassette tape thing and shit.
Okay.
So Jail has already put it out on his channel. But I as I said, we both like people to copy it, whether you copy it from JL's channel or my channel, it doesn't matter, as long as you copy the whole video and put it out unedited so people can hear the batshit crazy shit that this woman had to go through for 20 years. That would be cool.
Hey, HS, when do you usually stream?
When I'm feeling well, Mondays, but not in the evening, typically in the afternoon. Okay. I mean, we could maybe work on something at, a different time if you want.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, right now I'm not working. I'm waiting on paperwork. So I'm available any afternoon if you want to do it this week or something.
Yeah.
I know tomorrow and Wednesday after Purple, and then Thursday evening / afternoon, I think it should be pretty dead on YouTube. So, but whenever you want to do it, I'm fine.
Let's do Thursday.
Thursday,
but yeah, we'll just have to figure out how to do it. Yeah.
Well, Michael, do you want to cover it using the video on my channel, or do you want a copy? I can send you a copy as well.
Does it matter? Like, I don't think it would matter.
It
right?
doesn't really. No, because there's no real video other than the graphics I made. So
I usually don't download when I'm doing these. Like, I'll just share the screen.
I don't either. Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah,
I'll just do it like that, Peter, and you'll get the view out of it too. So we'll just take it right off.
You got the link.
And we can reference
I don't really
the channel.
Care. Yeah, I don't really care about the views. I just want this shit to go out because this woman went through some severe abuse that she's still recovering from, and still doesn't realize how abused she is, because even though Greg kept being abusive in text and in phone calls, she still wanted to get back to him, and she still said, "Well, it's all my fault," and when it wasn't. So,
he had her brainwashed. He did that. He did that game. What do they call it? The slow game on the abuse. Purple. We were talking about that earlier. What is that called?
The Vulcan mind trick.
Wait. So
no, hold on. Yeah, but no, you were saying somewhere earlier about what's up, brother? You were saying somewhere earlier about the abuser like doing that slow, getting into the abuse so you don't realize it's happening, and then all of a sudden you're like in the middle of this, and you go to a therapist, and the therapist is like, "This is what's going on." You're like, "Oh wow."
My therapist called it boiled frog syndrome.
Thank you, boiled frog syndrome.
I went through this with my ex-girlfriend who was in an abusive relationship that built up over 20 years as well, and so then the victim is at a point where they're no longer realizing they're being abused.
Yeah,
they think it's their fault. They think that they're the bad one in the relationship, and they have to constantly apologize and do more shit for the other partner. This is just it's horrific.
Well, that's what happened to me. It developed slowly over 12 years.
Yes, and it takes an awful lot of time to recover from that. So my ex was told if this was done over a period of 20 years, then you have to take into consideration that it might be 10 years or more to completely recover from this and be able to make a clear judgment in the future. So it's one of the worst forms of abuse, and so there's a lot more, but you have to go listen to it. It's
I only got over it because after meeting my fiance, I had 5 years of an incredibly wonderful relationship.
Yeah. No, yeah, I've been in an abusive relationship. One time the mental abuse is pretty bad with one, and they convinced me I was too chubby. And so I lost all this weight, and I got really thin, and then when everything blew up in the end, it was, who would want you anyways? Look how skinny you are. You look gross. You're all bones.
Yeah.
Literally something like that happened to. Literally something like that happened to Melissa as well. Melissa went to a body. I think they called it a body farm at some point to lose weight, and then she came back, and because of all of the shit that was going on in their house, she gained weight again. And then Greg started body shaming her. And when she was put on a bus, and when she was put on a bus out of state because she needed to leave because Greg wanted his new girlfriend to move in, she had a haircut, and then she was body shamed about that. And now you look like a guy, shit like that. It's pretty horrific.
So basically what I'm hearing is everything she did in life, he found a way to abuse her mentally with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He even got her to he even got her to the point where he said, "I'm going to spend less time with my secretary," and she said, "Oh, please don't do that because she's going to think it is me. Please spend more time with her."
Fuck.
The woman who's now his wife. Wow. Which was the best friend, which was his ex's best friend at the time.
Oh no, nobody did anything like that to me. I figured it out before we got that deep. Fuck that.
And she was married too. And when the whole thing came out is something that not a lot of people are aware of, but this is where Greg Locke's daughter walked in on him fucking his new girlfriend in the back room of the church on a couch. So that's when shit hit the fan. And about I think a day or 2 days later, his wife was put on a bus out of state. And
so his daughter walked in on him doing his secretary at work.
Yes. Listen. As long as you confess your sins and repent, it's all good.
Oh, fuck that
right?
shit.
Yeah.
It's just the gays that and the trans folks that are going to hell. Heterosexuals can do whatever the fuck they want, right?
Now, see, for me, that's so backfired because the Catholic Church had me convinced I was going to hell by the time I was 8. So there was no longer any reason for me to behave, and I never developed any ethics until I heeded the Bible.
I thought it was all stupid, to be honest with you, Purple. By the time I was like 8 years old, I would sit there and be like, what is the fucking point of us sitting here every fucking Sunday? And I just look at everybody and I was like, this is just weird, man. And then I got a little older and I was like, why are we kissing the feet of a statue? And then I got a little older and I'm like, why are there people like walking in robes, swinging a metal thing back and forth with incense pouring out of it and chanting? What the fuck am I doing here? And then I got a little older and and then I got a little older and they were like, confirmation, blah, blah. And I was like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Did you do your confirmation stuff? No, I don't fucking care. This is stupid. So then I got to be 16 and I was like, Mom, can I try other churches? I don't think this one's for me because I didn't want to insult her.
Yeah.
She was like, sure, go ahead. So, I mean, she's old
And
school
then you
Italian.
went to Jesus
so
Rock Church, right? With a lag.
Oh, I tried Pentecostal. I tried Methodist, Baptist,
Beck,
Lutheran.
Beck, did you?
Everyone in the
did you
area
get to
I
the,
could try.
I need to ask. Did you get to the point where you asked your mother how come that there are at least 7 Catholic churches, 7 or 9? I forgot the exact number, that claim to have Jesus's foreskin. Did it grow back? And
I didn't know about that. I didn't know that fun fact back then.
Yes.
I was out in the middle of the country. We didn't have internet. We were poor. Like
Speaking of genital
we had
mutilations.
books. We had books and 3 channels, So no, I didn't know that it was weird that we were circumcising little kids, babies. Like, why are we doing that anyways, right? What is the point?
Because God apparently made the penis defective and we need to cut it off.
Yeah.
See, but no, that actually he didn't, because the foreskin actually helps a guy get off better. So
there's a lot of functions that it has, but
seriously, but you take that away, you just took away a lot of the feeling that a guy has during sex. You just screwed him over.
Yeah,
look, we got a pill for that.
Imagine the fact that how good it feels for guys to do anything. Imagine that feeling better. Like, really, man, you got gypped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely being sarcastic.
Okay.
It is so unneeded. It is so unneeded.
Really, it is.
I'm gonna hop off.
The only reason they kept doing it, they started because of religion. Real quick, they started because of religion. The only reason they kept doing it is because the dads were like, "No, I look like that. You should just go ahead and keep doing it." And that's all it was.
Yeah.
It was just Christianity and that. And now here we are.
No,
today.
it goes beyond that too.
Well, that's
Kellogg,
where
too.
everything basically started. Peter, thank you so much for coming by, buddy. And I got that shared out. I have all the links saved, and I appreciate you, man.
And
Hey,
again,
Peter, thanks so
for
much.
helping.
Thanks for.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. So thanks for the tips. That really awesome. I really appreciate it. And
Anytime.
I dropped a note in the private chat. I'd love any help you can render any assistance. I know you're.
I've been helping Amber out with some shit regarding OBS. If there's anything I can do to help you, just you're on Twitter, so just
I
shoot
am
me a DM on Twitter.
You're thanking him for the tip.
If there's anything I can do to help you with, I just shoot me a message and I'll make time. No problem.
You're thanking him for the tips when we were just talking about foreskins.
Oh yeah, no. That too. Always. Thanks for the calamari. Appreciate it.
Well,
that is true, Brian. It does not change that fact. You are right. Look, Toby, my tip got gypped. Actually, you should not say gypped because that is actually a gypsy slur. And I've gotten lectured recently about using gypsy, so I need to quit using that word. So you can't say. Please wait till I'm finished talking, please. I can't stand that crap. So you really can't say gypped on my channel anymore. So behave. No more of that. All right, go ahead, everybody.
Okay.
Continue to talk.
I'm gonna hop off. So if anyone needs any help, you know where to find me. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Facebook. So just hit me up, and I'll help out.
Okay.
And you guys, thanks for helping out getting the shit about lockout, because the more people do it, the better.
Yeah, no, I'm all about smashing that guy up, dude. I'll do whatever I can. Trust me.
Okay. Well, catch you guys later. Thanks for having me back.
Peace, brother.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye, Brian. Yeah, no, I was Tobin. I was using the term gypsy, referring to myself, and Aunt Jer gave me a school lesson, and even though I knew it, and I was just being hard headed, and then I was like, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't use that because I was using it for myself. So I thought, what's the harm? And people are like, well, there are bad connotations behind it. I'm like, yeah, but I don't care what other people think about me because I know who I am. So fuck them. Do you think I'm some horrible person because I used a term that I don't see as a slur because I respect who those people were? And I think I would have loved to live in that life growing up. I should have been a traveling child.
Well, like historically,
I've always had itchy feet. So, yeah, I mean, historically, yeah, they were fucking cool, man. I mean, they just traveled around and made a living and
they still
did their own
exist, but they
thing.
don't go by that name.
Before that, their origins were actually gypsy. Gypsy is the Romanian word for wanderer.
Yes.
So they were actually the Jewish exiles that practiced the Jewish Kabbalah, that they would do divinations and such.
Yeah, and then they
so they were the Jewish refugees.
For a while. Yeah.
Right. Right. On Jer. I don't understand the obsession with parents matching genitals with their children. Are they taking family genital photos?
Yeah.
It is
so like a matching sweater.
Well, they also say things like, "Oh, I don't want him to be uncomfortable in the locker room," and it's always like, I don't know about you, but I don't stare at people's genitals in the locker room. This whole like, oh my God, did you see
are you kidding?
There was a trans woman? Oh my God. And I'm like, I really wouldn't have known.
But I felt like a dude in the women's locker room. I didn't look at anybody. I stared at my locker and the floor, and I changed quick, and I put on clothes quick, and I looked at the floor, and I got the fuck out of there because I felt like I was somewhere I shouldn't be because I wanted to
like
fuck
that
half
too.
of them.
Yeah,
like I tried to be polite, right?
You were born female. So
I didn't see anything.
If you had ever been in a men's locker room, guys will never admit they look, but they always compare.
Sneak a peek.
Lights still low.
Well, they won't admit they look because then they sound gay. But they're always.
I was looking, but I wasn't looking in that way. I was just looking because I'm. Well, never mind.
Well, they always want to believe that they're the biggest in the room.
Yeah, I didn't know it was derogatory, honestly, Tobin, until about 3-ish years ago. It came up on a topic on one of our channels, and we were all talking about it. And I learned a lot at that point. I didn't realize it was either. And I always thought, when I was a little kid and I learned about the Romanian wanderers, I was like, I want to be a gypsy. Like when I was a teenager, I totally wanted to be a gypsy and go travel around. It was like sounded so fucking amazing to me to see all these different places and learn about all these different cultures, and you just live on the road and don't hold still very long. And if I had the money, I would be doing that today. Like if I had a work at home job, if I could find a good remote work from home job that could pay all my bills, I would not sit still at all.
I think they call themselves Roma
everywhere.
people. Like what?
Yeah.
Well,
Roma? What do they call themselves?
Yeah, Roma or Romani.
Okay.
Romani is the other one too. Romani.
Well, there were a lot of novels and movies that really romanticized it, so you probably got a lot of that when you were a kid.
There's also villainy, right? So like Thinner from Stephen King. It's a gypsy that curses the guy, right?
There's a lot of that about gypsy curses as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anjur, for spreading the lesson you gave me. Yeah. So, no, but I always thought people from Romania, or Romani, or Roma, or whatever you prefer. Yeah. I just never thought anything about it. I just thought it's their culture. That's cool. I don't know. I've never been a hater though my entire life. Anytime I've learned something about a different culture that I've found interesting. Oh, I don't care what the culture is. I just find it interesting sometimes, like the Mayans used to, when people came and attacked them, they'd kill them and cut their heads off and put them on stakes to let everybody know, no, don't come fuck with us. And they'd leave them there for a little bit.
Don't push me because I'm close to the edge.
Right. Don't fuck with us. We don't care if we're little or not. We will kill you. And that's what they were showing. And when I went down there to visit, the blocks are still there with the holes drilled in them for the wooden poles to put the fucking heads on. Really cool, though, at the same time. But huge blocks had like, I don't know, 100 holes in each one or something. A lot.
No,
like there was a lot of headspace. Dun-dun-dun.
I'm just a little bit curious. Just how many people would actually make the connection between gypped and gypsy anyway?
I
didn't until I was
know.
informed. I didn't.
Yeah.
I was informed with our community.
I think that kind of matters.
Yeah.
Well, you look how he wrote it out. I would have written it out in the past the same way, actually, with the J. Like you think oftentimes these words are standalone words, right? And you don't know any better. Just like when I was younger, I didn't know you weren't supposed to say Oriental. Like I know that sounds strange, but I didn't know that.
That seems to be more of a
it should be
recent thing, actually.
Yeah. Actually, when I was a kid, that was completely acceptable. It really was, sometime in the 90s or the early 2000s that became seen as a slur.
Well, we accepted Asian as anybody past like India, and Orient was like Chinese and Japanese people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought as a kid, but I've been informed that Oriental typically refers to objects, I guess.
That seems
right?
to be more of a recent issue.
Yeah, it is, because when I was a kid in the 70s, it wasn't any big deal, but then again, there were a lot of things that were slurs back then that people don't want you to do now.
Yeah.
It's true.
Intent matters to me a lot too, right?
Yeah.
Like,
See, that's the big thing, and that's what I was saying. Thank you, HS. I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, then I'll let you continue. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm not picking on them. I was saying that I am one of them. I feel akin to them. So I don't see it as a slur. And I said, it's a good time to kill the stigma behind that slur. And then Aunt Jer said, yeah, but that's their job to do, not yours. And I said, you're right. You're right. It's not my job to do that. So I backed off from it.
It's like the word queer, right? Like if you're not queer and you use the word queer, it has a different hit, doesn't it?
Well, no, it's all about context. Even if you're gay and you say queer to someone, you could be a lesbian and saying it to a gay guy as a slur. It's all context, See, here's the problem. Here's one of the things that bugs me is if you're considered to the outside world in a certain group, you automatically get a pass about certain things. And I make jokes about it all the time. You'll see me in the chats go, well, maybe he's a faggot. I can say that word. I'm under the umbrella. But I'm being a smart ass and I'm trying to get people's attention, and no one's fucking noticed, I don't think, that I do that. But that's literally the why I do it. You can't, just because you're like, the only thing I feel okay about that with is picking on white people for being dumbass, white, privileged assholes. I feel like that's fair game. And I can say it because I'm a white guy. Fuck it. You don't want to classify me as an Irish Italian or Danish Irish Italian? Okay, fine. I'm a white dude. I'll pick on all the fucking white people. That's the box I check. White. Sometimes it's Caucasian, but almost always white. So I'll pick on them all I want because they're a bunch of fucking privileged assholes, and it's fair game. But I'm not totally okay with people doing it, because they're in that classification when it's in a bad context. It's not okay.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if they're part of the community or not. You shouldn't be saying it mean.
My general thought is flip the script. If it doesn't sound good that way, then it shouldn't sound good the other way.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you, Mage.
Well,
Caucasian, but almost always white.
Up until the early 1900s, Italians and Irish weren't considered white.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Polish. Eastern Europeans. Anybody who's not it's like, my people are the nastiest people on the planet. What can I tell you?
Yeah. anyone whose skin was more than 2 tones darker.
No. White English, the English, nastiest motherfuckers on the planet. They used to rule the goddamn globe, being so polite. There you go.
Word. Hey, Jer, do you mind, since I can't grab that right now off of the comments, do you mind Xing me? Can you X me with that link, please?
Yeah,
I would appreciate it.
Put
so
it
I
out
don't
in
have to try to
excrement.
find it.
That's what I'm calling them, excrements. No, they're not tweets anymore. They're excrements.
Excrements, like
they're sheets. Yes,
like Twitter
they're
comments.
sheets. The X is actually is like in Pinyin. It's pronounced SH, so it was Twitter. It's now shitter.
Yeah,
and
then it's just
sheets.
See, but no, you're doing it wrong, Stephanie. There's no iter on the end of the. No, hold on. There's no iter on the end of the X, so that just makes it shh. So what they're really is just telling everybody to shut up.
Yeah, well, that's true
It's
too.
a social
Yeah.
media platform for communication, and they're telling everybody to shut up.
That's basically. Oh yeah, and by the way, get off the platform if you don't like it. Leave. It's like, all right, guy's a marketing genius. I swear to God. I don't know you.
Have you guys?
Words plumage doesn't even come into it. That is an X Twitter.
Something about torching the Twitter sign. Did you see all that?
I thought the city made him take it down because he didn't have any permits to put up in the first place, and it wasn't properly anchored.
He was destroying people's lives with the light show at night in their bedroom windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the video from that. God, that would be so fucking annoying.
So they did it. So let me get this straight. They did it like they did the Tesla stations by the dealers, didn't they? Has anybody seen that? It's like a lit up futuristic gas station, and it is so bright when you drive by, you're like, fuck.
Yeah, it was across from a bunch of it was across from the apartment complex, and it was flashing, being like a strobe.
No.
Great, giving people seizures.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, not only that, and just keeping up all night. What's wrong? I saw something all night in my dream and not in my dream. What was it? A big bird on my ceiling, flashing over and over.
No, it was an X.
Just a big X.
Big ass X.
Oh, this was a new sign, not an old sign.
Yeah, this is a new one.
Dude, this X thing, first of all, how boring. Black and white, X, okay. Like, that's somehow better or cooler. And I'm like, why? Are you obsessed with the number 10? Like, what is it?
But it looked like somebody got some stuff from a scrapyard, and it was a high school project to put it up on the roof. It wasn't even anchored to the roof. It was just a bunch of sandbags holding it down, hoping the wind wouldn't blow it over.
No, you got a bolt. No, go
yeah.
ahead. I'm trying to keep my construction mouth shut.
No. That's why I understood that the city made him take it down. The thing was a safety hazard. If there had been a
big metal
wind, that thing
X.
could have been in the street.
A big metal X flying through the air. What that just sounds so safe.
Can you imagine like it rolling sort of like a ninja star?
Yeah, like and people are just like you know, as it's rolling down the sidewalk. Yeah, that sounds great. Let's do that. No, I want to discuss this. This is a great topic. Thank you, Tobin, because really that's the basis of what was going on. I picked up such horrible language. Okay, so background on my father. Northern guy from a family that fought against slavery, but then he ended up being racist because they were in Chicago, and when a lot of the different BIPOC communities started moving into Chicago, they were all mad because they were the original white people, right? And it was theirs, right? White privilege. So they were anti anybody of color and anti anybody that didn't have money, which is really funny because my dad took all his money and left us all destitute with nothing, left my mom with 6 kids with no income and wouldn't pay us child support or anything. So he made us literally the trailer park people that he hated so much and told us so much about when we were little. Anyways, so he used derogatory terms so much, and I think about it so much, and I try to keep my head from doing it, but I will see a person of any color and words go through my head and that make me so mad, but I can't fucking stop them because he said it for the first 8 years of my life. And it's forever, ever, ever stuck in my fucking head. And I am so afraid to date anybody of any color that word's going to come out of my mouth. It scares the shit out of me that I would hurt somebody because that word's embedded in my fucking head. So here's my point. What you teach children, they know that. It's still in the back of their head at 52 years old. I'm still... terms come through my mind that make me sick to my stomach, and I can't stop it because of my goddamn father. And now my mom tried her best when she never said anything derogatory, hateful. She was kind, loving. She was the exact opposite. So because of her, I became a good person. But even at 12 years old, I rejected him. I told him to fuck off, and my friends were more important than him because he insulted my friends because 2 of them were black and the other 2 were poor white kids. And he was pissed that I was hanging out with those people. And at 12 years old, I told him to fuck off, and I walked away from him with my friends.
And
I never had to go visit him again. Thank goodness.
You're talking about your biological dad, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, my father. Yeah.
Yeah, my biological dad was a racist too, and he had choice words too. But it's weird because for me, and it's not that I'm better than you or anything like that. It's just for me, the words never resonated with me as a kid for some reason. You're gonna laugh at me. You're gonna laugh at me because I'm in a room full of atheists, and I'm a deist, but I definitely was hardcore Christian for years and years.
Right.
But when I was a little kid, my dad once said the N-word and said we need to and just had this outburst at the TV, and I was like, you can't do that. And he's like, excuse me. And I was terrified of my dad, but like for some reason I was just like really compelled, and I was like, because it says Jesus loves all the little children of the world, red and yellow, black and white. And he's like, it's just like, okay.
All are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children.
But I took it the hard.
That's correct, Tubian.
Like, like that's how I was like it doesn't matter. And then, Sesame Street was preaching about diversity by the 80s too, and just like, and one of my favorites was Luis. And, I lived in San Diego too, where there's a lot of Hispanic folks, but I was mainly in a white bubble. And for some reason I just knew, but I think it's different sometimes I don't know. It's different if you've used the word. If you use the word, I think it sort of embeds in your memory or something a little differently.
I lived in the hood, and I obviously kind of stuck out, of course, in a crowd there. And it was just common language for everyone until you stepped outside of the hood. And then it became a very uncommon language you shouldn't speak. And it was funny. There'd be a black guy in the corner getting busted by the cops, and I'd be on the opposite corner getting busted by the cops. It was all family in the hood, but downtown, like, it was more racist. It was personified because of the groups of people around. It was just kind of nuts.
Well, you got to keep your mouth shut for self-preservation is what it's all about.
Die.
Just know, you don't want to die. You just shut your mouth and walk past it. I didn't see nothing, and I ain't doing nothing. And if I'm in this environment, I hang out with these people, and if I'm in this environment, I can be the hang out with everybody. But that's what society does to us. Because if we were all banded together and didn't hate each other, how strong would we be?
Oh, divide and conquer is the only way.
We'd be unstoppable.
That's not division by race and ethnicity. It's also class, right? So it's always like you'll hear a lot of very embittered. I'm just gonna get political for a half second. Embittered Republican working class folks who are so mad that they are convinced that people that are more impoverished are somehow not willing to work like them. So therefore, how dare they take my money? And it's a complete division. And then those same Republicans that are mad at the poor people are going, well, what's wrong with Elon Musk? There's nothing immoral about being a billionaire. Excuse me, what?
Yeah.
Kind of missed the point.
Beck, we couldn't afford. We rented a single wide trailer, and there was 4 of us left in the house, 3 kids and mom. And she found a 3-bedroom trailer, so we actually all had room. A 2-bedroom trailer. But the front of it, instead of being the kitchen, was like a breakfast nook area, and it kind of was a little pop out with a bay window. So I was like, I want that spot. So I got to go to sleep every night staring at the stars for the first time in my life.
I had one of the. Sorry, go ahead.
We only lived in it for like 5 or 6 months or something. Mom found another farm for us to move on to, but we had lost the farm, and I was 12 when that happened, and I was going into junior high. But up to that point, I had always lived in I'd lived in the attic or in a room that I was too little to remember the windows in.
I think we lived in parallel universe.
We moved when I was like almost 4, so I don't remember. All I remember is the attic,
I slept in attic.
Wasn't even a finished attic, dude. He just threw plywood on the ground. He didn't cover the walls, which were only 2 feet tall, and it had the typical peak like this. So if you were not in the middle 6 feet of the room, you would hit your head on nails, roofing nails. He never covered them up, and there was plain like I could touch the tin roof.
Yeah.
There was no insulation, and there was wasp nests in there, and sometimes we'd be standing there, and a wasp would just land on top of our head and sting us. Fuck, shit, little bastard, happened again. That was my childhood for 6.5 years. That's how I grew up.
Wow.
And that was the years I was being formed into who I am. That's how I grew up. So when people complain about little shit, they're like, oh, I got to change the sheet. It's a little dirty. I'm like, I can sleep on this for another month. Fuck that. Like, you don't know what, bitch, you don't know what poor is. I mean,
so you've been the fucking sidewalk.
Yeah, I found the
I say poor is until you've been frozen, and you get up in the morning and your clothes is frozen to the fucking sidewalk.
I found the
no, that has not happened to me. I was sweating my ass off when I was homeless in Florida in the summertime.
Yeah, I found the video of the X logo here, flashing across the apartments. If you want to take a look at that.
Hold on just a second. Let me
take a look at it, but everybody be warned.
Yeah, warning. It is flashing, so.
Yeah, if you have problems with strobing lights, you might want to look away for a bit.
Yeah.
There you go. Screened-in carports are nice when it's raining. Sleep out there on lawn furniture, relaxing. Yes, and that's what I love about my tiny house. Now, it's not as loud because I have a canopy right now. But before I put a canopy up, I have a metal roof that has some insulation under it and then wood paneling on the ceiling. And then above that, I have some Harry's Tropical. But still, even with the tropical stuff, that layer up there, it hits hard on this roof.
Yeah.
And even with the canopy, I can still hear the rain. It's just not as loud inside. But when I open up the door, it's like really loud,
is
yeah.
Did you say that you have a tin roof?
Well, my whole trailer's aluminum.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
No, when I was growing up, we had a tin roof, but they had the roofing nails were sticking through the wood where they nailed down the paneling everywhere, and they used like those old fucking long ass roofing nails, and I think they were 12 penny, but they were way too long for what they needed them for. They went like way past the fucking wood.
You ever
anyways, huh?
You ever step on one?
Oh no, my friend, not on a 12 penny, but I have. In fact, stomped my foot down. Oh, what? No, hold on. Stomped my foot down because I walked outside. It was the end of the school year. Mom was a teacher. She was still doing paperwork, and she told me and my brother to go clean up the pile of wood next to the house because we had moved into a new farm. I was 15. And so I went out there and I was pissed, and I walked up on the pile and I stomped my foot down, on a 16 penny nail. And not only did I stomp my foot down on it, but I leaned my weight on it when I stomped my foot down, and it went into my bone. And I couldn't move my foot.
Damn.
And I was like,
how old?
Richard! I was 15. So I yelled for my brother because I can't move. What am I going to do, man? I didn't want to. And I knew the fucker was stuck in my foot. And I was afraid if I moved it, I would hurt myself worse. So I didn't know what to do.
Beck's
So
like,
I didn't want to like
Jesus
rock
felt.
my foot. Could you imagine trying to rock your foot off a nail stuck in your main bone? Anyways, to this day, I remember that fucking bone, that nail. So anyway, so I yell for Richard. He comes over, he grabs my shin, the muscle on the back of my calf, and pulls it off the board. I go sit down, and it starts hurting. As soon as it wasn't anything, it didn't hurt until I pulled the sock off. Because the nail had done was taken that nice 70s, a terry cloth sock material and shoved it up in the wound. So I had to pull it out of the wound. Then it started hurting. And so my mom said, well, he's up on his tetanus, so we'll go back and get him another one. Just pour some peroxide down in the hole. So that's what my brother did. And I had to lay there and take it. And it hurt like a motherfucker.
That's
and then
when
there
we
was a
thought
time I had
peroxide was more helpful than it is now. Yeah.
I had a wound on my leg, and my mom said, you better take care of it. And I said, yes, ma'am, I got it. I'm old enough. I'm 12. I didn't take care of it. I got gangrene. You know what she did? And I was saying this thing was like super sensitive by this point. It was starting to hurt. It was infected. It was literally green. It was literally gangrene.
Did she put your foot in a hot bucket with Epsom salt?
It was the side of my calf. It was right here. It was right on the side of my calf, like on the outside of my leg, right here, but on the other leg. No, she poured peroxide on it. And right before she pulled peroxide on it, she called my brothers. And my brother's like, yeah, Mom, what do you need? And I'm sitting there with her, and she's lecturing me about, I told you to take care of this. I can't believe you let it get this far. I told you to clean it. Have you even been doing it? Well, I poured some peroxide on it, Mom. But did you clean it? Well, no, not really. Well, now here we are, aren't we? She was pissed. And so she goes, boys. And every time she said boys, she got Richard and Keel because they were always together. Yeah, Mom, what do you need? Hold your sibling down. What? Yeah, you grab the legs, you grab the arms. I was like, no, Mom. No, Mom, I'm fine. I'm good. And she's like, no, you're not. This is going to hurt. And I said, no, Mom, I'm fine. I don't need anybody to hold, because I got freaked out because these are the same two people that have been beating the shit out of me for years. I didn't want them holding me down. Like, that freaked me out, So she poured peroxide on it and took that old-fashioned, really rough, tough, hard, sticks to everything gauze, and she scrubbed my leg with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, scrubbed it until there was no gangrene left, and it was a fresh wound. That's
it is really common
what she did.
for poor
and it works,
families to do this.
God damn, it hurts. I mean, I've had shit done on my whole body. I cut my arm here, and people were like, oh my God, are you okay? And I'm like, I mean, it hurts, but yeah, I'm all right. Are you? Yeah. I hurt myself all the time. It doesn't hurt anymore. I've been poked and prodded. Go ahead, AJ.
Tis but the flesh wound.
Tis but a flesh wound.
I was just saying that it's really common for poor parents to do things like that. Like a couple incidences. One is, you remember those rat trap pedals? They called them rat traps, and they were like those spiked pedals on your bike. And I had a BMX bike. Well, I threw my BMX bike. I skidded on some gravel, so I fell into the road. And I was all tangled up into my bike, right? But that pedal flipped around and literally got stuck inside my leg. And I was like, and I was stuck. And my mom comes out and she's like, just get up. Because, we're tough and stuff, right? And I'm like, I can't. I can't get up. I was stuck.
It's stuck in your calf?
Yes, I was stuck. And then like similar solution, clean it up with peroxide. And the solution with us was, when it started looking nasty, was to put it in Epsom salt. Like, the idea was to draw out the wound with heat. Oh my God, it hurt like a motherfucker.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
But poor families they can't afford to go to the doctor, so they come up with these weird solutions.
Yeah, it's like my grandmother
Yeah,
went to with iodine with everything.
My mom couldn't afford to take us. She only took us when we needed stitches. Like, I cracked my head open a couple times. I needed stitches. Well, I didn't do it. One time it was someone else, and one time I caused it to happen. It wasn't like I fell and like smashed my head open. But that's the only time she took us. My brother cut his eye with with an icicle. So when he gets to the hospital, they're like, "There's nothing in there. What the fuck did you cut your eye with?" And we're like, "This is like a murder mystery where you kill the guy with the icicle and then it melts and they don't have a fucking weapon." We started coming up with all kinds of ideas how to do that. You can kill somebody with a lamb chop. There's a story out there like this, by the way. You can kill somebody with a lamb chop and then cook the lamb chop. There's no evidence. There's no murder weapon. Without a murder weapon, it's almost impossible to convict somebody.
Killed by a tomahawk steak.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was a kid, the radio...
Kill him with a T-bone.
When I was a kid, the radio flyer wagon was referred to as the ambulance.
Look,
because the
I
idea
love my
was
wagon.
if anybody got hurt, the idea was to try and get them back and patch them up before any of the adults found out what we were doing.
And you use the wagon to get them home because they're hurt. That makes
well,
sense.
if it happened at the park and they couldn't walk home, somebody ran back for the wagon.
I'm just picturing purple beep boop with this radio flyer.
I was gonna say she needs that X to put on the wagon so they can get the kid home safe. That's where that X needs to go. Purple needs it for the red wagon. That's a fact.
I loved my wagon. We would go down this. We had a very steep hill in my house in the backyard, and we would go flying down like it was a crazy roller coaster, and then crash into the end of the fence. We would just crash at the end. Boom.
We had we did that sledding once. There was this hill that it came like this, and then it went down kind of fast, and then it came out, leveled out just a little bit, and then it leveled off a lot, and there was a jump. Now, if you hit the jump just right, and you didn't have too much momentum, you can't have too much momentum. Here's the trick. You need to know how fast you can go when you hit that jump. Now, if you hit it right, you can put your feet and legs out and arms and stop before you get to the creek. But there was a trick to it. So, not that we told my brother this trick. We brought the autistic Walt. We convinced him to come out of the house and go sledding with us for the first time in like a year and a half. And we were excited because he was going to sled with us, the big brother, that always is reading a book. We don't understand him. My childhood makes sense now, by the way, now that I know he's autistic. It didn't then. Anyway, so we got him outside and we got him to sled down the hill. Well, he's taller and larger and heavier than us. And for him, he would have needed to slow down a little bit. Well, he ended up in the creek. Well, he never went sledding with us again. That was his last sledding incident ever.
I can understand why.
Yep. And he thought we did it on purpose, but we didn't consider we were young kids. I was like 5. So he was 11. But that's a big size difference when you're going down a hill. We didn't think about that. We were young, But we learned some things about momentum and stuff that day.
Like
and
kids
weight
do
differential and what that can do to gain speed. Yeah, we learned some stuff.
Like my brother threw an old garden hose, one of the flat ones that kind of gets unflattened when you fill it with water, but it flattens out. He threw this old garden hose over a tree branch, and he's like, "Let's play Tarzan. You hold the end, and I'll swing like Tarzan." So he gets up real high, swings like Tarzan, and the jerk of it, I would just like whoop, let go, and he goes flying. He breaks his arm, and I'm like, "Well, shit."
Well, see,
oops.
When we were kids, that's how you learned physics.
Yep.
The hard way.
The Icarus method.
He's like, "You deliberately let go." I was like, "No, I didn't."
Yes, Mikey. I learned a lot about inertia. Also, the merry-go-round. I know that they're not very popular now for children because,
they're
the injuries we all sustained as children and why I have a twitch I can't get rid of in the right side of my head. Anyways, so yeah, the merry-go-rounds. I learned a lot about centrifugal force, inertia.
Why can't I move my neck?
I learned a lot of things when I was a kid because of the merry-go-round and the seesaw and the swings. You can learn a lot off of those three things as a kid. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, half the playground equipment we have has been banned now for safety reasons.
Absolutely.
You know what else we had, Purple? We had the mesh shit, what's it called? The monkey bars. And then it looked like the top of the Epcot Center, but different colors.
Yeah, the
red,
geodesic domes.
yeah, red, yellow, and blue.
Yep.
Yeah, we had those growing up. Those are totally illegal now. Those are not allowed to be built. There was a screw in every fucking joint on that bitch. Like, so dangerous. There's bolts, rusty bolts sticking out everywhere. We were just climbing around on cutting ourselves. But you know what? Look how tough I am today. All those accidents I've had. Like, it's hard
How
to hurt
about
me.
the sheet metal
Amazing
slides
relives.
that if the sun had been shining on it, it would kill all the skin off you as soon as you sat
Hey,
down?
guess what?
Oh my gosh, the cookie sheet.
Guess what? I didn't wear skirts when I was little, so I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Shorts,
I
even.
didn't wear shorts
Yeah,
either. No, I was in
wear
jeans.
shorts.
I was in my brother's hand-me-down jeans as much as possible.
Or if it
as
gets
a child.
bent or in disrepair, it lifts up and it cuts you on the way down. That happened to me.
Oh,
Like a big, nice
that's
slice.
okay. That must suck.
Or you
Never
slide
did
down
that.
the thing and your shirt slides up while you're sliding down. Ever had
I
that?
remember that too. Oops.
Oh, here's a fun one. When we were kids, you could get on the swing in your backyard and just tip the whole thing over, fly off of it, land on your back, and split your spleen. Ask my niece.
Ooh,
She's about 32 now. Happened to her.
She was
Split her
trying to do
spleen
around the
right
world
in
with herself.
two. She was just having fun out by herself. She didn't know the fucking thing could move.
Right.
It was new. My brother-in-law didn't weigh it down because nobody weighed down the swing sets back then. She was like, I don't know, 8.
You didn't expect her to have that
So
power.
a long time ago. Yeah, but she got it going, man, and she flipped that whole thing, and she fucking landed on her goddamn back and split her spleen right in two. And she ended up on her back for 2 weeks while, laid up in bed for 2 weeks while
That
it healed.
probably has to hurt.
I never
yeah.
completely flipped ours, but I remember the legs coming off the ground.
She loved it, though. You know why, Holy Spackle? She was in the hospital, and they made sure she wasn't in pain, first of all, and so did Wendy when she got home. Yeah, she totally had pain pills and shit. And when she was in the hospital, they gave her the newest, I don't remember what it was back then, possibly the first Xbox that was ever made, depending on how old that is. I don't remember. But she's 32 now, so what? Whatever was popular 25 years ago. So she was excited because she got to play that all day while she was in the hospital. And then she got home, she got to watch cartoons, and she wasn't in pain because she was comfortable. Mommy was babying her. She was like, yo, Uncle Beck, that was like the best accident I ever did. And I said, do what? And she was like, yeah, I loved it when I split my spleen in two. And I was like, what are you talking about, girl? She was tough anyways. When she was 18 months old, she was running across some gravel, and we had her in sandals. It was really hot that summer. And we had her in sandals like you used to put on kids all the time. Well, and they also had that longer toe on them, and all the kids tripped, and they quit doing that. Yeah, she was a victim of that. So her toe caught in the gravel, and she fell, and she smacked her head on a fucking rock. And everybody was like, oh, my God. And she got up, and she goes, hey, Mrs. So-and-so, I hit my head on a rock. And there's blood streaming down her face. And she's just standing there looking at
Perfectly calm. Mom.
Yeah, that's how that kid was. Like, Mom wrecked the car. And even though she cried, like her and Megan both cried when the accident happened, they were in the back seat. And mom went to get out of the car, and the car moved. They were on a hill, and Mom was like, oh, this is a bad idea. So she said, Megan, honey, I need you to calm down and listen to Nana. She's like, yes, Nana, what? She's like, okay, take a deep breath now. I need you to help Nana. I want you to undo Aaron's car seat. So Aaron is free of her car seat, and I want you to open your door. It's going to be hard. You're going to have to push hard. Aaron can help you, right, Aaron? And Aaron's crying. She's like, Aaron, I need you to help. And she's like, what, Nana? She's 18 months old. This is like within a month of the fucking cut on her head. And Megan undoes both of their car seats, opens the door, gets Aaron out, gets herself out, lets the door close. And Mom's like, okay, now, Megan. Okay, now don't cry, you guys. Nana's coming too. I'm going to be right behind you. but I need you to walk up that big hill and I need you to get up beside the road, but don't get off the grass. And they're like, okay, Nana. And so she helps Aaron up the hill and they stand up there by themselves. And Mom waits till they're up the hill and gets out of the car and lets the car go. Because she weighed 250 pounds. And if she moved, no, 230 pounds, I think at the time. My mom was a chubby lady. If she would have moved, that car would have went with the kids in it and she knew it. So she let it go after the kids were up on the hill. And those two little girls, they were fine. A couple minutes later, they were okay. Oh, car's gone. Oh, well, we're going to have to get a ride. Okay, Nana. That's just how those kids, they are the toughest two girls. I swear they are tougher than any fucking man I've ever met in my life, those two. They have been through hell already in their lives, and they are beautiful and brilliant and kind and funny people. And yeah, I'm really proud of them. I would brag about them any day of the week. They could both be a model. They're both like model material. Beautiful girls. Inertia,
right.
am I right?
I'm gonna jet. Thanks for having me on, Beck. Talk to you later.
Good to see you.
Thanks for hanging out, Steph. It was good to see you. And not see you now.
Well, yeah, I know. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Tobin said at my elementary there was a playground called the Beaver Dam. It was just large wood posts and metal poles sticking out of the ground in different angles. Oh, that would have been fun. That's so illegal now, isn't it? That would never pass.
Well, I do remember
safety
some
regulations.
of the playgrounds that were made with just the big wooden posts and beams and, a couple of metal pipes like for you to hang on for the monkey bars.
Those were fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, splinters all over the place.
Yeah.
Wii remotes.
Dude, 2 teeth gone. We had dangerous stuff too. Word, man. It's true. Hey, a lot of people smash their TVs with those Wii remotes because they would forget to tie it around their wrist and tighten it up. And they would be like, playing tennis and be like, bam! Oh, there was videos all over years ago. It was like, oh my God. It was probably about 3 years after Wii came out originally, I think. The videos started of the Wii controller accidents.
Yeah, I've
smashed
seen a bunch
windows, smashed TVs. Yeah.
I've seen a bunch
Based
of those
on the
that people
mantle.
put it through the TV screen.
Yes. It's good shit. Yeah, Wii Bowling. There you go. AKA Wii Black Eye. Yes, my friend. Yes. I actually smacked myself. I think it was right over here on the side of my eye because I wasn't wearing glasses back then when I was playing Wii all the time. This is pre-glasses for me, so I must have been 41, 42 years old. And I would do that. I would go to bowl, and then the little strap would come up and smack me in the face. Ow! Motherfucker. So I'd take the strap off, but I wouldn't let go of that goddamn. I could have should have crushed that controller, the grip I had on that fucking thing.
I have never played on a Wii.
Neither have I. Have you ever seen the old video of the Wii masturbation?
Wii masturbation?
Excuse me?
A video.
Oh,
yeah, it's
Lord.
a video on YouTube.
Oh, you have to share it, Mage. You gotta give it to me, bud.
For those types of games, you go to Steam now, guys.
I love Steam. I've had Steam for a long time. It's
for
great. It's a free platform. You can find free games on there and play them and then get rid of them. It's an easy platform to deal with. It's user friendly. Who doesn't like Steam? And then every time if you put something on your wish list and it goes, hey, this is on sale. Instead of $49.99, it's $8.11. That happened to me.
Sometimes I get things. For
I now
people
own
like
Red
that.
Dead Redemption because that happened to me. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like 30 some odd dollars off. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm taking that. I don't know. It's like $8 and change with tax. Who cares? It's so cheap.
Valheim's a good game to play with a group of people where you're a Viking and you build together. It's sort of a sandbox game.
The Thigh CRISPR 9000 for a limited time only.
Yep, that's what I remember on those slides. Was going down there in shorts was a big mistake.
That's what I used to call my old strap on, Mikey. The Neck Snapper 5000.
When I was a kid, there was a park in Burbank that had this giant robot slide thing, and it was metal, those metal slides, and on the very, very top was a curly slide, but also there were 2 tunnel slides as well, and you could kind of choose, and you just climb up the platform, and there's like a lower platform and a higher platform, and you can climb up. So my big brother climbs up the high platform. He goes, "You're too little for this. Go to this other one." And of course I didn't listen because I don't know, I want to follow my big brother, right? So I follow, and I get to the top of the ladder, fall down all the way down to the metal platform, because there's like a metal platform, and bong. I guess I had a concussion because my mom says I was delusional. And so they took me to the hospital, and they're like, "Yeah, she has a concussion."
Explains a lot. Thank you, HS.
And they're like, "She's seeing frogs everywhere." I was convinced there were frogs everywhere.
Do you see all the frogs?
And I wasn't like scared of the frogs because I like frogs, but apparently I saw frogs everywhere. I don't remember this, but my mom remembers it. I clearly hit my head.
You know when you're really bad is when you try to kiss the frog to make a prince. That's when they take you to the psych ward. And bad boys had some heft too, with 2 fresh batteries, and the old faulty battery doors brought a whole new level to Duck Hunt's shotgun control. It's true.
Last time I had the flu, my uncle thinks I was delirious. Possibility. I don't know. I mean, it was kind of hard for me to say. It was around my grandmother's last birthday, and they were calling me like, "Why don't you come over?" Like, "Oh no, I'm sick. I got the flu. I can't come over." Like, that's all I remember saying. I guess it was something else. I don't know if something else happened or something over the phone. We figured out something wrong.
Host of Cards gets in about 10 minutes. Make sure. Oh, thank you. I should end then. Hey, Carrie, put that link in for me, and we'll go raid Oz and whoever wants to stay up. If you guys haven't hung out with Oz and Jenna before at night, and you're up late like me, you're fucking crazy. We have a blast over there. He plays music most of the time. Sometimes we play games, and they're going to be playing Cards Against Humanity. I suggest everybody runs over there and has a good time, because eventually we're going to run a thing. I mean, we're already at 4 hours and 40 minutes, so 5 minutes is my limit, man. I can't take 5. I got to end at 4 hours and 45 minutes. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I just did that last time too for some weird reason, so might as well stick with it. Yeah, so we'll end in a few, but you guys will not hurt my feelings if you want to jump over and go haunt Oz and Jenna and play cards. Go play cards. You won't hurt my feelings. Hey, Ox. Thanks, buddy.
Oxford. Sorry.
Yeah. That's my buddy right there. That's my brother from another mother. That's my brother from a different culture. Yeah.
Ox is always good with getting the links out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Ox is the shit. That's why Ox was one of the first people that was a moderator on my channel to begin with, honestly. That's exactly why. What's this? Wait a minute, Mage. Which link is this?
That's the weed masturbation. It's only about a minute and 20 some seconds.
Well, I mean, I guess he didn't take long, did he?
It's an old video from way back.
Ha ha! There you go. Yeah, that's great. Hey, Ox, you know you're my brother and I love you, man. You know. I don't tell you enough, but you know it. Supposed to be been bed already, Von Rick. Well, fuck that shit. So, Purple, what you got going on?
Not too much. Just my regular show Wednesday afternoon at 2 Central Time.
Yep.
You know, we never stay on topic, so it's just a couple of friends hanging out, talking about whatever's on our minds.
And for you degenerates, that's 3 p.m. Eastern. Did you say 2 Central?
Yep, 2 Central.
Yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern. 12
and
Pacific.
3 p.m. Eastern is what, 1 p.m.? No, 12, right? 12. You're 3 hours.
I already said 12 Pacific.
Oh,
but you see, you started talking, so you didn't let me say it all the way. No, I'm just teasing. We just talked over each other. That's why you didn't hear it.
I don't think I talked during that time.
When you just started talking to say that, I was in the middle of trying to say it. We literally overlapped. I was right at the end and you had just started talking. And then I said, but I was trying to say that. Anyways, you want to record it? I mean, rewind it. We can go back and we can talk about it. Oh, but what time on Thursday, HS?
Let me give it some thought because I need to look and see how triggering this video is and see if I need to not do it. So I'm gonna just look at it real quick because I'm just gonna scan through it.
Well, if you cannot
I think you should
do it,
maybe
then
do the same.
If I don't care, I'll do it anyways. Shit don't scare me. I don't give a fuck. Life's too
It's
short.
more like being sensitive to other people and stuff.
No, and I understand that. That's what happens to me when people talk about getting injuries. I'm fine when I get them myself, but when other people get them, it reminds me of the injury, and then for some reason I feel like I feel more pain than I did at the time. I don't know. It's weird. It really has nothing to do with anybody else but myself. That's what it does to me. That's why I'm not a surgical tech like I wanted to be. I can't watch other people get cut into.
I'm a
then
weirdo.
I feel the pain in my side. Now, prior to 2005, hold on just a second. Let me finish the sentence. Prior to 2005, before I got cut in two and had my kidney removed, didn't bother me at all. Now it bothers me. Go ahead, Mitch.
Oh, it's triggering the same parts of your brain. When you see something happen to somebody else, those same areas are being triggered in your brain and signaling the same signals in yourself.
Yeah, just different things that activate it. But you're right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I just kind of dissociate and compartmentalize, and so like if you injure yourself and saw off your finger or something, I am your girl. I actually will be calm and get you some help, and it's not because I'm a psychopath. It's just for some reason I'm able to do that, and then like I don't have an explanation for it. I really don't.
I guarantee you, one of your parents were like that. Because my mom was like that. My mom loved nursing, but she couldn't stand people dying, so she went into science.
Yeah.
But she knew so much shit. And when we were kids, think about it. You have all those kids out on a farm in the middle of the country, and you don't know shit about farming, but you're learning. You got books. You're reading and learning about the science of like plants and what, how you grow them and like doing all this shit. But you have these kids running around on a 110-acre farm. Do you think we didn't get hurt? We got hurt all the time. Mom was like, as soon as one wound starts healing where I don't have to deal with it anymore, there's another wound.
Jeez.
And then a couple days, there's another wound. And that's how it was. We were constantly going, hey, Mom, I almost cut my thumb off. Hey, Mom, I have, that was Wendy. Hey, Mom, I got a piece of metal in my chest from chopping the wood. Hey, Mom, my eye's cut. I got to go to the hospital and get stitches from an icicle. Hey, Mom, I busted my face and now I'm in the hospital and I wrecked the car. Hey, Mom, I mean, there's so many of them. Literally, I need to finish writing my book. But anyways, the point is, there was always somebody hurt in our house. Mom was always calm. When I split my head open twice, she was calm both times. She was like, okay, kids, we got to get Beck to the hospital. And, one time she had just gotten out of the bathtub and she had a towel wrapped around her head and she pulled her hair and she just threw her hair behind her and took the towel off her head and wrapped around my head and put pressure on my head. And, okay, we're going to the hospital, boys. Come on, get in the car. Let's go now. And down the road she went, and I'm in the back seat with my brothers, with probably not even a seatbelt on, but I had a fucking towel on my head. And we went and got stitches. And then we get the stitches done. We get home and everything. And she's like,
Yeah. Hits you later.
We're like, Mom, what's wrong? We're fine. I know I got to let it out now. Everything's done and we're fine at home. I know. That's why.
That's exactly what I do.
That's what she did every time.
I have that delayed reaction to it that, when it's happening, I can be there. I can do the first aid. I can stop the bleeding, and once the person is to someone who's better qualified to deal with it, then I fall apart.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm the same way. And when I was an EMT, it's weird because my very mild autism helped me as an EMT because I didn't care that people were hurt. I mean, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Don't get me wrong. I couldn't comprehend it, I guess. And then when I had my surgery and I lost my kidney, my whole brain rethought that, and it changed my world. I became sympathetic and empathetic.
Yeah.
But before that, I was not at all. Like, really, I wasn't. But anyway, so when I was an EMT later on in life, it helped me in some ways because I could detach easily. Like, I can detach like in 2 seconds and I don't care anymore and I forgot about it. I can really do that unless it's something that's emotional for me that has happened to me in the past and it brings that back and has to bring it back like all the way, or I don't care. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I am the prick, and just being honest. But yeah, it helped me a lot. My autism helped me a lot when I was an EMT. It just didn't bother me. I was just like, oh, damn. Like, I felt rushed and I wanted to help that person. Don't get me wrong. Like, I did everything I could in my power to help the paramedic to save every patient. Like, I was totally invested in that shit. We handed them off and I was like, okay. Sometimes I go, hey, did you ever hear about that lady, blah, blah, blah? And they'd be like, oh yeah, she's fine. She's home. Okay, thanks. But it was only in severe cases, like where someone literally almost died. I'd go back and check on them. Like the lady that threw the PE. I was on that shit. I was on top of it. Did it disturb me, stress me out, cause me to lose sleep, cause me any mental? No. Well, I slept fine that night, just like I did every other night. Didn't bother me.
Well, in that kind of job, you can't afford to get emotionally invested with everyone.
I just don't. Because I'm not related to them. I don't know them. Yeah. Now, if I got to know that person, that would fuck me up. Because once I'm emotionally invested in somebody, like say Mama Deb, somebody like that that's really close, a really close friend of mine, somebody really close to me, my part of my family, then I'll lose my shit because I have emotions for that person. But if I haven't built a relationship with them, and this is why I don't do good sleeping, like one night stands, they just don't do anything for me. The fuck bother? I'm not going to get off. I have to be emotionally invested in somebody. Like they have to be close to me. I have to feel a connection, click with them. If I don't feel that, you're wasting your fucking time with me. I've tried dating a lot of women in my life that I did not feel that with. And what ended up happening was their psycho started coming out and Beck walked out the door. So here I am
I'm the same way with, I have to have an emotional connection with somebody.
Yeah.
I've had issues with my mom. She would have diabetic reactions off it sometimes in her sleep. So I got into this habit of checking on her when she was in sleep. I didn't realize how much it affected me until much later, where after she had passed away, I had started dating this one girl, and I was sleeping in. We're in bed together, and in the middle of the night, I started checking on her, and all of a sudden it dawned on me, like, what the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
Creep.
Peace out, Tobin. Thanks for coming by, buddy.
You're like, I'm just making sure she was okay. I'm like, wait a second, what the hell am I doing? It's like,
I was like that with my late fiance because she had had asthma attacks so often that even when I was sleeping, I would be aware when her breathing changed.
What do you mean by that, Carrie? I'm not sure what you mean. Huh?
About detaching yourself from the patients you were talking about when you were in EMT.
Do you think that's what you meant? Okay.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know what
that
part
was when
of the
she had typed it. Yeah, that was when she had typed it. So
yeah, I had to
compartmentalization.
I had to do that detachment too when I was doing with my mom going into her diabetic reactions.
See, you guys are so cute. It's not compartmentalization. I just don't care. I'm sorry. I just don't. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. When I was an EMT, I was very serious about it, and I love to help people, don't get me wrong. But I was very serious about helping people and at the same time doing my job correctly. And I did my job correctly every single patient, every time. I did everything I could to be the perfect person, the perfect EMT, the perfect, considerate, all that. I did all of it. Every patient that I moved got pampered, and they fucking loved me. And if I got to move them more than once, they go, oh, hey, how are you? And they'd be all happy to see me because they knew they got extra pillows. I don't care. I'll throw the goddamn things in the wash. I'll get more pillowcases. I don't fucking care. Who cares? I can clean the pillow off, But I do extra stuff like that because I want them to be happy. I want them to be good at the end of the day. But I don't know. I just don't have that kind of level of
no
empathy or sympathy or whatever it is. I just don't have it, and I never have. And I've always thought, like, I'm a dickhead. Like, how can I be like this, but I'm missing this little piece that most people have? I don't have that piece. That's because of the autism. Just took me a long time to figure it out.
Yep.
Long time.
Well, that's I've always been, very emotionally detached from most things. And until I was taking care of kids, I really wasn't emotionally invested in anyone.
Okay. If those kids are not related to me, I don't want to be around kids, to be honest with you. I have no desire to be around children. That's one of my problems is a lot of people out there have kids, and I'm like, nope, not dating you. You got kids under 18 or under, actually, I don't even care if they're under 18. You got kids under like 14 years old. Dude, you mean I got to help you raise them. That's different. That's different than dating a mother that has children. If you say I will need someone to date, not someone to help me with my life and my children, that's different. It is not the same thing when you are dating. I've been there. It sucks. It's hard. You always come off as the fucking asshole if the relationship ends. Doesn't matter what the fuck you do. Doesn't matter how perfect you are in a relationship. Little kid gets mad at you, and yes, this has happened to me. Little kid gets mad at you and wants you out of the house, and mommy kicks your ass out because the little kid doesn't like you. You're wrong.
Yeah, well, three of my 4 most significant relationships started because their kids got attached to me, so they decided to keep me around.
See, that's what I'm saying, Purple. These people need to quit going out on dates with you by themselves. Bring your goddamn kids. Well, it's too soon. I could be a friend. I don't care. I'm a friend you met at work. We'll just go with that. They don't have to have any personal attachment to me.
Well, it always started with me coming over to do some repair work in their house, so then their kids met me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You need to get to know the fucking kids. You have to have a relationship with the kids to have a good relationship with the single parent. It's just the way it is. And sometimes that single parent will find just the right person that the kids love and they love. And then you're golden. But that person is really hard to find in that situation. And when people say, I have kids under 18, I'm like, how old? Dude, I'm not doing it anymore. I did it in my 30s. I did it in my 40s. I'm not doing it again in my 50s. I'm done.
I almost beat the asshole boyfriend of my mom with a baseball bat because he hit her.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sweet.
Last
person I saw hit my mother was my brother Keel, and Richard, mom belled him in the head with a fucking gallon jug of water she had in her hand when he decided to kick her. He kicked her right in the gut. And she went, ooh. And then she was like, wham. And she smacked him in the head with that fucking gallon jug. And my mom was 5'2" and 230. She was not a weak woman. She was not lacking of muscle. When we were little, she did all the rototilling, all the hoeing, all the raking, and we did the weeding in the garden. Like, that was our job. We did like a little raking and weeding. She did the mass of all the work. My mom was one strong ass, 5'2.5". I am a sweetheart. Do not piss me off, Italian. And I mean, do not piss me off, Italian. Let's accent the end of that. So no, I get that too. Like, she was a tough lady. She was a sweetheart, but by God, don't piss her off. So she hit him in the head with the fucking jug because he punched her in the gut, and he's just standing there, and she paused for a minute and thought, fuck it. And I know she did. You could tell by the look on her face. And she hit him with the jug, and he went down on the floor. And Richard just came out of nowhere. Richard was in the bathroom or something when this happened, or outside, came home or something. And all of a sudden, Richard's just on him like fucking Spider-Man and just punching the fucking shit out of him. Like, no, you ain't, boy. And I was walking in there like, motherfucker. But all of it happened so fast. Like, Richard ran in front of me. I didn't even know what to do at the time. Like, I'm walking in that direction going, I don't know what to do, But I know I'm like, you're not going to fucking hit my mother. And Richard was on it faster, and like he was like a spider monkey on a goddamn tree full of bananas. Like, he was there. He was on that shit. You like that one? Hey, I've seen spider monkeys and howler monkeys and shit in person.
Monkeys are nasty. They'll like rip your face and your feet off.
No, they were calm. There's so many of them, and the tourists are so frequent there. They don't even care that you're there. Like you can lay the howler monkeys, you can lay on the beach in Costa Rica, and they just hang out in the trees like up above you and behind you, and you just want to make sure you're not sitting right underneath of them because of poop. They don't move; they'll just sit there for hours, bro.
They sit up in the tree waiting for an opportunity to steal something from you.
Yeah, they want food. If you have food, you better walk. Yeah, they will come by and bug you. But even the howler monkeys, they'll just stare at you, wait for you to drop it and leave, and then they'll go get it. They don't even bother you. The little white-faced monkeys, those are the fuckers that'll steal food and shit. They'll do it. And like the real spider monkey like shit out in the forest, that you don't see those very often. Like people that have film of those, that film is really hard to get. Because I was with a guide out in the middle of the fucking forest and saw these goddamn monkeys going through trees. We heard them first, and the guy goes, "No way." And I was like, "What?" And because we're like checking out wildlife, that's what we're there for. You know, we're doing a whole tour of the forest and talking about different plants, and we got to see like live growing big ginger plant things on the side of on these trees that were like this big, and you could have just picked it up and just fucking ate it. You know, but of course we didn't touch it out of respect. But there was like cool fucking logs with Trails Vance on them. I got pictures of all that shit somewhere back in the Netherlands of my computer. But anyway, so he was like, those are the monkeys. We never get to see them. He's like, let's see if we can see them. So Dean and I had our cameras. We go running behind the dude, and he's like, come on. And he's like running, and we're all running behind him and shit. And Dean's mom's back there, and his brother's behind us, and we're all fucking running after this dude. Like, I want these fucking pictures. Dean actually got mine were too blurry to tell exactly what they were. They could have been faked, so I didn't say anything. But he got some really good pictures of them, and they were just beautiful, just swinging limb to limb with their, their hands pointed different directions, just going. It was cool as fuck, man. It's the coolest thing that's ever happened in my life. And he was like, "This is a treat." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "I've been doing this for 12 years, man, almost 13 years in like a couple months." And I was like, "Do you never see these? Is that what you're telling me?" And he said, "I've seen a slight glimpse of them one time. This never happens." And Dean was like, "Dude, I think we both got pictures of them. We went and both through our pictures, found out his were clear." And the guy goes, "I hate to bother you, but because we paid him. This is part of the service we paid for." He's like, "I hate to bother you. Could you email those to me? Because I've never gotten pictures of. I've never seen them in real life and had pictures of them, ever." And we were like, "Yeah, we'll totally email." He was all psyched about it. So cool! I'm so glad I'm out here with you guys. It was fun. Will they steal your fries? They usually don't. The white-faced monkeys, you have to go in certain parts of the jungle. It's really thick, and they know you're there to feed them. So they will literally jump onto the boat, and you give them food, and they'll just look at you like, "You gonna give me that, or you gonna, and that's what they do. And then you're like, "Here's a piece of banana," and they're like, "Thank you," and they shove it in their mouth right away. They want to make sure they can eat it. Nobody takes it from them. Shove it in their mouth right away. And when you go on the tour boats, the guys will give you bananas to open up. And you're like, "Oh, thanks. I need a snack." And they're like, "It's for the monkeys." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I know. I'm just fucking around because I'm in Costa Rica and I'm really like high and hungover from last night. So let's do this, So, but we got pictures of the monkeys and shit all over the boats. We had some really great pictures of them, people feeding them and shit. It was a good time. Costa Rica was pretty cool. Met a guy on the beach that was from the US, and I was like, "How's it going?" He was like, "Good. How are you?" And I said, "You from over by New York, New Jersey?" And he goes, "Yeah. Where are you from?" And I said, "Well, at the time I was living in Virginia." And I was like, "Oh, or PA, I think, maybe. I don't remember." "Oh, it was PA. I'm from PA. I'm living in PA." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, right down the road. Yeah. And I was like, you on vacation?" I said, "We're out here for a week." And he goes, "Oh, no, I live out here." And I said, "Really? How'd you get a job out here?" He goes, "Oh, I have a web-based business. I just moved out here. I'm rich out here." And I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, I make 75 grand a year. I'm fucking rich out here. I love it." He said, I do a little bit of work in the morning. I do a little bit of work in the afternoon. After I get out, I hang out at the beach all day. My life's super easy. I have everything I need. I have more money than I can use. He goes, maybe I'll go back to the US one day. Maybe I'll go to Fiji. We'll see. And I was like, I want to be you. I fucking love you right now. I didn't want to be him enough to go like learn about web design or anything, but I really thought it was cool to meet the guy. He was spearfishing in scuba diving get up gears, actually surfing, I guess, with the legs cut off. I don't think I ate any bananas while I was there. I don't know why. Why wouldn't I eat bananas? I do remember eating some other fresh fruit like pineapple and stuff.
Was it really?
I don't think.
Then
was it really sweet?
The pineapple?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Well, I don't think it was much different than ours.
The taste of the banana would depend on the variety.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Well, but the bananas we get in the U.S. all come up from South America anyway.
But I do love fried plantain.
Yeah, that's good.
It is good. You gotta cook it right.
Got to get it all caramelized.
That's right. Absolutely, Purple.
If
Gotta
I
get them from
recall,
somewhere.
if I recall correctly, Costa Rica has a overpopulation of iguanas.
Are they tasty?
There are.
So does Florida, yeah.
There are actually iguanas and parrots, like that got loose and shit. There's like animals just all over the place in Costa Rica, down by the
I know they
water
call
and
them
the
a lot.
tourist trap places. And Costa Rica was different than Mexico because when I was in Mexico for 2 weeks, we saw like the ghetto ass dirty area. It was like right off from where the tourists go and where the tourist trap places are. It's only a block away from the tourist area. Like the tourist area stopped here, and then like the next block over, it was like ghetto for like miles. And we went to Walmart and we took a taxi. No, we walked there and we took a taxi back because we were like, dude, our white dumb asses that don't speak Spanish do not need to be walking through there again. And it's getting dark out, and we're gonna go back to the hotel via a cab. And we called a fucking taxi from the Walmart and got a ride back. So no, I've seen some ghettos there, but Costa Rica just was not like that. We went to all different kinds of places, and it was places that weren't like you had to go through a non-touristy area to get to another touristy area. Was like the fastest way, and we would walk places and shit. So we saw some places that were a little seedier, but nothing was dirty like Mexico was. Costa Rica was just spotlessly clean. And we were really close to Lebanon, in case anybody wants to know. Lebanon, Costa Rica. It was beautiful out there. We got a villa. There was 4 of us, and we all split the bill. And I think the bill for the whole thing was like around... I think what I paid in total to stay there for the week, airfare, taxi service, the tour guide and everything, and zip lining and all the shit we did that came with the package when you rented the villa was $3,500 for the week. And it was totally fucking worth it. It was so much fun. We didn't have to get all that though. We expanded the package out when we got there and shit. But I paid a little bit more because it was one of the dude's birthdays. So that was part of it too. But I'd say for around $2,500, you can go for a good, 4 or 5 day stay in Costa Rica and have an absolute fucking blast. And now we just all need to rob banks because nobody has that kind of money. But back then I was working a lot, driving trucks around the world. So Oz just went live in case anybody wants to go check that shit out. I'm going to get off here. It's 5 hours now. Damn it.
Yeah.
We passed the threshold by 7 minutes, you guys. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no bananas on pizza. Thank you. Thank you, Purple. You are now one of my more and more every day. We are more one of my people.
No bananas.
So here's the deal. I will see you guys next Monday for sure. Holy Spackle and I may be doing a stream sooner than that. If she does not want to do it, I will just do it on my own, and you guys can come in and hang out if you want. Since the topic is undisturbing to me. I am indifferent. Isn't that weird? Like, as many times as that shit's happened to me, you'd think I'd be fucked up from it, but it just doesn't bother me. I don't know why. I don't know.
It's weird. We can't choose our triggers, right?
Yeah, but yeah, it's really, it just doesn't, like, one of my we were talking about empathy earlier, and what I feel from people is happiness and hate. I feel when they're angry, and I feel when they're happy. And every other emotions are just kind of moot to me. It's the really strong emotions of anger, really I'm not happy with something, and they get a tone in their voice, and I feel it, and then I become angry. And if someone's happy, I laugh. And I've been like that my entire life, pretty much. And so when I get to these places and I start working somewhere where someone doesn't like me, I feel it right away. They don't even know it's happening yet, and I know that. So I give them space for a couple of days and let them deal with it, because I know that they're probably like of a lower IQ and they don't get what's going on yet, and it's okay. And I give them space to deal with it. And last time I lasted 2.5 days at that job.
You know what's weird is
but he didn't like me because I had everything down except for a few things in the POS system. I had it all memorized already. And he didn't like me. And so when he started getting shitty with me, I felt it, and I got angry, and I yelled back. Where I really don't care what the fuck he thinks about me. But somehow I transferred his anger into myself, and I fucking was like, dude, if you just shut up for a fucking minute. And then I was like, I'm going to lunch. And I came back and I was fired. Which is fine. I knew it was coming.
You know what's interesting with anger, and I had a real flash of anger recently. Just a few things happened, and I was really triggered. And I'm never really good with that emotion. I'm not comfortable with it. I know it exists, and it's not shameful necessarily or anything like that, but it's just one that I'm always I am extra vigilant on myself, because I don't want to be so destructive to other people out of my anger, right?
Right.
And so I hate that emotion. I hate that and anxiety. So what's interesting is when someone is angry around me, I turn into this pacifist kid that I was when I was, well, I don't know if I'm a pacifist, but this kid that wanted to appease and avoid, and I'll become anxious and flighty if someone's angry instead. And it's like, for you, it's like, well, your fight kicks on, my flight kicks on. We're opposites in that way. Like I'm like, yeah.
My abuse not only made me angry, but it made me a fighter, because I realized that although I was scared to fight them, I wasn't scared to fight other people. And then they were like, okay, well, if you're going to fight, we need to teach you how to fight. Then they gave me tools to use. And that was a bad idea. And I got to the point of like, I could really kick some fucking ass when I was younger. And it's funny because now I look back on it and I'm like, how did I do that shit? How did I hurt people like that? Because I have evolved so much and learned so much about myself, and I myself have evolved so much in the meantime, that looking back now, I was like Neanderthal. You know what I mean? I was acting like a brainless simp or something. I don't know what the fuck I was doing.
Well, I have a question.
And now
for
I look back and I go, wow, what the fuck? What's that?
So for me, anger doesn't feel good. But I'm told for some people, anger feels good when they discharge it. So you have the anger and you think you're in the right, and you actually get like a dopamine hit or something, and then you discharge it and you feel better. And like for me, that's not the case, but for some people it is. Do you think that happens?
It's kind of like a excuse the noise for 1 second here. It's kind of like it is a discharge. It's like releasing the tension you have from whatever's going on in your life. So it is a release in a way. I think it also, we get angry in certain situations because it rings so true within ourselves. You know what I mean? So I think that's a big part of it. And you think? No, I think those are the two biggies for me. I think that and because of my childhood, where when I was not being physically attacked, I was being told I was a piece of shit all the time, like a lot. And then I can't do anything and you're not smart enough. And so all of that sunk so far in my head, and I had so much anger from that that I have no way to release. I've been trying to find a way. I suggested to my therapist to go to boxing, and he said, no, that can actually encourage violence. So I don't want to do that because I don't want to hurt anybody.
Do you like resistance training? That can discharge anger.
Nah, you don't get it. Like, it's not just discharging the anger. For some reason, I want to be destructive. So, like, give me an axe and let me go out in the middle of the woods.
Start chopping some stuff down.
I will be one happy son of a bitch. Oh yeah.
Start splitting wood.
Out. But the problem is even doing stuff like that exhausts me, and it is mentally taxing. And at the same time, I don't cure anything by doing it. And no matter what I do, it's right back there again. So I don't bother doing anything. I just try to, honestly, I just try to laugh at life. That's my trick. I laugh at shit, like somebody says something about being abused. I'm like, yeah, watch this. I got one for you. You know what I mean? Like my whole life off and on until the last 15-ish years, something like that. I finally started being like, no, wait, hold on. You're a bad person. I don't want to date you. There's something wrong with your ass and you need to go fix it. I started telling people that. I pissed off a lot of people, but literally, this was me walking out the door. That's why you're mad. Yeah? Okay. Go and get all my shit. Head to the door. What are you doing? I'm leaving. It's one of the reasons I know I'm autistic. I'm leaving. That's it. Yep. Just walk out the door and never speak to him again. Just not even do I wonder how they're doing or how they are, or maybe we could fix it. I'm lonely. No. Nope. No. When you tell me you're done, to me, that means done is a final movement. Done is the end of the road. Done is there is no more. Done is it's done. So when I say to someone, I am done with you, and I am angry and I'm yelling at them, when I say I am done with you, realize, like my brother is realizing right now, that I am not going to communicate with you for the rest of my life. I don't play around with that. I am dead serious. I don't care. I can literally cut you off and keep going. I was cut off from my family for years, and I survived a lot of hell and bullshit all by my little lonesome. And I learned a lot of stuff. So don't think I am beyond being okay by myself. And that's how I am. I'll just tell you the fucking truth. So I looked at each one of them and was like, okay. And I walked out the fucking door and they were like, what? Wait, what? Huh? And I'm like, no. You said we're done. Why stay here and talk to you? Why? So we can create more drama? Or one of us can try to get back with the other and fix this problem, this huge problem we're having at 2.5 months? You can't make it past 2.5 months, sunshine. I don't have time for you. You're already yelling at me over something I didn't do, and you're actually literally lying to me. No, I'm done. I'm walking away. I'm not coming back.
It takes me a lot to cut off people. I can fix it, or we can fix it, or we can work it out problem. And it's made me hang on to toxic situations longer than I should, which is,
yes, ma'am.
There's a plus and a minus to that. Being able to walk or run, or I always say like the sugar glider, I'm going to jump from here. Woo. Like that. I'm almost envious of that in that way, because like I can't do that. Yeah.
Right. I hear you. I can understand that. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like my family, you know what I wish I would have done, HS? Kind of mad at myself for not changing my last name while I was changing my name. I should just went ahead and changed the whole fucking thing.
I mean, can you?
I could have. I could do it again,
Yes,
but the time and the money, I don't have either one. I mean, I have the time. I don't have the money. I'm a victim of uncontrolled diabetic rage. Word, I know, dude. You're always so mad. I mean, you really should get that under control, bro. Like, for real. We're going to talk later. I mean, it's pretty severe right now. Like, I'm trying to fake it, and I'm not even faking the voice enough. Wait a minute. Hold on. Get into character. Okay. What the fuck, man? Like, seriously, bro. What the fuck? Like, you're just mad all the fucking time. I mean, God, man. Fuck. Is that better? Anybody? Better? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Yes, Purple. Same. My brothers told me I was adopted, and I realized that wasn't true, but then I thought about it when I got a little older, and I was like, you know what, though? I was a fucking accident. Nobody has a seventh child on purpose. Nobody. No, folks, that does not happen. And by the way, right after I was born, a couple months into my life, I was a couple months old, my dad went and got a vasectomy. Don't tell me I wasn't an accident. He was like, nope, we're done. It happened again. I was a fucking accident. I know I was. And I'm totally okay with it. I'm the best one of all of them. Sad but true.
Well, I'm the youngest of 9. And when I was something like 7 or 8 years old, I remember overhearing my mother telling somebody that after she had my sister, the doctor told her if she got pregnant again, it would kill her. So my father had to prove him wrong.
Oh, what the fuck is that shit? Damn it.
It's always great to gamble with other people's bodies.
Isn't it fun? Hey, let's nullify abortion. That's a good idea. Let's play with more people's bodies. Yes, please. Can I have another?
This is why in the abortion debate, I will take the position that a child is better off not being born than being born into a family that doesn't want them. Because that is my personal life experience.
Agreed.
I'm adopted, and so there's part of me that will always rally for the party crasher because I'm a party crasher, right? But I would say the thing is like if you were to ask me, should I get an abortion? I'd have a lot of questions of why you're exploring it, right? Like most people don't ask, but I have had people ask, and I always personally lean pro-life. I lean that way personally, but I socially and politically am pro-choice. And the reason is because it is not my body to gamble with. It's not my body to choose for other people. Yeah. And so what I just say to people is I believe that life is really important and it is a serious decision, but it's not my decision to make. It's not, for someone else, and so there's a lot of folks that are kind of like me that are, that see abortion as a necessary tool to have. But really, I'm for minimizing abortion, not by restricting it, by saying like, here is some options for birth control and avoiding getting pregnant in the first place. And then, because most people don't want to go through that procedure, and the procedure is traumatic. I mean, you can pretend that it's not, but it is.
Yeah.
Everything that
I completely
happens
agree with you that
like that is
it's certainly
traumatic
not a decision to be made lightly, And yeah, everything should be done for a woman to avoid being in that position in the first place.
Well, Justin Bieber's mother was urged to get an abortion, and she didn't. We ended up with Justin Bieber. So there's your argument for abortion.
I mean, literally, man. You know how many kids growing up could have avoided having kids in high school if someone would have fucking talked to us about real sex and not just about, oh, this organ does that. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Your fucking testes let off sperm. What does that mean? We didn't know shit. People were telling us you could get pregnant off of toilet seats. People were believing it because we were so unmedically, knowledge. There was no medical knowledge. There was none, and they didn't give a shit. They didn't even tell us everything about slavery. We had no clue what was going on in the fucking United States. We were like mushrooms, man. So,
dude,
fuck.
So this push of this push that sex ed, and it goes beyond the LGBT issues, TQ issues. It's also like this push of sex ed is somehow grooming, is really pissing me off. It's like they want to go back to shame, and shame is actually what keeps pedophiles in place, is shame and not having the words to say and stuff like that. And they want to oh, you can't have sex ed in schools, and you can't teach my kids this and that and the other. And it's like, honestly, like the most anti-pedophile thing you can do is to give them words for things, what things are, and give them I've seen conservatives complain about bodily consent, and that the idea of consenting to a hug or whatever is your personal choice. And they're like, no, it's not your personal choice, and it's like, I think it's a good idea to teach kids that bodily autonomy of I don't feel like hugging you. I need my space. I'm a little bit upset right now, and teach them.
The shame is something that really lets abusers blame the victims.
Yeah,
my mother never forced us into a hug. When we were upset, she gave us space. If it was something not involving her, she would say, I love you, and leave us alone. If it was something involving her, she would keep telling us how much she loved us and talk to us about it. And what are you thinking? Why are you angry? We talked about shit in my household. That's the only reason I learned stuff, is because my sisters met people that weren't out in the holler with us, and they were in the city and they knew things. And that was the only reason we learned anything. Otherwise, we were ignorant fucks.
Yeah, I came across this video. This one girl talking about how her mother's boyfriend would molest her when she was little, and she didn't know anything about that was wrong. She only knew you listen to the adults.
No, you start young enough to the person that raped me, that I had a child from, did the same thing to my fucking child. That same thing you're saying right now started from the time they were little. It's normal. It's fine. It's okay. Just the whole family hanging out and having fun together. And that motherfucker had my child and a new child of his with somebody, and another child of hers from somebody else, and molested all of them.
Yeah, well, that's what actual grooming is.
I mean, he groomed the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so much in place that needs to change. The fact that there's so many states, 41 states, where you technically can be a minor at 15 and 16 and get married. And I'm like, your brain's still really developing during that time, but you're so concerned that somebody got pregnant out of wedlock that you're forcing people into marriage at a young age. Okay. Yeah,
that's what we do. Yeah. That's the smart thing. The smart thing is to keep women barefoot and pregnant in the fucking kitchen making me a sandwich, because that's what the white man wants. Yeah, now Beck talks, typing all this shit in the chat so I have to fucking highlight it and bring it up. But now you're fucking talking, you asshole.
I love sandwich.
There's this troll that started.
You know how this Italian shows love. Fuck off.
So
go ahead.
We're closing down to the third time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna. This is like the 33-minute warning. Mm-hmm. Anyways,
I was gonna close the stream, but then I got high.
I was gonna close the stream, but then I got high.
The words we're going to end this are the cue to start a new topic.
Yeah.
I was going to go to bed and dream, but then I got high. All right, people. I love every single one of you and each and every one for different reasons, I'm sure. Just remember, out of everything else, take care of yourself. Take care of one another.
Peace.
And please